Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm Ken Medlock. I'm the Senior Director here at the Center for Energy Studies at the Baker Institute. It's a pleasure to have you here. If you walk outside later today, you might see students kind of roaming around looking at things. It's because it's orientation this week, and they're sort of settling in. Classes formally start next week. Really looking forward to that. A lot of what we're going to end up talking about today will be introduced during really kind of in a continuous way the year in different ways through different classes, different majors, et cetera. So very, very relevant. As a matter of fact, I was just telling somebody yesterday, last spring, and you'll hear more of this in my remarks in a few minutes, but last spring, the class that I teach was Energy Economics 2. It's the second level. It's a graduate level course. I basically had to take my syllabus and just put it aside because we were able to kind of watch what was happening in real time in the world and just apply all the same theories and lessons learned from what was going on and use that to kind of pose questions about what would come next. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about that before we get started with a fireside chat. Before all of that, though, there's a couple of things I just want to make you all aware of. There are posters outside, so some students actually have some posters. Please take time to talk with them about what they're working on. It's a great opportunity for them to get feedback from you, hear the questions that you have, because oftentimes when anybody, right, gets involved in a line of research, you kind of get so focused on the question you're asking, you might sort of miss the forest for the trees, so to speak. So please take some time to talk to them. It's actually very beneficial. Logistically, there are no fire drills planned for today, so if you hear an alarm or something like that, be sure you exit either the back doors of the building or the front. The muster points are in the street between here and Craft Hall or out near the fountain when you walked in through the front of the building. Restrooms are on either side of this room, so the men's room is on that side, women's room is on that side. Lunch will be served out in the commons. We actually have that set up also for overflow, so if you have to take a call or need to do some note taking or something like that, feel free to sit out there. This will be viewable on the screen out there, so you'll be able to not miss a beat, so to speak. All right, so that's all I'm going to say for intros. Now I'm going to introduce John Antonio. He's a dean at OU. This is the third year we've been doing this with OU. It's been a pretty successful venture. I think it's grown a little bit every time, so that's also a good sign. And it's fun because we kind of dive into some difficult questions, and I think today you'll see that play out. We've intentionally set the stage for you to have to think, and that's actually where we get, I think, the most value out of these types of engagements. So with that, John, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here. As he said, it's the third annual Energy Conference jointly hosted by the Center for Energy Studies here at Rice University, Baker Institute, and the Energy Institute at Price Colleges at the University of Oklahoma. And I want to thank Ken Medlock and our colleagues here at Rice University and at OU. Also want to recognize everybody that put this on, including Jay Jemerson, who I think is out in the lobby waiting for somebody, and Adam Clinton, who is here, and everybody at Rice as well to make this a reality. It's not easy. I think it's really an exceptionally timely program, what's on the agenda for today. And also, without industry sponsorship, none of this really means anything. So I want to thank ConocoPhillips and Flywheel Energy for their sponsorship and support for this event. The conversation, Ken alluded to this, has changed a lot over the past 10 years, over the past few years, over the last 5 minutes. And I wanted to I have some prepared remarks, but I wanted to tell a story. I thought I'd tell a story to kind of let you have some insight into my world and how I see this landscape as an educator and how it's changed. So about 4 years ago to the day, as a dean, oftentimes we get the opportunity to meet with parents and their prospective students. And so it was one of those days. I had a mom and a dad and a daughter, a rising senior in high school, came to see me to talk about coming to OU. And I have playbooks for this. I've been doing it a long time. So I kind of look out for, is she calculus ready? Does she want to do this engineering or that engineering or geology or geophysics, whatever it was. So I was ready, but it was a pivotal moment for me, and I'll tell you why. So we got to talking, and it was clear she wanted to do mechanical engineering. Her dad, who was in the energy sector, wanted to do petroleum engineering. And I could sense that tension. And it kept rising and rising, and I was like, okay, where's my playbook for this? And anyway, it got to a point where she said, yeah, I think I want to do mechanical engineering. I said, that's great. That's a great degree. It's very versatile, blah, blah, blah. I did have talking points on that. I was kind of director to this other college that manages the mechanical engineering program. And he said, kind of abruptly, well, I think she should do petroleum engineering. The mom, the wife, her face is getting redder. The daughter's eyes are tearing up a little bit. I'm like, I don't know if I'm prepared for this. And then she blurted out, she said, Dad, I don't want to do petroleum engineering because I hear that burning fossil fuels creates greenhouse gases and it's causing climate change and all this other stuff. To which the dad, very delicately responded, that's a hoax. I've told you that before. So at this point, the mother is beyond herself, elbowing her husband. The daughter is nearly in tears. And my playbook at that point was to say, calm yourself, don't worry about it. Oil and gas is going to be around for decades to come. But I didn't do that. I looked at the young lady, I said, you're right. This is a hard problem. All these energy choices have consequences. And the reason in hindsight, I think that was a smart thing to do, is because I was meeting her where she was. She's right, this is complicated. And the old line of, oh, don't worry your little sweet head about it, it's not inspiring, number one. And number two, it's not really true. And so that became kind of the mantra for our marketing and recruiting. Come join us. It's hard. It's consequential, but that's not a reason. There's a place for advocacy, of course. But if you're a bright young mind and you want to change the world, where better than to think about the earth and its history and its present and its future and energy and all the things that go around with that, including society and economics. So the conversation has changed. We're talking more about less about transition, right? That was a big word just a few years ago. What will our future energy mix look like? How quickly is it going to change, right? This young lady, by the way, she's now rising senior at OU, studying petroleum engineering and getting a sustainable energy system certificate overlaid on that. So what a perfect combination for her. It's becoming more broader. So we're asking questions like, can we produce enough energy? Can we deliver it where and when it's needed? Can we keep it affordable? Can our electric grid accommodate the rapidly growing needs and loads? Can we build the infrastructure and supply chains necessary to support that growth? And if we accomplish all this while continuing to improve environmental performance? In other words, perhaps the real question is no longer simply what should our future energy system look like. I think increasingly the question is how do we actually build an energy system capable of delivering everything society is asking for? And that's a much more complicated and I think a much more interesting question, right? So one reason that becomes so urgent is after a long period in which electric demand in the United States has been relatively flat, we're going to hear a lot about this, we're now confronting with the prospect of significant growth. As AI and data centers are the most visible examples, but there's others, including advanced manufacturing, reshoring industries, electrification, and so forth. And that really changes the energy conversation. You know, when electric energy demand's flat, us engineers like to bicker and quibble about how do you optimize that system, and there's plenty of room for that. But now, if and when demand grows rapidly, we have another challenge. We have to actually build while we're having that argument. So it's not easy. We have to build generation, transmission. We have to build pipelines and other infrastructure. We have to develop new technologies, employ existing technologies efficiently. We have to develop the people, right? The rising senior who are going to make all this possible. And for those of us in the university, that's a very important point and something we think is very sacred, actually, as our part of our mission. Because none of this is going to happen without talent. But it's the engineers, it's the scientists, even the lawyers in the room that make all this possible. And I think that's really the obligation that universities and institutions like Rice and OU have to develop that talent. Also, more and more, there's this intertwining between the energy security, economic security, technological leadership are becoming more intertwined. You're going to hear a lot about that today. Take a moment just about AI. The nation that leads AI and advances in computing, advances in manufacturing, and other emerging technologies is going to require tremendous amounts of reliable and affordable energy. We know that. At the same time, technological leadership will increasingly determine how effectively we discover, produce, and transport, store, and utilize energy. So there's this fascinating feedback loop developing. And my training's in control systems, so I love feedback loops. We need energy to enable technology innovation, right? We know that. And we need technology innovation to enable the energy systems design of the future. So it makes for a much more interesting discussion than simply thinking about energy as a sector of the economy. It's more complicated than that. It's more important than that. It's more consequential. And enabling infrastructure is almost everything else we want. We need that to accomplish what we want to do in society. So it's a very important question. So we're fortunate later this morning to have opportunity to explore exactly that intersection, especially on the policy side, where we're going to sit down with Undersecretary Carl Hoslet and have a conversation about energy security and technological competencies of the United States. Another theme that I hope we consider today is the difference between innovation and deployment. And in the university, we're always dinged for this, right? So we do our experiments in the laboratory. We say, yeah, this is possible. Write a paper, put it on a shelf, go to the next problem. That's not going to cut it. We should do that. But we need breakthrough technologies. But the one thing the energy industry teaches us very quickly when you get out there in the field is that innovation doesn't change the world simply because it works in a laboratory. It has to be demonstrated. It has to be economically viable. It has to be financed. It has to be permitted. It has to connect to the existing infrastructure. Sorry, wrong page. And it has to be, and this is important, I was talking to somebody out in the lobby earlier, has to be accepted by the community, right? Not in my backyard. And it has to be deployed at scale. Oh yeah, talk about scale. The energy industry knows all about scale, and sometimes university professors gloss over that. So the journey from discovery to demonstration to deployment to scale is probably one of the most important challenges facing the energy innovation ecosystem. That we can't just end it at innovation. We've got to think broader, and I'm pointing to myself on that. And I think the universities are going to have an increasingly important role to play throughout that continuum. So again, it can't be the end when we publish our paper. We need to be thinking more intentionally about translation, about what discoveries move from our laboratories into technologies and solutions that the industry can actually deploy. And that requires a much deeper partnership among universities, industry, government, and the investment community. All of them are represented here today. So we can see here, as you go throughout the day and you look at the agenda, a diversity of perspectives reflected on the agenda, which is really makes me excited. Ken will be helping us think about the resilient supply chains and why it ultimately matters to consumers. We will explore energy security and technology. We'll look at data centers and the challenge and the opportunity presented by large new loads. Is that an opportunity? Is it a burden? Think about it as an opportunity. Robert Bryce will challenge us to think about AI, natural gas, and the grid. That's really a cornerstone of this whole conference, is to think about those three elements. We'll have a conversation specifically about the role of natural gas in the future of energy systems. And we'll finish looking toward future technologies and what they may contribute. And getting to that future will almost certainly require that we move beyond some of the traditional either-or debates that's characterized our discussion in this energy ecosystem. So in other words, natural gas or renewables, reliability or sustainability, economic growth or environmental progress, existing energy resources or next generation technologies. The energy system is simply too complex and too challenging. The challenge before us is too large for us to think so simply for those kind of binary, choices and advocacies. It's not binary. The more productive question is, again, how do we bring together our resources, our technologies, our infrastructure and policies, and more importantly, our human ingenuity to create these energy systems that are abundant, affordable, reliable, secure, and increasingly sustainable. And that's easy to say, right? We can all agree on that, but how do we actually get there? Spoiler alert, we're not going to answer all those questions today, but I want us to at least address them and present our respective views, but also challenge one another, okay? One of the key tenets of university, which is so powerful in this country, is the role of civic debate. If we can agree to disagree, if we can have a conversation civically, that's really our key strength, I think, in this country and our university systems, and I'm proud to be a part of that. So let's learn from each other. Let's argue a little bit civically. And I want to thank you again for being here. Thank you, everyone from Rice and from OU that made today possible. And with that, it's my pleasure to turn it back over to Ken Medlock to get us started. Thank you.
Okay, so you set me up really nicely. I am going to talk about what role supply chain resilience plays in energy. It's incredibly important. Energy is a little different than a lot of other things, whether we're talking about innovation in the energy space, how markets actually develop, how investment matriculates, largely because of its capital intensity. And that's something that is often missed in broader conversations around substitution between energy sources and how long it takes to get things to move. I think probably most recently where we saw this at a macro scale was when we were in the middle of COVID and policy really tilted into, well, we've seen a reduction in capacity utilization for fossil generating resources and oil use in particular. And so there was a push to build back better. And the narrative, particularly in the halls of policy, was really focused on removing fossil fuels from the energy mix and replacing them with something else, and we would do it very quickly. There's a lot of calls for a Manhattan-type project. You guys, if you just think back, you'll remember all this stuff, right? That flies in the face of basic economics. When you have very capital-intensive systems, it takes time to turn them over because it's expensive. And energy is a very capital-intensive system. So when we think about how energy systems will evolve, when we think about, with regard to a particular energy source, the oil market, for example, what's happening right now, we have to keep that in frame. Capital intensity matters. So what I'm going to do today is walk you through effectively 2026 to date, as best as I can. And I'm going to connect that to resilient supply chains. So back at the beginning of the year, early January, U.S. Special Forces captured Nicolas Maduro, president of Venezuela. Front page news, top of fold kind of headline, right? A lot of questions came out about what that meant, why it happened, what the implications were for the upstream, in particular in Venezuela, how U.S. investment might matriculate south. My colleague Francisco Minaldi, we actually had in one day, I think immediately after his capture, some like 430 media requests landed for him. So it was insane, right? So it was the news item. And what's interesting about that, just to tell you how volatile 2026 has been, fast forward to the end of February. We all wake up on a Saturday morning and we see that the U.S. and Israel have launched coordinated strikes against Iran. Very shortly after that, the global maritime insurance industry announced it would not insure war risks for maritime transit. As soon as that announcement was made, traffic in the Strait of Hormuz shut down. Now, it's important to recognize that, yes, there were strikes happening. Yes, there was a kinetic conflict that was being engaged, but no ships had actually been hit yet. So you have to ask yourself the question, what actually happened? It's classic game theory. Credible threat. You have to keep that in mind, right? Iran, all they had to do was announce that they would mine the strait, that they could strike ships transiting the strait. And it sent shockwaves through the insurance industry, but ultimately impacted traffic through the strait. By the way, nothing that is happening or ever will happen has not been thought about before. So I'll just say that, and I'll give you a couple of very tangible examples. I was actually a co-author on a paper that was part of a broader study on the future of energy in the Middle East that the Baker Institute published in 2007. As part of that paper, we actually looked at what the future of energy in Iran would be. So there was a lot of discussion about its nuclear ambitions back then and its need for nuclear for civilian capability. We were actually able to demonstrate that if they actually got rid of subsidies, it would handle most of the projected load growth that they had on the system. And so it kind of punched a hole in the idea that they need nuclear power because there were reforms that could be adopted that would handle that. But one of the things we pulled into that piece was a quote that we found from the now passed Ayatollah Khomeini, where he stated that the U.S. could do nothing to stop Iran from closing the strait if it chose to do so. He said that in 2004. Why did he say that? Because he knew all they had to do was demonstrate credible threat. He wasn't wrong. Neighbors in the region understood that point too. So you go all the way back to the late 1970s, 1978, 79. Saudi Arabia commissioned a pipeline that would move across the Arabian Peninsula. It's called the East-West System, Yanbu, to be loaded, to load vessels in Red Sea. Why did they build that? Well, they announced they were going to move forward with that when the Shah was overthrown, because an antagonistic regime was taking power in Iran. And they recognized that as a credible threat on the lifeblood of their economy. So they took steps to avoid it. By the way, another economic concept, that's understanding real option value. So you're understanding there's an asset that you can build, and that asset will have value if you see these extreme risks materialize. There were a lot of counterparties in the region that didn't think it was a necessary step. I think they've shown it was. It took a while, but when they built that system, it had a design capacity of 5 million barrels a day. They then laid parallel lines for NGLs and gas that could move up to 2 million barrels a day equivalent. They recognized they could flush that system and actually move oil if needed across the peninsula, which allows them to move 7 million barrels a day across the load in the Red Sea. The constraint on fully optimizing that is loading capacity at Yanbu, because you can't actually fully load a VLCC there yet. But given all the things that are going on right now, what do you think the Saudis are actually doing? There's a dredging exercise going on. Well, they got a chance to test what that option value could mean in 2019. This is what's interesting. A lot of people forget this happened, right? Iran struck Abqaiq and took it offline. 5.5 million barrels a day of crude processing capacity. Here's a really important point. The global market barely blinked. Why? Because Saudi Arabia, Aramco, was able to flex its system, flush the NGL lines, and move all of that capacity across to the Red Sea, and they did not miss a single delivery with their customers. That is a remarkable exercise in resilience. It had implications for the price of crude oil and, of course, the price of gasoline and other petroleum products. So they demonstrated real option value. Got a lot of people's attention. Well, fast forward to the closure of the strait, they were able to flex again in that way. And yes, I know a pipeline is a fixed asset. It can be hit by missiles. I hear that all the time. Hitting a pipeline with an explosive device is very different than hitting a tanker with an explosive device. Pipelines can generally be repaired pretty quickly. Tankers, not so much. It's a different exercise. So again, it is an exercise in resilience. Why does all this matter? Because we're sitting here talking about oil. We're talking about what's happening in crude oil markets. And by the way, ever since, and I kind of intentionally did this, but ever since February 28th, only periodically do you hear anybody talking about on mainstream media what happened in Venezuela. It's kind of remarkable. Because if conflict had not erupted in the Middle East, we'd still be talking a lot more about Venezuela. It doesn't mean the conversations aren't happening. It's just not top of fold headline news anymore. To that point, I had a really interesting question asked to me by a reporter back in May. And I think it's a relevant question for a lot of reasons. But we're going through what was happening, and I'm going to run through what's been happening. But we're going through what was happening with the strait and why it was impacting markets the way it was and whether or not markets were mispricing risk. You probably heard all these things said. She finished up our conversation by asking me the following question. When do people stop caring? And I literally sat back in my chair and I was like, because she was up in my office with me, I was like, that is a really interesting question. Because if something becomes more normal, it's just part of the status quo day to day, it no longer is the first thing discussed on the morning news. It no longer is the first story you see at the top of the New York Times or Wall Street Journal. I was like, that's a really interesting question. And I'm going to challenge you to do something going forward. When you wake up in the morning and you turn on the news, tell me how long it takes for you to see something about Iran. It's no longer the first story. It's kind of wild. But there's an interesting explanation for that. Not only is it just kind of moved into the status quo, and you can say, yeah, we have really short attention spans, whatever the case may be, right? But it has a lot to do with the resilience that the market has demonstrated. Because oil did not hit $200 a barrel. Why? We saw some, what we typically refer to as basis dislocations, because you had a real compromise of physical liquidity in the Pacific Basin when the conflict erupted. But that was mitigated through a massive logistics flex. Risk, in general, has been rising. So we live in a world, a lot of people talk about breakdown of globalization, higher risk environments. You see this actually in various scenario exercises that a lot of the major energy companies put out on an annual basis. It's not that surprising. What you're looking at here in this graph is actually, and there's thousands of these, but it's a demonstration of geopolitical risk or tension, if you will, from one of the large geopolitical risk services. What you're looking at is all the way back to 1980 through about the middle of this year. So it's a couple of months old now, but notice there's not a whole lot of movement, right, until you get to roughly end of 2021. And things are starting to creep up. Why is that? Well, because we were on the tail end of a pretty significant supply chain shock. when the world was waking up from COVID and everything went back to work, all that capital needed to be utilized. Energy supply chains got stressed, other supply chains got stressed. You could probably see this most visibly, and this is an anecdote, if you were driving down I-10 in Houston and you looked at the car lots on either side, they were empty, right? There were no units being delivered because everything was backlogged at the Port of Los Angeles or other places. It's kind of a blessing in disguise for people like me who teach and talk about this stuff, because I didn't have to spend as much time talking about what a supply chain was, because it was literally the first thing, top of fold kind of that you saw on the news every morning. But things got really crazy when we stepped into 2022. And there's an interesting kind of thing to point out here. You can get this data going way back, right, farther than 1980, but you see dips in geopolitical tension generally whenever there's an Olympics. It's kind of interesting to think about, right? It's sort of forcefully all coming together and you see these dips occur. But when the Olympics ended in 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. When that happened, this measure spiked, obviously, but it was another massive supply chain disruption. A little bit more localized because it was heavily focused on natural gas in Europe. The energy system in Europe had to flex in a way that it never had before. And you have to think about one of the things that allowed that flex to happen was the availability of US LNG. So the ability to trade provided an element of resilience for the European energy market. Yes, it was more expensive, but it was able to find supply. So trade matters. It's a very important point. Imagine, if you just need to think about the counterfactual, imagine if Russia had invaded Ukraine in 2015 instead of 2022. That was before the U.S. was exporting any LNG. Yeah, we were re-exporting some stuff, but it would have been a very different circumstance. A lot less resilience. Why? Because the global natural gas market was not as deep, not as fungible, not as liquid. Less optionality. So again, the entry of a very different type of player, the United States, into the global LNG market, and I'm loosely saying the United States because it's not the United States government that's determining where all this gas goes. It's actually commercially dictated, right? Privately held. US LNG, when it's loaded, is loaded FOB, so free on board. That means there's effectively a title transfer from the tailgate of the liquefaction facility to the ship. This was something that it was obvious when all this was happening. A lot of politicians didn't really understand. You might remember Biden going over to Europe and stating that the U.S. will definitely send more LNG to Europe to help our friends and allies. All he was doing was saying that markets are going to work because the price spiked there. And shippers could take their portfolios and reorient them and redirect cargoes from the U.S. to Europe. That's exactly what they did. European political leaders, as we're rolling through 2022, became very angry because the price of natural gas was higher and couldn't understand why they had been promised more U.S. natural gas and you saw price rising. Well, they made pronouncements about price gouging and pointing fingers at the U.S. gas producers, not understanding that the majority of the capacity holders for shipping were European companies. And the rents were accruing there. But again, there's nothing wrong with that. That's a symptom of rents accruing because there is a capacity constraint in the market. That's what happens. Okay? But a lot of times we have to kind of re-educate about why supply chains act the way they act, why we see the price signals we see. It signals that there is needed investment, and what indeed has happened since 2022. You've seen continued expansion of LNG exports. So we get all the way to 2026. You can see the height of that tension measure. U.S. and Israel launched coordinated strikes against Iran, and all bets are off. Nobody really fully understands the broader implications of what this means, not just for oil and petroleum product markets, but a host of other markets. The only one we ever hear about on the news for the most part is oil and petroleum products because, I mean, if you're in the U.S., you drive down the street, you can see the price of oil de facto through the price of gasoline on every street corner. It's in the mind's eye. Constant reminder every day of what's happening. But again, price goes up, stays up. People adjust their behaviors. It becomes the new normal. They're not happy about it. But all of a sudden, the news is no longer focused on that. It's focused on other things. You'll see a spike every now and again back to it, particularly given it's an election season, which seems to be always the case in the United States now. But here we are, right? One big question that has continually come up, and I referred to this earlier, is are markets appropriately pricing risk? You've probably all heard people argue that they're not, right? So I'm going to challenge that thesis, largely because when I finished my doctorate, I went to work in the private sector and I worked on a trade floor. I know exactly the volume of information that traders see every day. The team that I led was actually providing short-term and long-term support for asset management and also short-term position taking. Traders don't leave money on the table. So when you hear something like markets are inappropriately pricing risk, you are effectively hearing traders are leaving money on the table. You might have an opinion that the traders are wrong, but there's other people that have a very different opinion than you. That's normal in a market. Has a lot to do with why supply curves slope up and demand curves slope down, different values. Market's clear, though, where those two things meet. So what you're seeing in a market clearing price is where two parties have agreed to transact because their views align. So this notion that markets don't appropriately price risk is a little bit misguided, just to be blunt. Now, the other thing that makes this complicated is typically when you're looking at the quoted price on Bloomberg or whatever your news outlet of choice is, you're not seeing a spot price, right? You're actually seeing a forward price. It's typically the prompt month price, so 1 month out. Interestingly, Brent and WTI roll at different times. So there's about a 3 to 4 day window where you'll see the Brent price is actually 2 months out and WTI is 1 month out. And that created consternation too because nobody had ever thought about that until thankfully on Bloomberg, I was watching it once they actually had a trader come on and explain the dynamics and it sort of went away, right? But you would see these short-term dislocations of the quoted price, not recognizing the quoted price was not for the same delivery contract. Now, what is a futures contract? What is a forward price? It's a price at which two parties are willing to transact for future delivery of a commodity, not delivery right now. So what affects future delivery? Your perception of risk. So what is a futures market? It's a market for risk around an underlying commodity. That is different than a market for the physical commodity. Why do I point that out? Well, because we've seen during this crisis, the spot market get very tight and the futures market price below the spot market. That's called backwardation. And so a lot of times commentators will be looking at that futures price, commenting how the markets aren't appropriately pricing risk and what's happening. And I think in many ways it's because they didn't really understand what they were saying. I don't know how else to say that. But when you're looking at a prompt month price, you have to build in an assessment about what will happen over the next 30 days. And that's interesting because in this exercise over the last now 6 months, we've seen a lot of talking points that are designed to abate fear about future delivery. And so you tend to see that reinforcement of backwardation. Little analogy I like to use in the classroom is you can think about markets in a complete way like a dog, right? The body of the dog is the spot market. That's the big part. The tail on the dog is the futures market. So you've probably heard people make comments about the tail wagging the dog. That's not happening. But think about it this way when we want to introduce risk. Let's say we walk into a room, and on the other side of the room from us, there's a dog that's laying down, and there's nobody else in the room. We walk into the room, and we open the door, pop in. What's the dog going to do? It's going to sit up, and its head's going to go up. And if we start taking steps aggressively towards it, it's going to stand up, and its hair might stand up on its back. Its head's still going to be up, and its tail might not be laying down, but kind of flat. We really aggressive move faster towards the dog. What's it going to do? Head's going to drop, hair on its back's going to stand up, and that tail's going to pop up. What is it telling you? It's telling you that it's getting tense because the distance between a potential threat is closing. That's the spot market. And it senses the realization, if you will, that the risk of a fight is imminent. And so the tail pops up. If I stop and turn around, the dog might take a couple of steps forward, but the tail's going to relax and the hair is going to lay down. Still tight, but the worry that a fight's imminent goes away. That's the oil market right now. So when you're looking at what's happening, you always have to understand what price you're looking at and why it's doing what it's doing. Now, spot markets have been an interesting exercise. In fact, in April of this year, we saw the spot price for Kuwait blend crude jump all the way up to $163 a barrel. At the same time, Brent was trading at just below 100. It's what you call a basis dislocation. Why does this happen? Because when the conflict broke out, physical liquidity in the Pacific Basin evaporated. There were buyers of crude oil that were reliant on those Arab Light, Kuwaiti blends, whatever barrels coming out of the Persian Gulf, to run through the refineries to make the products they need that they would then deliver to domestic markets. And those barrels could not be found. So that's what you call an evaporation of physical liquidity. And so the price spiked. It's a scarcity issue. So what did they start doing? They started looking for substitution opportunities. What barrels can I find that I can use to substitute for that blend, that crude that I'm normally buying? And Atlantic Basin traders, they saw this, and they see that this geopolitical tension that has driven this physical illiquidity has created an arbitrage opportunity. And so what you started to see is a massive logistics flex where crude that was loaded in the Atlantic Basin started to move to the Pacific. Now, if you want to take a tanker from the middle of the Atlantic and deliver it to India or over to China or the Philippines or whatever, it's a 30 to 45 day move. It's not instant. So that meant you had an extended period where this basis dislocation would persist and you'd have extreme volatility. But I'm going to challenge you to look at current spot prices. You'll see that's gone. Why? Well, because that logistics flex happened. What's interesting about this is there a lot of commentary in the crude oil market space about why this was happening, not understanding it. And I cut my teeth looking at natural gas and power markets. Guess where you always see physical liquidity cramp up based on seasonal factors? Cold winters, spike in heat where you need more AC load, basis dislocations, well, gas and power markets. It's no different. It's just on a much larger scale and something we don't typically see in crude markets because crude oil markets are the most transparent, most fungible, most liquid market on the planet. There's no way around that. Given everything that's happened, given how I kind of framed the idea of real option value and what the Saudis have been able to demonstrate, it is no surprise to see the announcements that we've seen in the last few months. This map shows you a map of pipelines. Some exist, a lot of them have been closed. But those corridors still exist. And there are now announcements by major energy companies that are making investments in the region and by the national oil companies who operate in the region to reinvestigate new facilities along those routes. And in some cases, investment's already happening. Why do you think that is? Because it provides an alternative option to move crude away from the region, either the Red Sea or the Eastern Med. Allows those barrels to get out. Optionality. And because they were talking about a physical asset, it is real option value that we're now talking about. So that does have an implication for how long the Iranians can play the hand they've been dealt. It's not a 30-day conversation. It's probably a 2 to 2.5 year conversation. So we're going to be in for a wild ride, even if there's an announcement later today about a deal being struck. Until this real option value can be captured, that volatility, that risk is going to remain. It's not just oil, though. It's a lot of other commodities that are impacted. LNG, 80 million tons of LNG exports were shut down. That's Qatar and the UAE. It's helium. 30% of the world's helium supplies come from Qatar. They're processed out of the natural gas streams in the North Field. You might say helium, it's funny because to uneducated energy audiences, typically when you hear about helium, you think about Mylar balloons and kids' birthday parties and all these things. That is such a small fraction of what helium is used for. As an industrial gas, it's an incredibly important input into chip and semiconductor fabrication. It's the smallest molecule, right? Stable molecule. And so it has tremendous application opportunities in that space. That connects directly with everything we're going to be talking about for the rest of the day, by the way. Because what do you need for electrification, for data center construction, for AI to do its thing? You need chips and semiconductors. Shut down 30% of the world's supply, and you see some clinching. As a matter of fact, chip and semiconductor fabs in Taiwan, typically these large fabs will hold up to about 3 months of helium supply in reserve just as an inventory kind of management protocol. Supply chain resilience inventories are really important for that. But we get to May, we're 3 months in, and some of the largest chip fabs actually contracted ships to come to the U.S. to figure out a way to load helium and move it over because they wanted to avoid having to declare force majeure. It's kind of important. I made a comment at a conference I spoke at in late April about all of this, and I said, we haven't seen the real structural inflationary impacts yet, because as soon as the rising cost of those things starts to hit the market, you're going to see it impact the cost of a new laptop, the cost of your iPads, your iPhones. And people were looking at me like I was like crazy, right? Well, what happened in late June, early July? What did Apple do? They made a big announcement. They were going to jack up the price of all these things, right? It's not surprising, right? These input costs matter and they will get passed on, and that is more structural in terms of inflationary effect. So you have to kind of think about all the different things that are going on. I haven't talked about ammonia, or urea, fertilizers, agricultural impacts, massive. Suffice to say, the Middle East is still incredibly important for global commodity trade, not just oil and gas. All of those countries rely on the revenues associated with production and sale of all those commodities. So they have a very strong interest in figuring out ways to diversify ways out. The economies effectively dry up and go away if they can't. It's painful. A country like Iraq, roughly 90% of its budget is funded by oil exports. So think about the pain that's going on right now there. Pretty massive. So you think they're willing to strike deals to get oil out? Oh, yeah. And in fact, they've been one of the most active deal makers in the region for the last 2 months. So it's not surprising to see it happen. You just have to understand why. This actually has lessons for everything, but to kind of highlight how the oil market's adjusted, this is demand in 2025 by region. So you can see North America, Latin America, Africa, Middle East, Europe, Central Asia, and Asia, Pacific. So the global oil market appetite is largely an Asia-Pacific discussion. Hopefully you can see that, right? Just from the big bubble that says 40 in it, right? It's roughly 40% of global oil demand. Well, contrast that to where oil is produced. And so now you can see pretty quickly why when I cut oil production in the Middle East, most of which was flowing to Asia, there's a problem in the Asia-Pacific market. So overcoming that deficit has largely been what all these different mechanisms have been deployed to do. So we can talk about strategic stocks, commercial stocks, demand elasticity, rationing. We saw that in some places. And the last one's increased short-run production. And I've been talking about this for a while too, but it's only just started to be seen because it takes time for this data to kind of land, right? But you probably saw, if you were paying attention, in the Gulf, the U.S. Gulf, record production levels over the last couple of months. In Brazil, record level of production. So these are offshore assets. What do we typically see with offshore assets? Well, there's chokes on all the wells, so you can maintain steady flow of production and optimize cash flow for the asset for a durable life. You have the option, and we've seen this historically, to relax the choke when you have a short-term spike, which means you get a pop in production. Short-term thing, because you're accelerating production from the asset to capture that value. Well, it's not a big number for every individual well, but if I add that up across all the offshore assets in the world, what do you think happens? We can account for roughly 3 to 3.5 million barrels a day. You're starting to see those numbers land. So if you're trying to understand why price hasn't gone higher, that's part of the equation. So again, understanding where you can flex in a supply chain is critically important, understanding why traders aren't bidding price higher. Because you're seeing all this stuff. This is, again, an exercise in supply chain resilience, flexibility. That's all it is. With regard to the price and the impact of higher prices, what you see in the upper left is the price of WTI with a few things indicated. So that's the line. The colored portion in the back is industrial production for the United States. Prior to roughly 2010, every time the price of oil spiked, industrial production fell. But something really interesting changed after then. And that's something to think about, right? And there's a lot of literature on the macroeconomic impacts of oil prices for energy importers and energy exporters. But the U.S. has actually become a net exporter of oil and petroleum products since 2011. So I'm going to ask you a question. The only time you actually see a NBER stated decline in economic output or recession, right? Those are the gray bars that you see on there, is around COVID. That was certainly not related to an energy price spike. But you see the spikes that have occurred ever since 2011, and you don't see any recessions. Now, there are other factors obviously at play here, but there also were other factors at play in past recessions. So it begs a really interesting question, and it's something we're starting to look at a little bit more carefully, is what are the macroeconomic impacts of higher oil prices? Particularly now that the U.S. is a different type of player in the global energy market. Interesting question. Of course, this doesn't absolve the pain that consumers feel. It's a really important point, right? Because if the price of oil goes up, the price of gasoline goes up. So that picture on the bottom right is WTI in nominal terms over the same time period, and the retail price of gasoline average for the U.S. in nominal terms. What do you see? They pretty much move together. In fact, we typically refer to this as a co-integrating relationship. Why? Well, you need crude oil to make gasoline, so it kind of makes sense, right? But you can explain about 95% of the variation in the gasoline price with just the crude oil price. So it's a pretty relevant statistical measure. Interestingly, however, if you look at what's gone on in the last 6 months, and you want to think about what past energy price shocks did for consumers and how it impacted miles driven and the types of vehicles they bought. In fact, if you go back to 2006-07, right before the crash in 08, there were lines for Toyota Priuses at dealerships that were in some cases 8 weeks long. Wait. Once the oil price fell, we moved past that point. The Prius was still, an attractive vehicle, but Ford started selling F-150s again at a record pace, right? Well, why is that? What was going on? Well, when energy prices go up, efficiency becomes more valuable, right? Because to a consumer, it's not the cost per gallon, it's the cost per mile, right? That's actually what hits your pocketbook. And if you raise efficiency, you can absorb an increase in the gasoline price, and on net, your cost per mile hasn't changed. So that's what the bottom line is for your budget. So a simple way to think about double efficiency, I can double the price of gasoline, and I'll spend the same amount for the same miles driven. So efficiency becomes a premium when price rises. Well, it also has direct bearing on how it impacts your overall budget. So if I look at what was going on back in the 70s and the early 90s and even the early 2000s, the impact on the consumer budget was actually larger. Why? Because fuel efficiency for motor vehicles has increased. This is an example of resilience through innovation. It means consumers can generally absorb a bigger impact bigger change in price without having the same impact on the budget. Doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. It's just a fact. It's math. So you can achieve resilience by diversifying, which is kind of what we were talking about a minute ago with regard to routes out of the Middle East. You can also diversify by picking different options to develop. So what do you think there's also been a tremendous amount of interest in doing, particularly from Middle East NOCs? Investing in resource development in other places. You've seen interest in Argentina, in Canada, in the U.S. Gulf, in Guyana. Venezuela now starts to look really attractive, even with all the problems it has. Brazil. Notice I haven't left the Western Hemisphere, and none of those options faces a choke point. Yeah, there's political risk. That's definitely true. But if I can get something developed, there's very little risk of me being able to move it. That's horizontal diversification. Adds resilience to a supply chain. Innovation also adds resilience to supply chains. So all of these things are in play, every single one. And in fact, you can look back, and this is from a paper that I just published, it's in NAPE magazine. You can look back at past oil price shocks. The following 10 years, what happened to oil production? So if you look at the one on the upper left, that's immediately following the December 73 shock related to the Arab oil embargo. So these are color-coded. You see a few countries sort of listed. The reds are Asia. The oranges are Africa. The grays and blacks are Central Asia. Yellow is Europe. Blue is North America, and green is South America. Well, interestingly, even with the Arab oil embargo, and then in 78 and 79 consecutively, the Iranian Revolution and the Iran-Iraq War, you had a lot of oil go offline. Over that whole time period, global oil production increased by about 2 million barrels a day. Why? Well, because Russia, the UK, and Mexico really grew. The UK, that's the birth of the North Sea. Higher prices triggered a diversification effort to bring different supply to market. And once that happens, you can't put the cork back in the bottle, right? It's out. You see a similar thing happened in the decade of the 90s. So early 1990 actually, Iraq invades Kuwait, expelled by Allied forces, lit everything on fire in Kuwait, took a lot of oil production offline. Market price jumped. But within about 30 months, Kuwaiti oil production was higher than what it was before Iraq invaded. That's resilience at a micro scale in terms of what the industry was able to do. The service sector in particular went to work, putting out those fires, getting those fields reconditioned back online. There was a lot of work that happened. But that wasn't the big shock. You can see the big shock in the big gray down at the bottom in that second graph. That's Russia. Why did you see such a big decline there? Because the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991. Regime change, no matter how it's painted, is never good for resource production. There's not an example historically where it has been. Because you change the state of play on the ground. Contracts get absolved. There's all kinds of things that happen. But you saw over that decade a significant increase in production. Why? Because you saw lots of other producers step in. Same thing happened after the global financial crisis in 2008. Massive diversification in suppliers. All of that adds up to what you see in that bottom right graph, 73 to 2024. That's how oil production has changed in the last 51 years. By the way, that's a growth story, but the growth is driven by diversification. It's not all from a single source. That diversification has created a much deeper, much more liquid, much more fungible market that is more resilient to supply chain disruptions. As a matter of fact, if you just look at the percentage change in the oil price following each one of these episodes, it's gone down in a monotonic way. The price of oil in 1973 increased by about 250%. We didn't see that with the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Makes you ask some interesting questions. It really does boil down to supply chain resilience. Oil demand generally through that whole window has also continued to increase, which is why that entry into the market, that supply diversification matters, because supply and demand always have to balance. So the two things feed on each other. So what does it all mean? What's going to happen? There's a bottom line is diversification in all forms matters. So we're going to see technological diversification, diversification in supplies of oil, in routes to move oil, but also in other energy sources. Because some countries are going to take a very macro approach to this and view energy security as existential. John kind of alluded to this. And they're going to lean into other things. That doesn't mean it's all renewables or all electrification. It just means they're going to do things differently. A couple of case in points. China, of course, has gone heavily into the electrification route, really expanding renewables, but they're also using coal. Why? Because they have coal. Vietnam, same thing. That's not necessarily going to be the case if you go to Norway or you go to the UK, right? Every country's different. The energy mix in every country is different. It will continue to be different. Comparative advantage matters. Reality is a binding constraint. I like to say that a lot because it's just true. But when you think about all of these questions through an economic lens, you start to see, I know we've talked a lot about oil, but the lessons that we've learned from the history of the oil market and what's happening now have distinct applications for growth in other dimensions. So if you think about minerals and metals markets, a lot of discussion about mining and processing, and you realize those are some of the most opaque markets on the planet. A lack of transparency breeds a lack of depth, which breeds illiquidity, which breeds a lack of resilience. What we should be doing is trying to figure out how we make those supply chains more diverse and more resilient so that the kind of growth that many aspire to see happen can happen. It's a really important point. And mind you, not all metals are the same. Not all minerals are the same. Some are worse than others with regard to what I'm describing. But none of them approach what we see with regard to oil. So it's important to think about these things. Skip that. Line I want you to take out of this is real option value is real. Companies are starting to look at this, look through this lens when they think about investment opportunities. Right, what is the value capture opportunity? How do I characterize risk? Because that influences what the value capture opportunity is. If you characterize risk through a sort of, it's a normal distribution, you're going to come up with a different valuation for an asset that if you see the tail risk is actually higher. So how you think about these things matters. So what about electricity? And this is where I'm going to kind of fly through and just show you a tool that we just developed. But everything I've said applies. It's just at a different scale, a different level, right? So commercial opportunity matters. Community impact matters. When you think oil community impact, what are you talking about? Well, think about the communities in the Middle East. Think about what a lack of ability to move resources means for them. It's tremendous. It still matters. Resource availability and use matters. So obviously, that should be pretty self-evident for all the stuff we talked about with oil, but for electricity, particularly with data center expansion, some of the things we're talking about are what is a draw on the grid? What is the water use? What sort of transmission is going to be built, and what is that going to cost local communities? These are all very relevant issues, and they have to be addressed. And so there's a big wrestling match in the halls of public policy to figure out how to do that the most efficient way. You're going to hear a lot of discussion about that today. And then, of course, that means policy matters. This is a snapshot of a tool we just launched. So it's on our website. You can see there's a link down there. These slides will be available, so you'll be able to just directly link to it. But we built a dashboard, and Meow Meow Rimmer, I saw her in here a minute ago, but Meow Meow, put your hand up. Where are you? You're over here? Okay. She had a massive hand in pulling this together. So there's a ton of data here. You can actually, when you open the map, you can see where all the data centers, and this is as of August 10th, and we'll be updating this in kind of real time, but all the data centers that exist, have been proposed, or have just been announced are in the United States. Then you can sort of go down through the layers on the right, and you can see where the fiber optic network is. And you start to see, all right, this is infrastructure. This is legacy. This is how we actually connect all those data centers to market. You can turn off the fiber optic network and look at what the grid looks like. Again, this is the upstream side of the equation, right? But you got to be able to connect to those supply chains. You can then drill in, and this is Texas, and you can highlight various political layers so you can see what's going on in certain regions. And there's actually a scoring algorithm that was used, an AI tool, ironically, right, to do this. But you can see what public policy has been doing at a municipal level, at a county level, and at a state level. So you can, we're looking at the municipal level policies now. The more green it is, the more positive the collection of different policies are. The redder it is, the more negative. You can see two examples of each here, right? Up near Dallas and Fort Worth, there's a lot of green. You get down closer to San Antonio, there's a whole lot of red. Move up to Abilene, it's really, really green, right? So depending on where you are, you have a different sort of public policy approach to all of this. You can also look at what the average wholesale price of power is, and this is actually done using a contour map kind of feature, right? The darker it is, the more expensive wholesale prices have been. And what's interesting, if I were to zoom out and look at the whole US, you can very quickly begin to realize why data centers are being built where they're being built. Price power matters. You can also do price of natural gas. I don't think I did that here. And things like water stress. Remember I said water matters? So the darker the color, the more water stress the region is. Lighter the color, the less water stress the region is. Interesting, this is not an end-all be-all for data center siting because you do have air cooling and other technology interventions that you can introduce, but it's something that you have to grapple with. You can also take all of this and stack multiple layers on the graph, and you'll see areas that will get really, really dark red. Probably not a good place to think about a data center getting built, right? And areas that are pretty white. Which you start to realize in those areas that are lighter color, you already see clusters emerging. This is no different than any other industrial activity. You typically see industrial corridors form for a reason. So when you're looking at this diagram, this map, it's kind of a fun tool to play around with. We're going to be adding, because we did not realize this until we kind of got into the exercise, where fabricators are. So chip and semiconductor fabs. Really interesting element of all this, when you look at these things, you look at the green dots, or green houses, if you will. So that's where a data center exists, not where it's planned. The planned are in the yellow, right? They're pretty close to chip and semiconductor fabs. Kind of makes sense, right? That's the market. So we'll be adding that too, because it'll add an element of where you're likely to see these things built. Because by the way, there are some data centers proposed in regions that are far away from fiber, in water-stressed areas, don't have really close access to power, aren't anywhere near close to a fabrication unit, and they're not close to fiber either. I mean, it's kind of remarkable. You can pretty much look at those and think, well, the likelihood of that moving forward probably is a little lower. Right? Because it doesn't connect with all the components of the supply chain upstream and downstream. So what does it all mean? I like to show this anytime I talk about stuff that's kind of forward-looking. This is just an example, right? You can do this 1,000 times. Many of you have probably seen me use this figure, but the black line is the nominal price of crude oil on an annual basis going back to 1979. The colored lines that jump off of it are forecast by the Federal Energy Agency and then the Energy Information Administration. Not to throw stones, but it's a publicly available forecast, so you can go back and get them all for the next 10 years. Right. Hopefully you can see that forecasting is pretty bad. Right. It's important to point out we don't forecast for accuracy. Might seem odd, but to a meteorologist it won't. Right? You forecast because you want to understand what the drivers of change could be. You want to understand the system. You want to understand what the risks are, right? Forecasting is an exact why, because if you forecast energy prices, you also have to forecast well performance, macroeconomic variables, a host of other things, efficiency changes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And nobody has that crystal ball. But we do the exercise anyway because it's useful to characterize risk. And if I can characterize risk, I can better understand how I build resiliency into planning. That is the point. This is the last slide. It's a fun one I just like to show because it highlights a really important point about capital intensity. So this is a magazine cover. Some of my students have seen this. They're in the room. From an issue of Popular Science. I found it in my grandfather's attic when he passed away. We were cleaning out the house, and he was a child of the Depression, so he literally kept everything. We found mason jars of old screws and bolts, and why does he keep this? You can go to the hardware store and get this for a nickel now, right? But he was just one of those guys, you never know when you're going to need it. So there's a whole lot of cleaning we had to do. Found a box of magazines. Now, the story about you never know when you're going to need it, I don't know why it applied to magazines, but I'm glad he kept them because he had some really cool ones, like old Life magazines from World War II. And I mean, it was kind of wild to see all these things. And I kept a couple of them and framed them because they were it's just amazing, right? But this one in particular caught my attention because it's related to energy. You see the little hand holding the solar wafer, sunshine into electricity. New research brings solar cell power closer to your roof. Well, I show this to my students without telling them all that backstory first, and they might say, and I ask them when this was published, and they might say, maybe early 2000s, something like that. And then I point out sporty performance, high MPG from GM's new J cars. And they ask, what the hell's a J car? I mean, nobody knows, right? It's an example of a technology that didn't work. So not all technologies are going to land, right? But then you go above the second E in science, and you see $1.50, April 1981. It's pretty telling. The path to innovation, ultimately to scale and commercialization, is never a 5 or 10 year path when you talk about energy. It is much longer. It also highlights, it has to do with capital intensity, but it also highlights how important building resilient supply chains is, because you've got to be able to weather storms as you're trying to move systems that take a long time to change. It's got a lot to do with why here we have been heavily focused on how resilience connects directly to energy security. Corporations understand the role of resilience. They understand inventory management. They understand supply chains. They do it every day. Governments don't always get it. But there's really no difference. It's just the manner in which you engage with the problem. It's a little different. So hopefully you get a lot out of the discussions today. You'll see that a lot of what I said connects to an undercurrent of what's going to be discussed. Thank you for your attention. We're going to break for coffee and then come back for a really interesting fireside chat.
Welcome back from Welcome back from the break. It's my honor to be hosting a fireside chat with the Undersecretary for the U.S. Department of Energy, Kyle Hostet. Kyle has unusual, interesting combination of experiences to be in the role that he's in now. In the past, he's been an engineer, an energy industry executive, an investor in technology, and now he's a senior policymaker. And, that's a pathway that we don't often see, to take somebody that has this practical industry knowledge at the peak of his career and then be asked and be selected to be in such an important policy-making decision within our government. It's really unusual. It's very special. I had a chance to chat with Kyle just a few minutes ago. I think we should all be very proud that we have him at the helm of this very important responsibility. And so in that responsibility, he oversees a range of energy systems, including electricity and the grid reliability, nuclear energy, hydrocarbons and geothermal, which is dear to my heart and my college, so I wanted to try to get some questions in there. Energy security and energy financing. So Kyle, thank you for joining us. We're excited to take a look at both the big picture and drill down into some areas. So obviously we have 30 minutes. I don't know how we're going to get all our questions in 30 minutes, and I think they're going to show a QR code here if they haven't already behind me. So if you have questions, just bring them forward, and I've got a device here. I'm supposed to be keep an eye on that, hold the mic, and maybe look down at my paper a few times. So wish me luck. But getting back to the big picture, I want to ask Kyle to start off with, as I said earlier, you've looked at energy from different perspectives, different viewpoints throughout your career. And so when you look at the U.S. energy system today, what do you see as our biggest challenge? And of course, when there's a challenge, what's the biggest opportunity, say, over the next decade?
Well, John, thanks for having me. Hopefully one correction on your statement. You said I left at the peak of my career. I hope that's not quite there. Hope I've got some room to grow. But
you're approaching the peak of your career.
Well, I appreciate everyone taking the time to be here and all the alum that we got to take a picture with beforehand. It's an honor to be with you all. It's probably no secret that the biggest challenge is we need a lot of electricity and we need it yesterday. And I think we're seeing the technologies develop rapidly to deliver that electricity. The fact that we're producing over 40% of our electricity from natural gas should be something that we're all very proud of. Those of us that have worked in the oil and gas industry probably remember 25 years ago we were a leader in importing natural gas, and today we are the global leader in exporting natural gas. We have by far and away the lowest cost natural gas in the world. We've been sitting at roughly 250 Henry Hub for the last few months, which is unbelievable. And that's thanks to the incredible work and effort that has gone on for 2 decades in the shale revolution. Amen. That should not be taken lightly. I think we zoom over that quickly, but to see that significant of an energy transformation in just 2 decades is truly remarkable. It's saved Americans literally trillions of dollars directly in fuel savings, not to mention that it has been the sole source of reindustrializing, bringing jobs back because we have the energy to support that. So you should be very proud of what the shale revolution has accomplished and will continue to accomplish. So we're good on the fuel side. We've got by far and away the most energy when it comes to coal. We're a leader in oil production, natural gas production, LNG exports. So that's the good news. The challenging part, though, is, as we know, the demand is really electricity right now. And that takes conversion of fuel to electrons. Then it takes infrastructure to move those electrons from the generation source to the consumers. And the first challenge is natural gas turbines can't keep up. We're seeing a 3 to 5 year backlog on natural gas turbines for power gen. It's because it's an incredible method to convert fuel to electricity. We're seeing sometimes upwards of 60% conversion of natural gas to electricity. You compare that to coal, that's in that 30% range of thermal conversion to electricity. Natural gas is just an amazingly efficient, affordable energy source for power generation, but the backlog is extremely long. And the permitting to build new plants, the permitting to build new infrastructure is very challenging. So that's why there is a lot of work being done in D.C. right now for permitting reform. I'm sure the Oklahomans in the room are well aware that we have Senator Armstrong in D.C. now doing a tremendous job with decades of hands-on experience when it comes to permitting. So he is doing a tremendous job of getting folks on board, moving in the right direction to help cut the red tape, shorten the timeline, provide certainty for capital to come in and build the infrastructure we need.
Well, that really dovetails perfectly into kind of the next thought, and that is, you kind of laid the groundwork for hydrocarbons, and we're in good shape there, and then electricity. So that's really a focus of this conference and a focus of what I want to talk about, and I want to dig a little deeper. So if demand does grow as rapidly as projected, I guess the question is, what actually gets built over the next 5 to 10 years? I mean, we mentioned natural gas. That's kind of a baseline source. What about nuclear, renewables, the storage of renewables, geothermal? What really gets built? All those, or do we focus on one, or is it an easy to get these incremental electrons that you're talking about?
I don't think it's one, and I'm not a fan of all of the above. I think that term gets thrown out far too often. It should be the best of the above. What do you have available in your area that is reliable, affordable, secure? And for example, you probably shouldn't be drilling geothermal where you have a very low geothermal gradient in the Far East. You should probably focus on the West where you have a high geothermal gradient, right? So you should be focused on the affordability component. We're already seeing natural gas is making up a majority of the new builds in the short term because it's very reliable and affordable. Even with the roughly doubling of cost to install nat gas for the last couple of years, it's still very affordable. It was sub $1,000 per installed kilowatt a few years ago. Now it's $2,000. That's still really affordable. We'll see coal in some areas. Our 3-step methodology when we came in was stabilize, optimize, grow. When you find yourself in a hole, the first thing you should do is stop digging, right? So stop shutting things off. The prior administration had plans to shut down 100 gigawatts of baseload energy. Step one, don't do that. We've invested over $1 billion in stabilizing, investing in the existing coal fleet. Optimize, that's the uprates. You've probably seen significant investment from the DOE into uprates. We can get more out of existing generation. We're restarting nuclear plants. They're already built, connected to the grid. Along the same lines, we're investing in increased throughput through our grid. We talk about the grid being tight. That's true, but it's true less than 1% of the time throughout the year. But that's a really important 1% of the time. We have to deliver the electrons at peak demand on the coldest days in the winter or the hottest days in the summer. And there's some intelligent ways we can do that without having to build all new infrastructure. You can reconductor, right? You can put new lines, there's new materials that have been developed that can move more current through the same infrastructure. We can use intelligence at our substations to move those electrons through different lines more efficiently. So those are some of the ways that we're optimizing. And then the growth side. I think we're going to grow geothermal. In my last job in the private sector, we made a big bet on a geothermal company, an enhanced geothermal company. And the reason we got behind it, we were an unconventional operator. It had the same look and feel to the shale revolution. We had a tremendous amount of resource in place that lacked the natural permeability to produce at commercial rates. We know how to solve that problem really well. We drill horizontal wells, we stimulate those wells, and we mine that heat. That is a low carbon intensity electricity that is not weather dependent. So I think we're going to see all of this. Natural gas by far and away is going to lead the near-term growth. We'll see uprates in geothermal and nuclear. There's uprates to be had in geothermal. We are the world's largest producer of geothermal energy, albeit a rounding error in our total system, about 4 gigawatts of installed capacity. There's room to improve what we already have on the system, and there's a lot of development ongoing right now. And nuclear, President signed 4 EOs last year. And after that, we've taken a fifth, actually just had our 5th reactor in Texas. We had 5 new reactors go critical over the last 2.5 months, which is remarkable. That hadn't happened in 40 years. And because of executive orders that allowed the Department of Energy to take on some of the regulatory components of approving pilot demos, we were able to get 5 reactors to criticality, actually 4 of them before the president's goal of July 4th. He had, in his executive order, the target of having 3 new reactors to reach criticality before July 4th, and we took the 4th reactor critical on the 4th. So we exceeded the goal. And I think we're going to continue to see, those are small modular micro reactors, we'll see that grow. There's a really important segment of the market that needs that. I think rural communities or island nations or some of our territories that are important to national security that can't justify an AP 1000. But that being said, we need AP 1000, so our loan program office is putting dollars out the door to help with the challenges with shortening the duration it takes to build a large-scale nuclear plant.
Well, I think you're reading the mind of some of the questions asking about nuclear, so I think he's addressed some of that. I do want to circle just quickly back around geothermal. We were talking earlier before the session about a lot of times the government predictions, especially around demand is one thing, but where the sources are coming from. And I always look at the geothermal, it's like this little tiny little sliver forever and ever, never going to have, it's like, how my crystal ball gets a little blurry about 12 months. I'm not sure how people can look out a dozen years and say, yep, geothermal's never going to contribute. So it would warm my heart to see geothermal in double digits as a percentage. I mean, can you imagine 10%? It's like, 4 gigawatts now, it's small, but I think that's has a strong potential for all the reasons you mentioned, to be a disruptive technology, kind of a dark horse. We're utilizing the subsurface fracturing and technology and infrastructure that we have in place. It's really exciting. But anyway, I'll get off my soapbox.
I agree. Our theme that we tell the team is we're focused on cost-competitive gigawatt-scale power generation. There's a lot of different ways to use geothermal, but we've narrowed the focus of our team because if you focus, you have a chance of success. If you try to do everything at the same time, you're not going to get anything done. So that's our focus and our hope that the outcome is we take it out of the other bucket. You've all seen the primary energy stack. It's biomass, coal, gas, oil, nuclear, wind, solar, and then there's that little sliver that you're talking about. And usually they don't even call geothermal out. It's in the other bucket. And I think if we do our job right, it will come out of the other bucket in the next decade.
That's awesome. So let's think about now in your current role, when you're in industry, you kind of complain about things. If this barrier wasn't there, then we could do this, that, and the other thing. I'm not saying you can just remove with a magic wand what barriers are, but if you could remove one barrier tomorrow, and we're talking about what's holding us back, the U.S. energy system, broadly speaking, can you identify a single biggest barrier that if you could remove to have the biggest impact, what would that be?
It's the overarching, we've heard the term all the time, permitting reform. And it's really, what I would change is provide certainty in a shorter timeline to get an answer. A quick no is better than a long maybe. Capital does not like long maybes. And we need to build infrastructure. You look at the areas of the country that have the highest energy prices, they're the areas of the countries that lack infrastructure, that have made it difficult to build infrastructure. Look at the Northeast. New England states sit right next to one of the most prolific natural gas reservoirs in the world in the Marcellus Shale. And they have been fighting tooth and nail to build natural gas pipelines into that region. We should wave that magic wand and build natural gas pipelines to supply Americans with American natural gas to displace imported fuel oil. Right? Many of those homes are using imported fuel oil to heat their homes when across the state line we have an abundance of some of the lowest cost natural gas in the world.
Yeah. Let's move a little bit to technology. We're both engineers, so we're going to geek out a little bit here. And we think about, you've spent most of your career at the intersection of technology, energy production, and thinking about 10 years from now. You mentioned hydrocarbons and the abundance. A lot of people in the audience may or may not know. You might think, oh, well, we're drilling up the Permian Basin and that's going to run out. Talk to us about how much of the hydrocarbons are actually getting out of some of these formations. What are some future breakthrough technologies there? Is there any more left? Are we going to run out of this shale resource, or what's the outlook there?
John's tugging at my heartstrings. One of our top priorities in our oil and gas vertical is doubling the recovery factor. Currently, being optimistic in our unconventional oil reservoirs, we're recovering about 10% of the oil in place. Natural gas, 30-ish% lower in some places like the Haynesville, maybe higher in some places like the Marcellus, but big round numbers, 10% and 30%. So we have funding opportunities open right now as we speak to help industry break through and double the recovery factor. Can you imagine repeating the shale revolution with wells that are already drilled, infrastructure that's already built, markets that are already established? It should be some of the lowest cost energy that we produce. And we are unapologetic about being objective with our statements, and we've been very open about not supporting sequestration. Right? We should not be charging all of you as American taxpayers fees to inject CO2. You spend money and energy to capture it, compress it, move it, inject it, and nothing comes back. $85 a ton to store CO2. CO2 is an incredible injectant. It has been for decades for conventional oil and gas, and it will be an important injectant for unconventional oil and gas. So we need to put CO2 to work. We need to utilize it. We should focus on CCU, not CCS, and be pragmatic. Do we produce more value and more energy with the CO2 that we capture as we use it for EOR? If the answer is yes, that's what we should pursue. So we're focused on providing more affordable, reliable, secure energy.
So on the topic of CO2, it's a molecule we all are focused on, and it has a lot of interesting uses, as he mentioned. And one is for CO2-based enhanced oil recovery. But if you're in this business very long, you realize, wow, in the lab, that works good. I can see it actually if you compress it and put it in a formation, it releases more hydrocarbons, and some of that CO2 stays back and gets mineralized. All kinds of cool stuff happens. But gosh darn it, the flow of natural gas there's pipeline infrastructure to get the stuff out of these areas, right, to the market. But we don't have that feedback loop of CO2 pipelines coming back. So how do we solve that problem? Is we put it on trucks, or we get it back to the oil field to inject it? I mean, it just seems like that's a big investment too. Is it worth the investment to build another infrastructure for CO2 to feed back into the oil reservoirs?
I think you start where it does exist. It does exist in Permian. For decades, they've been sending CO2 to the Central Basin Platform for conventional EOR. So that's an easier jump to take the CO2 and the infrastructure that's already there and start piloting at scale CO2 EOR in the Permian. And in the Bakken, another one. We've been sending CO2 to Canada for 25 years, to the Weyburn CO2 conventional flood off a coal gasification plant in North Dakota. That line cuts through the heart of the Bakken. Another example where we should start where the infrastructure exists, prove it commercially, do what we do best in America, and drive the costs down, and then it will be easier to justify investment into expanding that infrastructure.
I had one of those moments. I was so engaged in this conversation. Your peripheral vision, which I still have a little bit. This thing's flying around here, so give me just a minute to look at some of the questions that have come up and I've neglected here. Let's see. I can look at some of these questions have been answered. Is simplifying the permitting process only about reducing time overall? What future risk concerns do you see? So is the timing of is that the concern, or just, I mean, we need permitting, we need governance, obviously, but is that and maybe what's the holdup there? How do we solve that?
Timing is part of it for sure, but the look back period is also important. You don't want to have 7 years where people can come back and litigate decisions that have been made from an infrastructure standpoint. So really, we need to have certainty in timeline, certainty in durability. So there's several things when you're crossing state lines. It's different if there's a NEPA review. You need to make sure that you provide clarity as to what the expectations are. I've seen it over and over and over with our industry. When expectations are clearly set, we will meet them. Right? We've reduced methane intensity, which is a really good thing. Methane is a valuable product. We should capture as much as we possibly can, as cost effective as we can, put it in the pipeline to put it to good use. We've seen those improvements. The Permian Basin is down by 50% in the methane intensity over the last few years. So I think as long as the permitting provides certainty and timeline, like shot clocks, you can't let certain agencies delay, review. Things should be worked in parallel, not in series where they can be, so we can expedite that process.
Yes. I want to go back up to a question, a kind of a concept about affordability you mentioned earlier. And when, the tagline, we want affordable, reliable, secure, and increasingly clean energy, I think we can all agree on that, right? And I think there's a narrative, and I don't know, I'm not an economist. Ken kind of mentioned it, sort of, if I'm summarizing some of the comments that Ken made earlier, it's like trust the markets. They're not kind of scheming around. They're responding to money on the table. So the question maybe that comes to mind, let's go back to electricity. Do our electricity markets adequately value reliability and firm generation? Or are they kind of blind to that? Or do you have an opinion about those markets and whether that has monetary value to have reliability? Affordability we can understand, but reliability and firm generation.
We just spent the day with AEP Texas yesterday, and I can tell you firsthand they do care. Their metrics, they were pulling up all of the data that they use to stream in real time. They call it their blinks. So they have different categories. How many blinks has a customer had, like when your lights flicker? And they have financial incentives as a company to have a very low number of blinks. And they already know their goals for next year and the year after. So with that, they know what they're striving for with reliability. And because of that, they're providing preventative maintenance. We also saw they were flying drones, they're checking pins, they're checking transformers. They're out there preventing outages because they have executives and a team that have put the right incentives, the right KPIs in place to help minimize outages or, other terms, improve reliability. But there's no doubt that there has been incentives that were in place in the past that have expired as of July 4th, ITCs, PTCs for wind and solar, that people who can run a spreadsheet figured out how to make a lot of money, and good for them. It's not their fault that the government put those incentives out, but thank God President Trump and Secretary Wright came in and said 30 years of subsidies for these energy sources is enough. They should compete and stand on their own. But that being said, there was an overbuild of wind and solar in certain states and in certain countries. What's nice about where we're at in this point in time, we don't have to debate the scenarios of what could happen. We've seen states that have gone too far too fast, countries that have gone too far too fast and overemphasized intermittent resources on their grid, like California. They've got some of the highest, they have the highest natural gas or electricity prices in the country for the lower 48, and they're not that far behind Hawaii. You look over in Europe, Germany, same thing. They deindustrialized their country. They shut down nuclear because they want to go to wind and solar. And we've seen a tripling of their electricity costs. They've reduced their actual electricity output, and they've sent much of their manufacturing and their jobs to other countries. So I think there were incentives in place. The president has corrected with the Working Families Tax Cut or the One Big Beautiful Bill last year to expire the tax credits for intermittent energy sources.
Got it. Thank you. So we've had a quick journey here. We started off with this big picture. We've drilled down into some technologies. We've talked about reliability. I want to kind of pan back out even further and think about the American energy leadership narrative. So, and then I'm gonna hopefully end with a question about what do you want your legacy to be. So be thinking about that. No pressure.
Well, it's not peaked. Right?
Not peaked yet. Yeah. Boy, I'm never going to live that one down. So American energy leadership. So against the backdrop of China's manufacturing, their scale, the rapidly growing global energy demand, increasing geopolitical competition, what does the United States need to get right over the next 5 years to remain the world's strongest energy technology leader? And I guess maybe it's a corollary to that. Where do you worry about us losing ground?
We need to continue to grow our supply of baseload energy and keep those prices low. Because if we do that, we will bring manufacturing back to the U.S. And some of the manufacturing that's most important to bring back is on the refining of critical minerals, rare earths. China has taken a strong hold in that space. And those materials are so important to everything else we've talked about today.
Yeah.
The magnets, the copper, those things that we need to produce electricity, we need to have some of that back in the U.S. So that's a really important part of the next 5 years and frankly the next 20 years. We have got to reshore. I think Oklahoma's receiving funding from our energy dominance financing team for an aluminum smelter. So we need to be pragmatic. We need to make sure that we don't fall victim to the headlines. And we need to be aware that some of those headlines that we see that are trying to stop big things being built in the U.S. are coming from our adversaries. We need to build things in the U.S., including hyperscalers, data centers, intelligence factories, right? We know that there's been a lot of headlines. A $10 Facebook ad can take down a $10 billion data center. That would have been a tremendous opportunity for small communities, increase the tax base, increase jobs, and ultimately ensure that we maintain our world superpower status. The future world superpower will be the leader in AI. Second place is not an option. And again, that type of manufacturing of intelligence requires a tremendous amount of electricity. There's a lot of critical minerals and rare earths that go into every piece of building chips and power generation. So we need to make sure that we're doing our part to speak honestly and openly about the trade-offs of all energy forms, but strive to bring manufacturing back to the United States.
All right. So as we wrap up, I mentioned your legacy, and so I want to get this straight. Now, your time at DOE will eventually end, right? It's not going to just keep going, right? So, and you're not peaking yet. You're going to have another peak. But when it's eventually over, what would you most like to be able to point to and look back and say, we got that done, and it made a lasting difference?
First off, it's not going to be my legacy. We've got a president and secretary that we're working for and serving at the pleasure of. So I'm hopeful that I get to point back to the team and this administration and say we stood up to the ideological false narrative around climate and energy, and we've seen it firsthand. Secretary Wright, one of my favorite quotes of Secretary Wright was earlier this year. He was at the IEA, the International Energy Agency, ministerial. And he had the executive director, Fatih Birol, sitting behind him. And Chris said, I'll do my best impersonation. The only thing true about net zero by 2050 is it has a 0.0% chance of ever happening. And we need bold leaders like that, because he didn't just say it to be rude. He said it with data. He's published multiple books on the fact that net zero targets are not good for prospering humanity. We've seen the IEA make corrections in their scenarios, the IPCC retire scenarios that were meaningless and had no data to back them up. We've seen influential individuals like Bill Gates come out and say, maybe we shouldn't use a thermometer as the sole source of measuring success. Let's focus on human prosperity. And I am certain that those changes are due to a president and a secretary who speak boldly about what we should prioritize, and that's human prospering. So I hope when we look back on this administration, we say that was a moment in time where we return back to pragmatic energy policy that focused on human prosperity.
Well, with that, thank you, Undersecretary. We appreciate you being here and appreciate your insights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, we were just playing a slight little game there to see what everyone would do if the panelists didn't instantly materialize, but now we got them all here. So it's really a pleasure to be with you guys today. We'll be talking data centers as large loads and some of the opportunities and the challenges that go with that. Just in terms of run a show here, very brief intro for me, and then what I'll do is 2 minutes for each one of y'all to briefly introduce yourselves so you're saved the pain of me trying to read a bio. And then if there's any particular point you really want folks to take away, it's a good chance to inject it. And I'll inject my first framing point here, and then we'll get going with our esteemed panelists here. Is the way we've started to think about data centers, or at least the way I have, is they're analogous to onions. When you cut into onions, or at least when I cut into onions, tears stream down your face, kind of burns. It's not super pleasant on the front end, but what you realize is literally every single good food and good cuisine on the face of our entire planet, onions are integral to that. And so we'll talk a little bit about, the electricity side, maybe to some extent the water side, because there can be some crossover between them. But, without further ado, it's, great to have y'all here, and, we'll just go right down the line here.
Now it's on. Yeah? All right. My name's Hill Vaden, and I'm an executive director with S&P Global Energy, and we forecast, and we've already seen about how helpful forecasting can be in terms of looking backward on things. But I guess we remind ourselves that all forecasts are wrong and some forecasts are useful, and so we try to bring the inputs and the information to help people to make decisions, I guess. I'm based here in Houston. Thanks, Ken and Baker Institute, for having me out here and for having all of us out here. And maybe, I guess, just to kind of frame some of my thoughts on where I hope this conversation will go, that to my mind, humans love existential threats, right? That from locusts to Malthusian overpopulation to nuclear holocaust to climate change to now superintelligence, humans organize themselves very well around existential threats that scare the crap out of us, right? And right now that superintelligence and energy is responding to that in ways that it's responded to climate change, in ways that it's responded to population, in ways that it's responded to everything. And that's an exciting time to be involved in energy. So maybe that's a setup and handoff to you.
My name is John Perella. I'm the CEO of TerraFlow Energy. We are manufacturing OEM for vanadium flow batteries, which is not a new technology, but new to the United States for the most part. We are manufacturing something that we call LDUPS, for long duration uninterruptible power supply, specifically to address a lot of the power quality issues associated with data centers. Everybody hears about interconnection being the problem. It's not the only problem with data centers. A lot of the big data centers you see right now are struggling with power, both on the campus and off the campus, and we have a battery solution where we've implemented a legacy technology in a new way, in a new spot on the data center campus that solves a lot of the problems and enables them to be compliant with regulatory and good grid stewards, if you will. So excited to have this conversation.
Okay, I don't know if that's on. Yep. So my name's Peter Hartley. I'm Professor of Economics in the Economics Department and a scholar here with the Centre for Energy Studies. Ken and I have done a lot of research on energy issues over the years together, but lately I've been in charge, I guess, of the Centre's work on electricity, and we've just done a lot of work looking at electricity in ERCOT. In particular, we took a look at a complete set of locational marginal prices in ERCOT, and had a study to figure out what we could learn from that. And one thing we discovered, it's very important, transmission is a really important element of this. I'll come back to that to talk about that with data centers as well. And the other thing we've been looking at is ancillary services and some of the issues of reliability. And I think that's also ties in with data centers. At the same time, we got one thing about data centers, not just the amount of power. Everyone's been talking about the amount of power that we'll need with data centers, but it's also the quality, which ties in with what you were saying. So an important element of that too is the market design and how we pay for quality of power, and we've had a recent study looking at that. I'll probably say more about that as well.
Hi, everyone. My name is Tina Nguyen. I'm a litigation partner at Baker Botts, located downtown here, so not far from here. I'm also a Houston native. What a pleasure to be at the Baker Institute, an institution here. I'm here to discuss, I'm on the litigation side, and what I'm here to discuss is really the challenges that are faced by development. I first started in advising oil and gas companies in development, renewable energy companies in development, and now data centers in development. And the challenges are multifold when it comes from local governance, or when it comes to interconnection requests or landowner concerns. And my goal when I'm challenging and working with my clients is how do we get from point A to point B in a responsible manner, in a timely manner that meets your goals and achieves your objectives right there. So I advise them, and then I assist them in litigation as well too, to best protect their futures and minimize those as hopefully not the driver of the business, but also an important component to consider as part of the business to achieve your goals there. Thank you.
This is maybe to you guys' detriment. I didn't disclose before that I'm a former litigator. Tina's like 50 times better at it than I am. But so you know, we can get, I think, some pretty intense discussions going. One point of order I didn't introduce before, and I don't see the little tablet, and that's probably my fault. But if people want to just, or do we have the tablet? Okay, perfect. Yeah, well, you know, I have questions and, you know, that I can ask here, and I will ask one to get stuff started. But if you guys have them, and I imagine on this subject you will, fire away, because your questions, you know, are far preferable, most likely, to mine. And so my first question here, and, you know, I guess we'll kind of do the same system where we just run down the row here to keep it fair and simple, is before we get into some of the nitty-gritty on the power side, is thinking about why data centers matter. And the question I'd pose to you is, if AI compute growth gets constrained, and this is a global question, who wins and who loses from that?
All right, I've turned this back on. Why do data centers matter? Because our whole lives are baked around technology and progress, right? There's a line in a John Steinbeck novel, right? That the obstructionists, those who obstruct progress, that's the currency of the rich and the stupid, right? And I try to think about that when I'm resisting change, right? Am I rich or am I stupid in this situation, right? Because I'm generally one of either, or sometimes both. But the point, it's not so much the rich or the stupid, it's those who have nothing to lose and those who have nothing to gain, or those who have everything to lose and those who have everything to gain, right? And I think that's what we're seeing right now with data centers, that there's a big misunderstanding by a lot of people who can, in organizations, institutions, and whatever else, who have a lot to gain from data centers, right? But there's a lot of information and disinformation, misinformation that's confusing what data centers are actually good for, right? If nothing else, data centers are good for organizing protests against data centers on social media, right? So but the bigger picture in my mind is the opportunity with GDP, right? That the economic growth is, and I think many agree with this, arguably most, is good for everybody, right? And particularly in the U.S., I think the administration's been kind of talking about this, that the debt to GDP ratio is not going in the right direction, and it's hard to move the numerator. So let's work on the denominator, right? And if we can accelerate GDP, then we can do something about debt to GDP. And if we can do something about that, then the U.S. becomes more competitive globally in a lot of different ways. So who wins and who loses? I think the winners are the ones that build and that do and that embrace this. I think it has to be done smartly. I think it has to be done wisely. There's all sorts of reasons not to do certain things in certain places. And the losers are the ones, and it's not the losers, but perhaps the disadvantage. Like, you're not going to stop it, right? It's just going to go into different places, right? And many of us can look at the shale industry as I think, a really appropriate analog for this. There are places that allowed shale to develop, and they're producing energy and getting royalties and doing all things around that. There are places that didn't, right? And that's the choice that they made, and that's fine. So I think that's, I don't know, it's a long-winded answer to your question, so I'll shut up.
I think there's two different ways to look at data centers and where they're beneficial versus where they're a disadvantage. Data centers are propping up manufacturing in the United States, hands down, 10 times over 10. You look at companies like ourselves, we're growing at an exponential rate right now because of the demand from data centers, and we're enabling technology to be able to accelerate at a pace that would be unheard of otherwise. I think that utilizing AI within a company like ourselves, what I can develop from a software perspective now takes 5 people instead of 50. So it enables me to accelerate with less capital, do it in a shorter time frame, and operate. And it's funny because I've gone to numerous conferences where I've seen everything from municipalities start to use it because they're understaffed and under budget, but they can utilize AI to get a lot more done. So it definitely enables more capacity of progress in a corporation by far with less people. Not to say that, will it eliminate jobs in some situations? Yes, but it'll also create more high-paying jobs in others. When you look at the workforce across America, I mean, it's propping up cities. You look at Abilene. I used to work for Lancium before Abilene really kicked off, and was involved in the team that made Abilene happen. And that entire city is now not what it used to be with tumbleweeds. It's an actual prospering city now. So I think you have to look at it both economically, like you were saying, where it's creating demand for product. It's creating a tremendous amount of jobs, both from the manufacturing for the subcomponents to the construction to everything to mobilize. Because when a data center comes into a community, they have to prop up the community and build a village around it, and then upgrade the infrastructure around it to be able to build that data center at that scale. I mean, yes, there's data centers could be trying to kill themselves, like you said, with misinformation on social media, and I've definitely run into plenty of that with moratoriums and pitchforks and torches at community meetings for some of the projects that we're involved in. But I think overall, what's crazy now, and we're big advocates of what Governor Abbott's doing here in Texas, and you'll see 22 other states following suit now, where you can make data centers into a huge grid asset if done properly. You make a data center, require a data center to be a responsive load or to respond to the frequency of the grid. Now all of a sudden, data centers could be the solution to our power infrastructure problems, not the cause of them. So when the grid needs it, they curtail, and they can even inject their power generation back into the grid. And the president and the governor came out with a ratepayer protection program that they're trying to push everybody to follow, which is where Governor Abbott came from, and now the other states are following suit. Which is when you put it in, you bring your own generation, you pay your own way, but now you actually have to lower the cost of power for your constituents. Well, when you have a very large data center that has the ability to curtail demand and increase supply, by definition, economics, you lower the cost of power. So if you do a data center right nowadays to meet the regulatory requirements, then it could be huge advocates. And I think a lot of the regulatory requirements you're seeing now are specific to weeding out the people that just have land that are trying to make money from the people that actually want to build something that could be good infrastructure. And taking the tax abatements away from the data centers, I think, is a positive thing. When you talk about communities, and I was speaking with some of the state regulators, when you talk about communities where they have to get grants to be able to pay for their community versus you bring a data center in and now they have a surplus budget, it enables a whole territory. Now, there's some rural communities that want to stay rural, but when you have communities, for instance, in the path of Houston's population growth in the west side or the north side, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the community is going to be not rural anymore. Look at Fulshire, right? That's a prime example of fastest growing city that used to be rural and it's not anymore. So data centers in general, I think, are a net positive to a community if done right. The falsities of water consumption and everything are old data. The technology's changed. Their closed loop systems are not using water anywhere near as much as they used to. Golf courses and master plan communities use far more water than a data center does now. And that's information people don't realize. They're building houses like crazy and they don't realize how much water they're consuming. So I'll pause there.
Okay, I'll pick up on a couple of themes that have already been mentioned, maybe just add to that. I think one of the biggest potential gains from AI is, again, the productivity growth within firms. So we think about a lot of the AI might be things you do on the internet with your phone or searching or something like that. But really, I think the ability to monetize that for the AI firms is not as great as the services they can actually supply to individual firms to improve the productivity within those firms and to pick up on the economic growth. I mean, key ingredients in economic growth, we got growth in capital, growth in labour force or other inputs, but the other really big one is productivity. So I think there's a real opportunity here for tremendous growth in productivity by using AI within firms. And that's something that the AI companies can much more easily monetize as well. and I think it will also be a big growth area for them. Then to pick up on some of your points about the sort of location of AI centres and some of the subsidies that are being provided and so on. The other point that I would want to emphasise is I think that there are important reforms that really need to be made to the electricity system to send the right kind of signals for the location of data centres. So to go back to sort of the work I was talking about, thinking about transmission, I'd say one of the biggest issues for Texas at the moment is that our electricity prices at the moment don't incorporate ordinary transmission losses into the prices. So we have a transmission component, but it's only reflecting transmission constraints, so inadequate line capacity and so on. But there's also ordinary transmission losses, and to send the right kind of signals where you're going to be locating loads in a place where it will contribute less to the transmission losses on the system, those should really be a component of the prices. And the other element is, I agree that these data centres have a great opportunity to actually help us out with the quality of power by altering their use depending on the conditions on the system. But in order to send the right kind of signals there, we need the prices for emergency power and so on to reflect the true value. And Texas recently, we moved to this system called co-optimization, where we sort of try to schedule energy supply and ancillary services supply to help with resilience at the same time. But in our recent research, we sort of argued that the way that we're currently pricing those ancillary services is not really reflecting their true value. So I think to get the greatest benefit from the data centers in the way you're talking about in terms of actually helping to contribute to the resilience of the system, we really need to make sure we're pricing those kind of services efficiently.
Couldn't agree more with my panelists, and I might leave you with an anecdote. A couple of weeks ago, I was in a county commissioner's court where they were considering whether to ban or pause data centers in that community right there. Community members are standing up, they're voicing their opposition, they're talking through this project right here. And somebody opens up a piece of paper and they said, I looked this up on AI, and these are the things that I think are important here, which comes to show you that this is a pivotal part of both their learning and also our future right here. Even the ads that we see online, political ads discussing data centers, use AI in doing that and showing both the utility of it, but also the opposition of it too. I also want to stress one of the things that John said, which is what opportunities they provide when it's responsibly developed. There are lots of things that data centers are willing to provide communities that are not things that are required to be provided or that you can demand to be provided in order to develop the project. Things like road use agreements to improve the infrastructure, use local provisions to ensure that people locally are getting jobs, provisions that weren't being necessarily required of oil and gas developers or necessarily renewable energy developers, but here in a way to change the fundamental future of your community. The other things too are, how do we handle water? How do we handle electricity? All of these things that are concerns. There truly should be talking points as opposed to efforts to close the door, because like that person in the community group using AI, it's going to be part of our future. It's going to be part of our kids' futures, our educational system. And so how do we do this in a way that makes it work and happen?
So as we think of this, and I love now we've had two point out the irony of Facebook being used via cloud data center to organize opposition to other cloud data centers. So a question here, and I'm drawing on a few things that have come in because I think y'all have actually answered quite a few of these. Let's think about a future that maybe has aspects of optimism and pessimism woven into it. When we saw the first big internet boom. You know, we saw fiber laid, we saw a lot of physical infrastructure put in place. You ended up with a financial bubble bursting, but you also left behind infrastructure that in many ways facilitated the boom we see today. And this one, Peter, I'm going to break my order that I had established a little bit here. I'm going to pick on you first because of your market expertise. What are some of the potential implications for power market structuring? And I'll single out ERCOT and also PJM because they're both big and data center heavy areas. If we were to see the AI bubble start to deflate a little bit, but we also have all this actual and committed investment, things either being built or things that, you know, there's already steel ordered to build behind the meter power.
Yeah, so what's happening, just sort of to back up a little bit, everyone's heard about the connection queues. So one of the issues here at the moment, basically it's first come, first serve is the way the system operators have been doing it. And it's taking longer and longer to get a connection queue. Now, why do you have to do this? Because basically one thing about the data centers is that they are very large users. So they have a big impact on the grid. So you just can't connect the data center without figuring out what it's going to do to the rest of the users on the grid. And so we have to have these sort of connection studies. As more and more people want to connect to the grid. On the other side, of course, we've also got connection studies for supply. So originally, before we had data centers come along, the connection queues were getting longer because we had lots of distributed generation wanting to get on the grid, wind farms, solar farms, and so forth, and batteries too. Yeah. So all of these things needed studies to be done, right? And now data centers, being a big user, you also have to figure out what it's going to do to the stability of the grid. Well, then when you get a long queue, people know that. So if they're anticipating, they want to maybe start a data center, they want to hop on multiple queues at the same time. So part of the story going on, I agree with you, there may be sort of a financial bubble, but there's also potentially sort of like a connection bubble going on as well, where a lot of people, are sort of putting in for studies in multiple locations with the hope that they'll get one of those. So some of the hype here, seeing, oh my goodness, we're going to have an increase in demand in Texas that's multiples of the entire state demand and so forth. A lot of that's actually phantom. It's not going to happen because a lot of people are, as I'm saying, sort of putting in for these studies and so forth. But only one of those, they'll only do one of those projects perhaps. Some of them maybe none. So that's the first issue here in terms of sort of a potential bubble. In terms of locations, it's interesting if you look at where, so Ken talked about, the new CES facility we've got with factors that influence the location of data centers. If you look at where they've been built to date, one of the biggest factors is actually access to the fiber optic cable, all right? And another issue in developing is access to cheap electricity, as you mentioned. Water was the other one. Although the water issue, I believe, is a lot of work's been done to solve that, reduce the amount. But we can't get away with electricity. You still need electricity. As these centres are being built in other places, we're building out some of the fibre optic network. We're building out some of the electricity network, and that will be useful anyway down the future, as you're saying, like as already happened. So all of that infrastructure will still be valuable. The other thing is, because of the length of the connection queues, another thought I had, want to come back to that. What's increasingly happening is a lot of the data centers are bringing their own generation. Okay. And even when they become connected to the grid, they're still going to keep a lot of that generation. Some of it's portable, but a lot of it's going to be used to ensure, back up the quality of the power that they need. They need very high quality power. And that will also enable them to assist to providing these kind of reliability services I was talking about. So that's another advantage, regardless of what happens to the use of the AI. But I do think, to go back to the previous point, that the fact that AI is very useful for productivity increases, I think is something that will materialise. And I don't think that there is a problem with that capacity not really being used or being useful.
So, Tina, I'm going to pick on you a little bit with a lawyer question here. So, first, I'll advance a hypothesis that for every case that you see go to litigation, there's probably 100 alternative workouts that happen below that because, other than a few of us who are members of the bar, most of society doesn't like to see the inside of a courtroom if they can avoid it. One has this been the reality of what you've seen in your practice in the data center space? And then secondly, if it does reflect reality, these different types of resolutions and maybe, non-judicial workouts, what do you see people doing to make projects succeed and to have social license and buy-in from fence line communities?
Absolutely. For the most part, all of my clients don't ever want to be in a courtroom and wasting their time and energy being in a courtroom. And so a lot of my work is to try to avoid that event right there, partnering with, I mentioned the county commissioners, for example. How do you prime that pump in order to have a good conversation with them? How do you make amends with your community members to ensure their buy-in and their investment there? That said, that conversation also requires a requiring of knowing your rights. We mentioned moratoriums earlier. And one of the rights that data centers have is that counties do not have authority to issue moratoriums. It's different from cities, and part of it is how the Texas legislature has divided up what authorities and responsibilities a local government can have, similar to how a federal government divides what states can do. And so knowing your rights in order to have a smart, intelligent conversation with the other side to be able to achieve the goals and aims right there. So we try to be cooperative while at the same time recognizing our rights at the end of the day and litigating in. The other thing that we're seeing too is nuisance type claims. One of the claims that come up from data centers is whether it's too noisy, it's too close, it's too ugly, it's too bright, it takes up too much water. What about my livestock that is going to be nearby? How will this impact it? We see some nuisance type claims being filed in other states, not really in Texas at this point right now. But how do you minimize the potential of those types of claims being asserted against your project, whether you are the developer or you're the investor or you're whatever piece that you're holding in this puzzle right here? And there we work with our clients to do things that may not be the legal requirements, but give me the opportunity to hold up Exhibit A to say, look at this. Even though there was no noise requirement here, we imposed a noise study here. Even though there was no setback here, we still thoughtfully placed this location right here to minimize it. And so that is the way that I think about it, almost like a waterfall of considerations and issues to try to check off to best prepare you for that hopefully unlikely circumstance of being in a court system.
John, you can see I'm starting to individually pick on people. So this one is for you, John. So I think often, at least a battery simpleton like me, you see, looks like a bunch of little, dairy cow sheds with the lithium ion batteries. You guys are obviously building something very different in terms of its ability to discharge and so forth. We've had, I think, mentioned from various of you that there may be some industrial clustering in terms of where data centers go because of power and land and other issues. When I think of my beloved native Permian Basin and the wind and solar resources out there, the thing that comes to my mind immediately when somebody says they have a battery that can discharge for 8 or 10 hours is, how does this potentially change the power sourcing structure? If you're out in an environment like that where you have advantage gas, advantage solar, and advantage wind, and it's really hard to build transmission to other parts of the state, and now we have a technology like what you guys are developing.
So we enable a lot of different things with longer duration storage. Everything from campuses being capable of being data centers. So if you have a situation where you can only get 95% reliability from the grid, a long duration battery can bridge that, where you're basically shifting power from off peak to peak to cover that. We've had numerous situations in Georgia and other states that we've had to deal with where there were 2 or 3 hours of a day the data center could not be online if they wanted that site to move forward. We gave them a solution to be able to bridge that. Really what we're focused on now a lot is what I told you before, the ratepayer protection program, is how do you enable the data centers to be SB6 compliant, which is the curtailment from the grid during emergency periods, but then also to enable lowering the power costs for their constituents. You talked about cost of power. When you have a battery that has the ability to take a data center offline, take a step back. If you look at curtailment, there's 3 different ways they can do curtailment. There's Google, which is shifting power from one data center site to another. You can only do about 25% of the data center, and it requires you to overbuild the data centers to have capacity. The second is curtailing compute, which is the last thing they want to do because it's the most profitable portion. The third thing is to put in the proper storage and infrastructure to enable you to completely take the data center offline when the grid needs it. And that's what we do. So building storage is different. Doesn't matter whether it's West Texas, East Texas, North Brazil, South Brazil. I mean, we're going international as well. The concept of overbuilt of renewables in a territory and then having a similar CREZ line type situation like we have here in Texas, where you can't get the power from the west to the east because the 345 kV lines that they built are already at capacity within like 90 days of building them. Now they're talking 765 kV lines, and there's over, I think, 1,000 lawsuits against them building these bigger lines to be able to get the power where it's needed. So you see a lot of data centers going to West Texas because there was all this constrained power built that can't get where it needs to go. And how do you optimize the price of power for a generator, especially one that you build a wind farm that's 500 megawatts, they can only dispatch 100 megawatts. Well, you can put storage in to be able to enable them to pick the hours when they dispatch it. But then you also co-locate a data center with it. Now all of a sudden you got something that's constantly using the power, and you can curtail when the grid needs it. You can really optimize power. And so one of the things that we did uniquely when I was at Lancium, we used to do this for the Bitcoin mining data centers. And when you saw Riot Blockchain come out and said they made $30 million in 1 month, that was actually us that did that. We built the software to enable them to respond to price or ancillary services or any of those kind of things and curtail the compute. When we started this company, we looked at it and said, how do I do the same thing I was doing for the Bitcoin miners for the compute without sacrificing compute? And long duration storage was the answer. So we kind of found a technology that was pre-existing, but not very prevalent, or most people didn't even know when they go, what is a flow battery and how does it work? We enabled building scale for data centers here in the United States. Had to raise a lot of capital to do it, but on a track to do that. And now we can't make them fast enough is our problem.
Can I interject? Because you're raising a really interesting point, and Peter, you may have things to say. And don't worry, Hill, I'll pick on you soon enough here. You know, as you talk about introducing this big cushion and storage buffer, there's the former commodity hedge funder in me that hears this and thinks, as hard as it is to build that 765 kV line now and all the litigation, hell and everything, that as you make this generation and storage situation more attractive in West Texas, do you actually over time create greater incentives for us to build a line back out of there so that you can dispatch electrons into the triangle like a CREZ 2.0 situation?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we're having a lot of fun being able to trade around this in arbitrage. The arbitrage has gotten a lot less now than it was in previous years. If you look at kind of the peak this year, we were about 91 gig but they had 125 gig total on the grid, so they had more capacity now than they've ever had. If you look at the price of power, it was like $45 per megawatt hour during the peak versus previous years, it was like $2,500. So the dynamics of the grid have changed. And a lot of that is there's a huge influx of batteries being built, which is why, sorry to interject, but I did. But there's a huge influx of battery sites being built. Most of them only, 60-minute, 90-minute batteries, unfortunately. Yeah. But now the emergence of long-duration storage is definitely here. We hope to have a technology to not replace lithium-ion, but supplement what's already been built and come up with better, safer solutions. We have no thermal runaway risk with our battery. and to be able to provide, I mean, I've heard the CEO of ERCOT get up and speak and talk about how the fact that, 4 hours or 6 hours would be better than 2 when you talk about like watching the solar spike occur every day during the peak months, just because we have solar curtail, wind doesn't pick up because it's hot, and your load doesn't curtail. But it's interesting to see how ERCOT's evolved, and even the data centers have evolved. Behind the meter generation now is a requirement from both the president and the governor. And they're weeding out the interconnection queue, like you were talking about, has changed, right? They went from first come, first serve to a batch process now, because when you talk about these larger data centers, they impact each other, right? So you can't do your study and be halfway through my study and then have to start all over because yours is complete, which impacts mine. So they're trying to do them in batches to be able to process them faster. Well, then the governor stepped in and said, wait, we're going to audit everybody to make sure you can lower the cost and meet all these requirements, and we're following the president. What I think is, you're not going to see a data center bubble. I think what you're going to see is a migration from large to small. Okay, and you're going to see a lot more edge AI and inference than you are huge mega campuses going forward. I went this week on Tuesday to visit SLB out in Shreveport, Louisiana, and they've got a 3 million square foot manufacturing mega campus to make modular data centers, to just pump out containerized AI. And I think that's what you're going to see going forward, is speed to deploy will come down to, I can bring in portable generators and connect to gas. I'll apply for the grid, and when the grid comes, the grid will come, because there's so much turmoil over it. When the grid comes now, they've got the infrastructure to be huge grid assets. And I think you're going to see, like right now, we're building campuses where it's a battery in the middle, and then it's just a bunch of legs coming off of it, which are all modular data center. The time and the fact that you can, stick built is a way of the past. And I think you're going to see very quickly modular data center coming up. But we're also doing stuff where every substation has capacity, even if it's 5 megawatts. So you can put a modular data center and a battery at each substation and deploy distributed AI faster than you can giga campuses now. And that's what I think is coming. And it's the next wave, more so than, you're still going to see people applying for these huge campuses, but the infrastructure to make those is just I mean, Lancium had to build 7 lanes of highway and traffic lights and police station and, the school. And it was incredible the amount of money they had to dump into the community, or contribute to the community, I should say, more so than dump. But
We'll let you go back and strike the transcript on that one.
Yeah. So. But the amount they contributed to the community was extremely overwhelming, but they're willing to pay it. And like you said, I'm building a data center right now where they put a moratorium in place, and we've gone to the community and said, I hope you understand that you're already borrowing money from the state government. This data center companies have more money than God. They will bankrupt your community if you fight them. They don't have the authority to stop these data centers. They're trying to. Austin County, which is where we're building one right now, they showed up on tractors to try and stop it, just to get attention in the news. So it's, the opposition's there. The reality is it's not as big as you'd think. There's a few, we call them complain about virtually everything people in each community. But sorry to rant for a long time about it. But
you're bringing up an interesting point, and I think it's one that we may see play out in the coming legislative session, is even if there's not authorities in place right now, people are going to go ask for authorities. And this, I think, ties back to the discussion we had a little while ago, that's why you want to take the approach of preemptively addressing these concerns, so you don't drive people to.
Don't forget, we're in a political cycle right now, too.
Well, that's what I mean.
So
exactly.
it's all. Yeah. The funny thing is, when we spoke to the county judge, it's all about being reelected more so than it is about doing the right thing for the community. And so they're trying to save face by saying they're putting a moratorium in place. But if you actually read the moratorium, we got them to carve out flow batteries. So it was a data center and battery moratorium, but flow batteries don't apply. And then when we went to, if you read it, it basically says, well, you have to follow building code. You can't use Chinese batteries because they don't want the software influence on the grid. And that's really it. They can't really stop you. They called it a moratorium, but it's not really a moratorium.
Well, I wish I was a flow battery, could get special treatment like that. So on the topic of special treatment, Hill, it is your turn now. So this is a more macro level question. So, we've talked about different aspects of the AI boom. Obviously, money makes so much of this go around. And I'm not sure about everyone else here. I mean, again, this may be biased from my past life, but when I look at the Treasury yield curve, it disturbs me, especially when it's stacked up against a $40 trillion national debt. Is there a situation where maybe actually at a macro level, we see slowing in AI data center growth and deployment, not even so much because of these local opposition factors, but because the terms of financing change?
I mean, I think you'll naturally see a slowing because you can't maintain a certain pace for too long, right? The system just kind of overheats, right? And I think when we see booms like this historically, and I think Ken had a note up there about, history doesn't always repeat itself, but it rhymes, right? We'll see that again, right? And there was a boom in railroads that overbuilt, right? We still use trains. There was a boom in shale. We still use gas. There was a boom in the internet. We still use the internet. These things right-size themselves. Oftentimes in that right sizing, companies fail, people go bust, people get rich. Like, it's not going to win immediately for everyone. But I think this is one of these things that has a durable kind of nature to it. So I think all of this, if you think that there's no shortage of capital with any of this right now, that's been true. If you think about energy, go all the way back to 2020, right? There was no shortage of capital in the kind of the energy transition movement. There's no shortage of capital in whatever this kind of AI movement is. People will finance projects with a path to profitability, right? There's some of the concerns around the circular financing, and everybody's seen the pictures of the snake eating its tail, right? I think that those, again, you get into kind of project-specific or sponsor-specific risk. And then I think some of the things that are interesting, that the announcement 2 weeks ago by NVIDIA that it was working with KKR and others on this new financing arrangement, you're seeing innovation in financing, right? And if you look, it's a pretty opaque press release. I don't know if you all have seen it. It's just reserves-based lending, right? That's all it is, that they're building this compute and they're borrowing against the anticipated use of that compute in the same way that you borrow against reserves in the ground, right? And so again, apply the things that we know to what's going on here, and it makes a lot more sense, right? And yeah, that things will get, at some point this will even out, right? And there will be winners and losers on the individual basis and on the country basis and whatever else. But at the end of the day, we're going to use data centers, and data centers are going to get built, and that is going to pull on electricity. And I would argue, Peter, I agree with you, that electricity used correctly, and you can look at the data in the EIA, commercial and industrial demand is up. And if that happens, residential customer bills go down, right? So right now there's a lot of underused assets in the system because you're looking at 20% capacity factors, you're looking at 40% capacity factors. That is inefficient, non-optimized. And if you got 24/7 load demand coming from data centers, that's good for the affordability problem.
One thing I wanted to add to the two previous comments is, again, emphasize, I think it's really important, given that these data centers are big demanders and they can be put in different locations, and then we've also got their ability to provide these resilient services and so on. Again, I emphasize it's important, therefore, I think we get the prices for where these things are located, so that the prices of electricity really reflect the true costs of delivering electricity to different locations, and also reflect the true benefits associated with providing these resiliency services. Otherwise, they won't be located in the right places.
Does your answer change at all if you think about a world that John was describing, which I think is a plausible one, where maybe we have the big training data centers sited out in more remote areas, somewhere like the Permian Basin, where not only are the physical and social factors more aligned, but latency doesn't matter as much. And then inference is going to be built more around your customer areas. I'll ask that as the first question, and then I have a follow-up on that.
Yeah, that's true, but it's still the case that you want to have those price signals to give the right kind of signal. So you put these facilities in the best places, and if you don't have price signals that are really reflecting the true costs, they're going to be mislocated and create more problems than they ought to.
I think you're also seeing a lot of reaction. If you look at Virginia Data Center Alley, there were two things that came out of that. One was harmonic distortion feedback into the grid was found 50 miles around the data centers. And so now all of a sudden they're being regulated to have harmonic distortion filters. The second thing was when the grid had a fault, like 80 gigawatts of data centers went to backup power. And then when the grid came back up, they're expecting the data centers to be there. They're still running off their backup generation, and they had an overfrequency event and almost caused a rolling blackout. It's happened twice now. So that's where you see now the new regulatory coming out where they're saying, oh, you need to be low voltage ride-through compliant, which means that when the grid goes away and it comes back, you're instantaneously there to keep the frequency of the grid where it needs to be. So you're going to see a lot of reaction because they haven't built things that big before, where the big things do new things they weren't prepared for, and all of a sudden new regulation comes out, says anybody going forward has to comply with this, because these data centers are getting big enough where you start talking gigawatt scale, and the swings that we're seeing from the power volatility can cause rolling blackouts. I lived through one at our Lancium days. We had a ground fault that took out one Bitcoin mined data center. There was another one connected to the same substation. A 200 megawatt outage turned into a 400 megawatt outage that turned into a rolling blackout for 3 towns before it stopped. And the reality is that was only 600 megawatts. You start talking about gigawatt scale, you're as big as some of these cities. They have to protect the grid, which is why everything kind of has crawled to a halt, because the data center I'm working on 6 data center campuses right now that are over 10 gigawatts at one site. Okay. Everybody's trying to outprove the next and build bigger and, build an entire village. And the reality is I can get the power at these campuses. We can do it. It's just a matter of, do you want to? That's the bigger question, right? With SMR right now, I went to one of the first SMR sites with Valor Atomics in Utah. They're already connecting SMR to data centers. It's not as far out as people say it is. Like they'll have one online probably within the next 24 months. So it's a lot closer than everybody thinks, and there's a lot coming from being able to do generation behind the meter faster now. So
I think you're probably speaking music to Peter's ears, because one of my favorite electricity-related papers of like the last 10 years is when he modeled, among other things, what happens when nuclear and batteries come together. And spoiler alert, if I took the right conclusion, it's one of the most optimal setups because you can then load.
They have to.
Yeah.
SMRs are on or off. They're not reactive. You can't have a volatile data center connected directly to an SMR. Mm-hmm. So you have to have something to buffer it.
You're the shock absorber.
One of the exciting things in this is that these data centers and the hyperscalers, with their willingness and ability to pay in ways that, there's tons of industries around the world that use backup power, right? Behind the meter power. Every refinery in the Gulf Coast has behind the meter power, right? But they don't have the profit margin to bring in new forms of behind the meter power in the way that the data centers have. So you're seeing this innovation. It comes back to the GDP conversation that we were having. And I'll mention that our forecast for the next 10 years in the U.S. is 53% of power demand growth comes from data centers. That's a huge number and speaks to some of the things that people are talking about. Another 25% comes from GDP growth, just kind of natural, housing build, whatever else, air conditioning. All forecasts are wrong, right? So if 53% of my power demand growth is coming from data centers, and data centers lead to improved productivity, how in the world can only 25% of my electricity growth be coming from GDP growth, right? That's an assumption of about 2% growth over those 10 years. And I don't know how to model it. And if one of you doctors in here has ideas, I'd love to kind of brainstorm with you. But each data center should result in some sort of GDP acceleration. So if we're building that many data centers, we should go from 2 to at least 2.1%. So there's this whole feedback loop that is going to, I think, open up this kind of wild sci-fi. I don't want to go too crazy in this, but this really wild opportunity for us in the same way that we went through with railroads and internet and all these other things. And yeah, there's going to be lumpiness as that happens. But
I bet you ChatGPT or Claude could help.
Yeah, they're actually pretty good at modeling. So I'm going to very quickly answer a question, then I'm going to ask one to the panel that I think probably compresses together, 5 or 6 of the ones we have in queue here. So we have a question about AI training and its potential impacts out in the Permian Basin is, does this turn an energy exporting region into a computing exporting region? I'll answer this one simply. I think yes to both. And then the question, and there's a relationship between them, is, we see all these different community impacts, whether it's water, whether it's power, whether it's roads, all these other things that go into building these huge industrial assets at such velocity. What are some of the lessons that we could take away from the fracking boom and structures like the Permian Strategic Partnership to maybe help institutionalize a smoothing of the road to building these assets that I think we all agree are needed, but also which do have externalities? What does each one of you think? And I'll start with you.
Operator error.
I thought you were going to try to get out of the question.
Yeah. I mean, the first thing that went to my mind in terms of what can we learn from the fracking industry is gas reciprocating engines are really good at on again, off again power. They can cycle up real quick. They can turn off real quick. And it's a bit of a hurricane solution, right? But gas reciprocating engines and the companies around them, and every HEB, as you drive home, look at the HEB, there's an Enchanted Rock box beside it, right? So there's some learnings there from the Permian Basin. I think the other one is get in front of it and talk to the community and work with the community in ways that hyperscalers haven't in the past, right? Hyperscalers, particularly, the social media companies, have been very distant from the individuals that are using the product. Meta, Zuckerberg, he just put that big long blog post out that he wrote, right? That he's kind of getting in front of this in ways that he didn't on Instagram and all the stuff that Instagram was doing to teenagers or is doing to teenagers, right? The oil industry, oftentimes, most of the time, they're living in the shale patch with you, right? You're seeing them at the restaurant at night. It's a very recognizable and it's a very real thing. You're getting royalties from the wells that are on the ground. Hyperscalers and data centers are much more distant, and if they close that gap, it's a lot easier to work with people that you're talking to than these opaque individuals that are sitting in their, giant mansions or boats.
I think you're seeing a lot of capital start to go beyond just the hyperscaler to enable the hyperscalers. Blackstone, for instance, bought TNMP out in West Texas. Why? Because they wanted to accelerate interconnection for data centers. I think you're seeing a lot of good come out of capital getting involved to push the needle, which again is standing up a lot of manufacturing and everything else. We talk Permian Basin and West Texas, but if you actually look at the epicenter of Texas for data centers right now, it's Dallas. It's not the West Texas. Now the reality is their infrastructure is worse than everywhere else, so I'm not quite sure why everybody's picking Dallas, but
Fiber optic.
Probably. There's different tiers of data centers that people have to realize when you look at trying to get clients, because the challenge with the Permian Basin is not that there's power or land out there, because there's plenty of both. The challenge is how do you enable the workforce to get out there to build it, right? If you're an electrician or a plumber or HVAC, Lancium was paying and Caruso were paying $500,000 a year to electricians to work them overtime and everything else. It's crazy. Just because they couldn't get enough of them, and there were 4,000 or 5,000 of them on that campus. So it's staggering to see now. The challenge is not going to be where's the power, to be honest with you, because there's plenty of sites that have been identified where you can get more power. 480 gigawatts in the interconnection queue. So the problem's not where can I get the power, where's the sites where we can build them. It's how do I have the labor force and the supply. Everybody talks about a gigawatt scale data center and they want it online by 2027. It's unrealistic. You cannot get the components fast enough to build that fast. So now it comes to what are the phases of that data center? Is it a 50 megawatt phase one and then 100 megawatts every year thereafter till you're done to a gigawatt? But Lancium wasn't built in a day. We started with 200 megawatts of interconnection. We had 1.25 gigawatts approved. It was supposed to be online by end of 2025. It's still not all online, right? The power is a problem, but it's also because they can't get components, or the power volatility is something they didn't expect. So it's something that I'll leave it with one other statement on this that I think is important. Bankability is something that everybody looks at when they're building data centers. Bankability is not enabling the newest, latest, greatest technology that's the right solution. And so it's a challenge with, there are better solutions, even like our battery. We're not at bankability yet because we're still young. As we scale up, we're getting there, but it makes it much more difficult for us to move quickly. Not that we're not overwhelmed already, but it makes it more difficult for us to take on more projects because the banks look at it and say, well, how many do you have and how long have you been running them for? It's like, I'm a 2-year-old company. How many could I have in 2 years, right? Like, we had to start with a concept and a patent somewhere. But those are challenges that I think the market's starting to evolve and people are starting to get beyond. And one of the issues and the reasons that you saw that announcement from NVIDIA putting that capital up was because bankability of GPUs is a lot more difficult than you'd think. Right? Their lifespan is very short, considering they're iterating new versions of these GPUs almost every 6 months. So it's interesting to see how now they have second and third lives to make them last longer with universities and schools and everything else, where, you know, the latest greatest for that all the hyperscalers want, they pass down to the universities as kind of a phase 2 because it makes it more affordable, and they still have 5 years of life after the 5 years that they had initially.
If you have any, our hand is out, by the way. On that.
I don't, but I know some people that do. But anyway, those are definitely challenges that we're seeing. Is like amortization timeframes are also making things unaffordable, right? When you're talking the billions of dollars that these things take to build.
I guess one thing I say, a little different to what's been said, going back to the shale revolution, is if you look internationally, there are a lot of places where shale could have been done like it was done in the United States, but it hasn't been done. And why is that? I think part of it is here with the mineral rights being belonging to the landowner, there was an advantage for the landowner to do a deal with the developers in other countries. That wasn't the case. So the money's going to the government rather than the local people, and so they have more opposition. Right here, it's more of a win-win situation. And the other thing is that a lot of cases you had a lot of very negative publicity. A lot of things were said about unconventional oil and gas and so on that weren't really correct. But you got people who are very concerned about these things. So to me, that sort of says, again, going back, I think to the things that you said, that there needs to be a clear idea of win-win kind of situation for the data center with the community. And the other one is they need to get out in front and talk about these issues rather than just sweep them under the rug. And I think that also goes with things that you were saying earlier too.
It's interesting how we come from it from different perspectives, but land at the same conclusions ultimately. What I was thinking about when I heard your question was about how during the shale boom, we were having to adapt the rules from vertical drilling to now horizontal drilling. The Railroad Commission had to catch up. We as an industry had to catch up of how do we do this? How do we pay royalties? How do we enhance this drilling prospect? How technology was having to catch up. There was so much growth going on. There was also pushback going on. Some of you might remember that Denton adopted a ban on fracking, and it involved ultimately a lawsuit that Baker Botts filed. Not a plug, but and then ultimately a legislative solution to it to say that is not the proper mechanism for a county to ban fracking in this location right here. That is a legislative decision that we are going to invest in oil and gas and ensure that Texas develops that. And so we're seeing some of that conversation here right now, right? Of where are we on data centers? Are we going to be somebody that invests in it, or are we going to be somebody that pushes back on it? And where it stands in a election cycle, which complicates things. And then the other thing you see is, and because I'm a litigator, which means that I like reading Texas case law that is boring to everyone else. But what you end up seeing is that just like during the shale revolution, I was pulling out cases from 1902 about how they handled vertical drilling. We are pulling out cases about, okay, when there was a nuisance claim filed against a wind farm or oil and gas over dirt, how will that look in a case now? And how does that inform our risk? How does that inform our ability to minimize a lawsuit like that in order to protect this future right here? And so there is so much about history that is repeating itself and that we're learning from, and also gaps in it, as you all have mentioned, of where we see some developers who don't quite know exactly how to invest in this area. And so some risks that get exposed from lack of community development, which is not a legal requirement. There is no requirement to go out there and meet with people, but does it make a difference? Does it change your perspectives and your opportunities there? Yes, it does.
It can help avoid things becoming a legal requirement if you do stuff the wrong way and folks push back through their legislators. So we're now down in terms of time to about the 5-yard line. So we're going to do a lightning round here to close out, and we'll go back to the old order where I'll start with you, Hill, and we'll go down the line. In about a minute for each of you, what are you most excited about over the next 12 months in the data center space?
I guess I'm going to pick the obvious answer. Sorry, guys, I'm beating you to it. But you've got the Anthropic IPO probably happening in October. And I'm not plugging Anthropic stock, or I'm not necessarily a big fan of Anthropic, but I think that will be a bellwether of kind of how much legs does this thing have, right? Like if the market is no longer supportive of AI in October, then Anthropic's not going to IPO. Right? And if they still are, this thing's still kind of compounding on itself, and you're going to see there's Holtec, there's all these other companies that are talking about IPOs, and people are using that currency, equity as currency, to get bigger and to scale up. And so watching that as an indicator that, hey, are capital markets still supportive of this boom? Or is this thing maybe slowing down in the way that people are thinking about?
I don't know that I see it slowing down at all, because we're being, like you said, inundated right now. But for us, our biggest thing is actually we've got multiple data center projects that we're building that will go live in the next 12 months, which will only help to prove us out as a solution going forward. But it's interesting to see, even working with groups like NVIDIA, they still are architecting on the fly because they haven't figured it out. Watching the energy density of a rack go from 60 kilowatts all the way up to a megawatt per rack we're in the middle of it. We have Dell and NVIDIA in our offices quite frequently trying to figure out power. How do you get to 800 volt DC, and how do you manage to increase density? So it's exciting times to see as this evolves. Power, I mean, the biggest quote out there is, AI is power and power is AI. Because it's true. I mean, you can't do one without the other. So it's right at the heart of it. But how do you do it to where you're benefiting society rather than being a detriment to society? So we're seeing a lot where the governor's been my best friend with all the changes he's made, because he's kind of pushed everybody towards our solution. So it's exciting to see how regulatory is starting to come in line with making data centers into assets and forcing them to be an asset to the grid, not just a liability.
I think the most exciting thing I would look forward to is seeing the much more extensive use of AI within companies, so that there's so many areas where they could use it to improve their decision making. And then I guess it was also mentioned not just private companies but also government organisations too, and non-profits and so on as well. And so the tremendous productivity improvements that are possible, I think, with this, the most exciting thing.
I'm excited for the election to pass. There's just so much built up pressure right now, right? And you mentioned it some of the idea of, I need to get elected. I need to make decisions to assure that to occur. And it would be nice for that pressure valve to just reduce and for us to just come to the table and make some wise, reasonable decisions here. And so I think that will be very exciting for all of us in the room and beyond for the election to be over with.
You're telling us in the next 8 weeks, just strung tight as a guitar, like, man, we want this done. Well, you guys have been wonderful. You guys have been wonderful in the audience. If there's questions that we didn't answer, that is entirely my fault. The panelists have been great. Happy to talk with y'all afterward. And let's give a round of applause. These folks are awesome. Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope everyone's gotten a good fill of food and a little bit of coffee if you like the flavor. I don't think you'll need the caffeine, given the speaker that we've got coming. I think he'll keep you alert and interested, even if you went totally decaf on the coffee. Great to have all of you back here. Anytime you get to introduce an author where you come up to the podium and there's a book that says A Question of Power, and you've got a nice lit up map of the globe and how electricity influences the wealth of nations. And then you realize that they're also not just an accomplished author, but an accomplished documentary filmmaker as well. I don't think it's someone who needs a tremendously long introduction, and especially when they're going to bring us all of these insights in a way that I think ties together so many themes that we've raised this morning. And you talk about what's likely to be the baseload resource for a while to come that keeps the AI boom going here. It's a really special opportunity for us to have Robert Bryce. And, I think without further ado, Robert, now that we've gotten our post-lunch crowd in, I'd welcome you up. Let's get going here.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. All right. We're on a university campus, so there's a pop quiz. Hope you all studied. Name the country that has the fastest growing CO2 emissions in the world. Anybody? China is a good guess. The US is a bad guess. That's okay. India's another good guess, but those are wrong. Name the country that has the fastest growing coal-fired generation in the world. China's a good guess. Somebody's done their homework. Name the country that has the fastest or has the largest trade surplus with the United States. Okay, it's not China and it's not Mexico. One last hit here. Anyone know where this is? Saigon. The answer to all of those three questions on the pop quiz: Vietnam has the fastest growing CO2 emissions in the world, fastest growing coal-fired generation in the world, and the biggest trade surplus with the United States of any country in the world, past China and past Mexico. So why am I talking about Vietnam? Well, we were in Saigon 8 weeks ago. This was the view from our hotel room at the Saigon Hilton. And all day long, on the Saigon River, you'd see boats like this one that's filled with gravel, shipping containers, construction cranes, steel, every day, up and down the Saigon River. I've never seen anything like it. Here's Ho Chi Minh. Of course, in Saigon, it's also called Ho Chi Minh City, and the traffic there was unbelievable. If you ever go there, it's an amazing city, bustling city, boom town. Be careful when you cross the street. It takes some courage. But to get to the point here about Vietnam and coal, here is the coal-fired generation growth. The generation growth has been about 11% per year over the last 10 years. Unprecedented growth. Now, of course, starting from a fairly small base. But what has been the story? And the story, I think, here is, why am I telling you this? I'll get to the punchline here in just a minute. One, it's just fascinating to see a country that is growing this fast. GDP growth in Vietnam last year was 8%. In the first 6 months of the year, it was close to 10%. So was the growth in electricity generation. Electricity generation and economic development, economic growth go hand in hand, always, everywhere, full stop, no exceptions. And what has happened in Vietnam, remarkably, almost exactly 50 years after the fall of Saigon, when the last Americans were brought out of Vietnam, Vietnam now has, this is the coal growth, rather, in India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam, and the coal decline in the US. Tripled in these four Asian countries, fallen by 60% in the US. It's a remarkable X there, right? Used to be 2,000 terawatt hours a year in the US, now it's 800. Used to be 800 in India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, now it's 2,000. Just switched. The US hasn't stopped using coal, we just exported coal use to Asia. And here's the punchline for all of this: the trade surpluses of these four countries. Now, $286 billion last year. And India has a big slice of that, of course, but Vietnam is the biggest player there, $178 billion. Bigger in the first 6 months on an annualized basis of this, in the first 6 months of this year. So my talk today, my focus, AI, gas, and the grid, I'm going to talk about natural gas, but what I saw in Vietnam was remarkable because in the days that I was there, and then immediately after, the Vietnamese government said, we are going to give up on our LNG to power plan. They had been pressured by the World Bank and other entities to reduce their coal burn and use more LNG to power. But as I'll talk about in just a minute, the price of LNG in the wake of the Iran war has skyrocketed. It has more than doubled. Today, the JKM marker, Japan-Korea marker, for LNG going into Asia is $22 per million BTUs. When you convert that into a power price, and you include all the financing and everything else, that works out to about $150 per megawatt hour. The wholesale price of electricity in the US last year was $45. Vietnam cannot sustain the kind of trade growth that they have been seeing with power prices that are that high. So what are they doing? They said in an official government communique, they didn't say it in exactly these words, they're going to build more coal plants. That's the story. So these are my 3 points. I've already given you the postcard from Saigon. But the gas story in Vietnam is relevant today because we went to Saigon, then we went to Singapore and to Kuala Lumpur. And Singapore and Malaysia want to be the centers for AI. They can't do it with power at $150 a megawatt hour, especially in Singapore. So they have to find something else. So let's talk about AI, and it is a gas story, but it is first and foremost an electricity story. Here's Sam Altman. I won't read this to you, but he's very clearly saying the growth of AI is all about electricity. I've been tracking through the CSR reports for big tech for years now. Google's electricity use is doubling every 3 years. I mean, it's truly remarkable. Last year, 43 terawatt hours. They're using as much electricity as New Mexico, a state with 2 million people. And I haven't done this, but I'm sure I could correlate Google's revenue growth with their electricity consumption because I'm pretty sure they go hand in hand. Makes sense, right? But we're seeing these step changes that the curve on their electricity use and the pace of their electricity growth is really phenomenal. There was a lot of talk about data centers in the last panel, and I'm going to disagree very clearly with many of the statements that were made by some of the panelists in the last presentation. But I think it's also important to put into a real graphic way what the scale of some of this data center development involves. So Meta/Facebook just recently announced that their project in Richland Parish, Louisiana, instead of being 2.5 gigawatts, was going to be 5 gigawatts, 5,000 megawatts. So a few months ago, MISO published a graphic comparing the peak electric demand or average electricity demand for a retail outlet, CVS Pharmacy or Costco. So I shop at Costco. I'm sure many of you know what a Costco looks like. Well, when you look at Meta's project in Richland Parish, it's going to require 2,500 times more power than a Costco. I mean, it's kind of hard to even get your mind around the scale of what we're talking about. And then just this week, OpenAI and NVIDIA announced a deal to build a 10 gigawatt plant in Ohio. 9.2 gigawatts of which will be gas. So what I'm showing you here is even not actually to scale. And Amazon just announced that they're building a 7.6 gigawatt facility in West Texas. So, I mean, you know, as the Brits would say, these numbers are just gobsmacking, and they are. They are gobsmackingly large. And it's all about gas. 68 gigawatts, these aren't my numbers. Aterio, if you're interested in these numbers, ATERIO, published a very good monthly summary of what's being built now. Their latest number, 68 gigawatts of data center capacity is now under construction in the US. So 68 gigawatts, compare that to something you know. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got was from a guy named Edward Tufte. He taught at Yale for a while. He wrote a landmark book called The Visual Display of Quantitative Information. And some of the best advice I ever heard in my career, especially about public speaking, especially about publishing, when you give people a number, give them something to compare it to. Give them a metric that they know that's relevant to them. So what's 68 gigawatts? Well, it's a lot. State of Pennsylvania has 49 gigawatts of installed capacity, a state with 13 million people. So these are, again, just very large numbers. But remember, we have to put them into scale, put them into something like perspective. Texas, of course, we have a very big grid in Texas, 187 gigawatts, a lot of that's solar and wind, which sun doesn't shine all the time, wind doesn't blow all the time, but nevertheless, we're a big state. But AI is a gas story. And I put this slide together just yesterday as I was thinking about how do I make this as fresh as possible. And I did my best, but it's already out of date. In the last 2 months, so just in July and August, we have 24.5 gigawatts of new gas-fired capacity for data centers announced. But just last week, and I didn't see this right away, NextEra Energy, one of the biggest investor-owned utilities in the US, announced they're building 10 gigawatts of new gas-fired capacity they expect to be online by 2028. So add those together, then you're at 35 gigawatts. Well, at 25 gigawatts, remember, we're back at, half of Pennsylvania. Getting to 35 gigawatts, well, we're getting close to a Pennsylvania. All coming online in the next 24 months, 36 months, 48 months. We've never seen anything like this. And great for the gas producers. They love it. They would love a higher price for their gas. But that's another story, and I'll get to that in just a minute. But AI, full stop. It's an electricity story, but it's a gas story. I've been thinking, in my head, my first book was on Enron, so it's great to be back in Houston. I love this town. I do. My first, look, Enron, I'm still writing about Enron. But remember, they coined the term, I think it was Enron, the spark spread, right? The difference between the price of gas and what it's worth when you turn it into electricity. Well, we need a new term, and if you have an idea on this, help me out here. It's not the spark spread, but it's the price of gas versus the electricity versus compute. What's the term for that? That's what we're seeing. The arbitrage between the price of gas, and of course all the kit you have to put in the data center, but then the value of AI and computing. So think about it. You come up with a great term, let me know, because that's what we're seeing, is now the arbitrage between the price of natural gas, the delivery of natural gas, run through a gas turbine or reciprocating engine, whatever it is, fuel cell, and turning it into the ability to fuel OpenAI, Perplexity, Anthropic, Claude, whatever, you name it. But there's clearly, for all of the talk about, and there is a lot of opposition to data centers, and I'll make this clear, it's very clear, the US is not in danger of losing the AI race. Bloomberg New Energy Finance numbers from last month, out of the 300 gigawatts, roughly, of data center capacity they think will be built by 2033, 2/3 of it is going to be in the United States. And why is that? Well, go back to Singapore, go back to Vietnam, go back to Malaysia. Their power prices are too high. They don't have enough gas. They're having to import LNG. Malaysia's still burning a lot of coal. They're importing some, but the price of LNG into the Asian market is going to be prohibitive. Now, China's going to compete because they're going to burn coal, right? They're still importing a lot of LNG, but they're not necessarily going to be using it to produce power. And then you can read the rest of this, but this I thought was particularly important here. Despite the growth in renewables, gas still meets 69% of incremental data center demand. And that's a pretty nice shot of a data center in Iowa that I found on Wikipedia. Latest numbers from EIA just in the last few days. They are now projecting U.S. gas production will be 122 billion cubic feet per day this year. I'll remind you, it was just in 2007, 19 years ago, when Lee Raymond, head of a little startup company called ExxonMobil, maybe you heard of them, he said there's no more gas to be found in the lower 48. He said we have to build the Arctic gas pipeline. He was the CEO and chairman of ExxonMobil. And just 19 years ago, he was saying, we're going to have to, find gas in Alaska. And the U.S. was a prospective, massive importer of LNG. And many of you in this room know this story. The U.S. went from building regas facilities to building liquefaction capacity. And now the U.S. is the biggest LNG exporter in the world, by far. But the 122 BCF, I think in 2005, 2006, U.S. Gas production was about 49 or 50 BCF a day. It's more than doubled. I mean, these are truly extraordinary numbers. And we've heard it talk some about the Permian. Latest data from EIA, this year the Permian will produce 29 BCF of gas per day. The Permian Basin has no gas rigs running. It has oil rigs running. And it's going to produce 29 billion cubic feet of gas per day, all as associated gas. All is what the Cajuns call a lagniappe, something extra. They got it coming out of the well. They didn't drill for it, but they got it. And so what have we seen in the Permian? And why is Chevron building a gas plant out near Monahans? Why is Amazon building a data center out in West Texas? That's where the gas is. Why did John Dillinger rob banks? That's where the money is. But it's not just that the gas is there, that the price of gas at Waha for many months, I think, in fact, most of the time, I heard it today, most of the time, the last 2 years, the price of gas at the Waha trading hub, which is near Fort Stockton, has been negative. So how many of you would like to go into a business where your supplier pays you to take their stuff? I would like that business. Love to go into the fertilizer business or the data center business or the power business out in Fort Stockton, because then my supplier pays me to take their product. It's really unprecedented what we're seeing in the gas patch in the US, and a lot of it is not really the gas patch, it's the oil patch, which is producing gas in the pursuit of oil. I talked about the price of LNG into Japan, the JKM marker. I just looked this up. Now, I made this slide. This was on Monday. Today, the price of JKM is over $22. Think about that. Since before the start of the war, I started collecting the spot price on February 25th. The bombing of Iran started, I think, on the 28th, 27th or 28th. The price of natural gas in the U.S. has been flatter than a pancake. In fact, it's gone down by about 4%. Today, I think it's at $2.70 still. But JKM's trading at $22 and change, $22.05. I just checked it. So, you know, we will see what happens with this war. To quote the president, well, we'll see what happens. Okay, yes, we will see what happens. But what we can see now is that the economic impact of this war on consumers, on industrial users in Europe and Asia has been enormous. And how will it work out? When will this change? I wish I knew. But if you're trying to get into LNG to power in Asia, good luck to you, because those projects are going to get canceled. And those countries, like Vietnam, are going to go back to coal, because supplies of coal are not just abundant, they're super abundant, widely dispersed geographically, not affected by any OPEC-like entities. And lots of companies from all over the world can build coal-fired power plants. I told you I was in Saigon in June. In April, a new power plant began operating in central Vietnam. It was funded by a consortium of Mitsubishi and SK from South Korea. It was a 1.2 gigawatt coal plant, ultra super critical coal plant, the highest efficiency coal plant you can build. So while we are luxuriating in super cheap gas in the United States because we're producing so much of it, $2.70, incredible price. In fact, it's been one of the key and rather overlooked deflationary impacts on the U.S. economy over the last decade and a half. Why has the U.S. economy been so resilient? Well, because we have cheaper gas than any other country in the world. And we convert a lot of that gas into 40% of our electricity now comes from gas. So why has the cost of living, relative inflation in the U.S. could have been much worse if we had been dependent on imported LNG? And thank the Lord we're not. Why else is AI a gas to power story? It's because the pipeline companies are getting into the power business. I'm from Oklahoma, proudly so. I have deep roots in Oklahoma on my mother's side and my father's side. Deep roots in Tulsa. Williams, an old line pipeline company in Tulsa, 100 years old, over the last few months has gone into the power business in a big way. They've already deployed, 500, 1,000, 1,500, call it 2,500 megawatts of new gas to power projects, all located along their pipelines. And why are they doing this? Because they see a way to make a buck. Why is Chevron, of all outfits getting into the power business, they see a way to make a buck? Especially if they've got lots of gas in the Permian, they're selling it for negative price. Well, heck, let's do a deal with Microsoft. And that's what they've done. I don't have a slide on Tallgrass and Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. They did a deal in May in Cheyenne, 1.2 gigawatts of memory serves for a new data center project in Cheyenne, Wyoming. So Williams is by far the lead player in this. They're not the only ones. Another way to think about this, and one of the breaks on the development and deployment of AI, is supply chain. And I think it was a good point made during the last session about labor being a key constraint, and it is. But it's also the availability of gas turbines for behind-the-meter generation. And by the way, I see some of you taking photos. I'm happy to share these. I'll send them to Ken Medlock, or I don't know who else at Rice, or send them to Mike Stice. Happy to send you the PDF. Happy for you to use them. Happy to share them. By all means, use them. I'm not getting paid here. I'm not going to get paid on it. But it's happy for you to have it. But I want you to understand this, and if they're helpful to you and you can share them, by all means, do so. So happy for you to share them. But this, I'm pro-nuclear, adamantly pro-nuclear, but let's be sober about what's really happening. So TerraPower, backed by Bill Gates, is building a 400 megawatt nuclear plant. They're building it now in Kemmerer, Wyoming, on the side of an old coal plant. GE Vernova Hitachi, is building a 300 megawatt SMR in Ontario at the Darlington Power Station. So the amount of nuclear capacity now under construction in the United States is 700 megawatts. The backlog for gas turbines for GE Vernova, Siemens, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, Doosan, and Caterpillar is at least 266 gigawatts. At least. CAT doesn't publish their backlog on their turbine business, but they're ramping up their turbine business. They're also ramping up their reciprocating engine business, which I'll talk about in just a minute. But AI is a gas story? Yes, AI is a gas story, full stop. Nuclear, I'm pro-nuclear. Nuclear is going to play no role in AI or data centers for years to come. That's just a fact. ICE generators, internal combustion engine generators. I've been following this. I wrote about it on my Substack, robertbryce.substack.com, a few weeks ago. Bergen engines, when I was in San Antonio for PowerGen in January, I saw the Bergen engine display there. Bergen is making 12 megawatt gensets, 11.7 megawatts, manufactured in Norway. Massive engines, thousands of times larger than the engine in your car, but basically the same engine. An Otto-cycle spark-ignited engine. And they're selling them to data centers to put behind the meter because the data center backlog is now, the data center backlog is 3, 4, 5 years. And these internal combustion, these auto cycle engine makers can deliver them in 2 years, and they can generally deliver them at a lower price. $1.5 million a megawatt, $1,500 a kilowatt. So Liberty's a fracking company, obviously based in Denver. They're getting to the power sector. They're deploying about 3 gigawatts of capacity. Wärtsilä's already sold 2.4 gigawatts. And meanwhile, I'm giving you the TerraPower and GE Hitachi number again, just for comparison. So again, it's a gas story. Have I mentioned AI as a gas story? I hope I've said that. Nod your head. Yes, AI is a gas story. They're also facing fierce opposition. Some of the previous panelists suggested, it's just a few people. No, it ain't. No, it ain't a few people. I've been a reporter a long time, 4 decades. I love being a reporter. It's what I do. I've never seen anything like this. It's a cultural backlash unlike anything I've ever seen. And why is that? And by the way, this is from. This was in May at a data center. It was a Box Elder County, Utah County Commission meeting held on a data center that was being pushed by Mr. Wonderful. Remember Kevin O'Leary? Yes. 900 people showed up. And they were 850 of them were pissed off. The county commission later they left the dais, they went into a back room, voted to approve the data center. 2 of those 3 commissioners have since been voted off the commission. I've never seen anything like this. Now, if this had been Mark Cuban or somebody else on the, one of the sharks and not that jerk Kevin O'Leary, would so many people be this mad? Maybe not. But O'Leary did himself no favors. He went on to claim that the opposition was being funded by the Chinese. He's now been sued for defamation because he had no proof on that, right? He's just running his mouth like he always does. It doesn't pay to be a jerk. Sometimes it pays to be a nice guy. Here are the numbers. All of them documented in the data center rejection database. W. Edwards Deming, the industrial analyst, famously said, "In God we trust, all others bring data." Well, here's the data. Last December, my son, Jacob, who I love dearly, he lives in Berlin, he said, "Dad, this data center thing, it's real. We should do a data center rejection database." I'm already doing a renewable rejection database. So we've been tabulating and entering all of the rejections or restrictions that we can find across the US. There have been 283 up to today. Well, actually it's 284 if you count Josh Shapiro's rejection or restriction in Pennsylvania that was just passed yesterday. Now, not a ban, not like Kathy Hochul in New York, which is wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. Can I say? Yeah, you can do that. Do you know what this means? Wee-oo, wee-oo, wee-oo. It's like total bonkers crazy town. Not like the data center developers were rushing to New York anyway, right? But 283. So why is this happening? And what the panelists, yes, in the previous panel don't mention is that this anger in the public in the United States at big tech. People are pissed. The American public, voters are irritated. It explains in part the rise of Trump and MAGA. The people are disassociated, they're mad at the system, and so, they voted for an outsider. Now, was that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, yeah, it's a mixed bag, right? But there's a latent anger in America, and there's a lot of anger at big tech. And a friend of mine, Jimmy Fortuna, put it very well. He said, people can't fight Microsoft or Facebook or Google. They can't fight them online, but they can fight them at the local zoning board. And that's what they're doing. And so, yes, are the water concerns maybe overstated? Yes, well, maybe. Are the power concerns overstated? Well, yeah, maybe, except power bills have gone up in the US, average residential bills up 20 to 30% in the last 5 years. Add in the issues that I'm very well familiar with in writing about renewable rejections, now for more than 15 years, local communities looking at big wind, big solar, and looking at these projects, concern about their neighborhood, concern about their property values, concern about their view sheds, concern about the character of their towns. And then you add in with data centers, fear of AI and the potential loss of jobs, anger at big tech, and outrage at the staggering wealth of the Silicon Valley zillionaires. And you have a perfect set of issues across the political spectrum that gets buy-in from the left and the right. So in what other case do you have AOC and Bernie Sanders on the left agreeing with Josh Hawley and the Tea Party crowd on the right? I can't think of one. One more example. There was a referendum 2 weeks ago in Augusta Township, Michigan. There was a data center, a large data center was proposed for some farmland outside of the township. There was a referendum, citizens gathered signatures and forced an item onto the ballot. About 2,500 people voted. 89.5% of the residents of Augusta Township voted against the data center. Tell me one other example of this where you find on any issue anywhere of any kind where you get 90% of the people saying, we oppose that. I can't, if original sin went on the ballot, maybe. Where else are you going to get that kind of agreement? But I think in my view as someone, I got no dog in the fight. I'm a reporter. I don't take money from anybody, no foundation money, nothing. I'm independent. But these claims that, it's just a few people and their concerns are overblown. Well, you still have to do something to get them to come onto your side. And the big tech has been completely back-footed by all of this because they've had their way forever. They think they have enough money, they can just roll over people. And in many cases, they're trying to do that. But again, this is unlike anything I've ever seen. Natural gas, I've already made the case for natural gas. I don't have to do that. I won't read these to you, except to point out that the resources globally aren't just big, they're almost unbelievably large. One of the biggest gas fields in the Mediterranean is off the Gaza Strip. Tanzania, Senegal, West Africa, huge gas fields offshore that have barely been touched. there's more gas on this planet than we can say grace over, and we're just getting started. Nuclear, hello, duh, yes, nuclear. So obvious Ray Charles could see it. Yeah, duh, we need nuclear. We need to diversify our fuel supplies. And for many reasons, land sparing, energy return on energy invested, but there are challenges. But it's clear, this is a screen grab from the IAEA. China's building 37.7 gigawatts of new nuclear. The US isn't on this list. It probably should be, but where are you going to put less than 1 gigawatt? Right, I've already told you it's 700 megawatts, but the IAEA doesn't even have the US on its list. Meanwhile, China is building more capacity than anyone else by far. The other issue with nuclear is the timeline to bankable projects. This was a slide that was created by a friend of mine who works in the power construction business. And he's pro-nuclear, but he's just saying, look, we're going to build the first of a kind. Gates is going to build first of a kind in Kimmerer with TerraPower. Well, that's the first of a kind. And it's 400 megawatts. We'll give yourself a ribbon. We don't need 1, we need 2, we need 5, we need 12, we need 20. And how long is that going to take? Bill Gates doesn't have to go to the bank. He can fund that out of his wallet, right? But still, other developers are going to have to borrow the money. They're going to have to finance them. So we have to be very clear about how we go from first of a kind to reliable generation capacity. And that's a long time away. It's all about cost. This is a little bit busy, but Plant Vogtle, $16.5 million a megawatt. Those were the last large-scale reactors built in the U.S. TVA has announced they're going to build a BWRX 300 at Clinch River. They don't want to talk about how much it costs. Why? Because $18 million a megawatt. TerraPower, best estimates, it's going to cost $4 billion. It's $11.5 million a megawatt. Meanwhile, Bloomberg published this analysis, I think it was in April, talking about the increase in natural gas fired generation up 66%, but it's still $2 million a megawatt. So given the capital cost could be 60% of the all-in operating costs on a nuclear plant, you want to reduce your upfront capital costs. And I was in Austin 2 days ago meeting with a guy from Bergen Engines. They can deploy Bergen large-scale recips for $1.5 million a megawatt. Now, is that an accurate number? Well, maybe, maybe not. Call it 2. They're competitive with gas, but they're killing nuclear in terms of getting it deployed and getting it deployed quickly. There's no problem on getting the fuel, and it's not a crowded field for them, right? Because there are so few players that can make those big engines. Meanwhile, in the SMR space, the U.S. has 42 companies. And I was pleased to talk with Kyle Hausveit. Is that it? Hausvat. Kyle. I was talking to Kyle. And we were talking about some of these companies. So who's going to survive here? Don't bet against Holtec. They're going to go public. I'd short NuScale if I was smart enough to short anybody, but I wrote about them first 18 years ago. They still haven't built a nuclear reactor. Don't bet against, where's GE Vernova or GE Hitachi? There they are. Don't bet against them. They're a big operating company, deep pockets. And don't bet against BWXT. Where are they? Right there. They build nuclear reactors for the US Navy. The rest of these, maybe 1 or 2 will survive. All the rest of them, they're going to go bust. And I take no pleasure in saying that, but it's too crowded. You have 47 reactors, 42 companies. 8 of them are public. Some of them had no business of ever going public, but nevertheless. The fuel issue is an issue. I talked about it with Kyle. The Trump administration is taking steps, but right now the U.S. is still getting about 20 or 25% of its nuclear fuel from the Russians. The Russians are not our friends. China, this is another thing I talked about with Kyle. This is something I've been writing about for a long time, rare earth elements. I wrote about it in my 4th book, Power Hungry, now 16 years ago. They have an effective monopoly on the rare earth elements. And if you know your chemistry, this is the lanthanides in the periodic table right here. Neodymium, praseodymium, lanthanum, yttrium, gadolinium. These are incredibly important elements. And China has a stranglehold on all of them. In the early 1990s, Deng Xiaoping said, the Middle East has oil, China has rare earths, we're going to exploit rare earths, and that's exactly what they've done. And now the US and Canada, Japan, Australia, South Korea are trying to figure out how to break China's effective monopoly on these strategic elements. And it goes beyond, by the way, it includes antimony, it includes tantalum, titanium, gallium, all of the kind of elements that you'd never think about. And by the way, my high school chemistry teacher was named Miss Jean Plackey, and if she knew I was talking to anyone about the periodic table, she would be having a good laugh today. Love you, Miss Plackey, from now 50 years ago almost, but nevertheless, this is key, and it's not just about the strategic elements and the rare earths, but a particular strategic element, uranium, because China is building more nuclear plants than anyone else. So these are the top issues. I think I'm right about 30 minutes, maybe just a hair more than what was allotted. Hydrocarbons are here to stay. That's the story. Natural gas is here to stay. These are the themes of the moment. And the questions are going to be, there was talk about permitting, yes, land use conflicts, those aren't going away. LNG and AI, yes. But I think in particular, new nuclear, how soon and where and how much. These are my mini documentaries. I've now made 4 of them, including, you'll see on the top left, Vietnam Plugs In. We just put that out. I made it with my daughter, Mary. We put it out on Tuesday, 7.5 minutes about what we saw in Vietnam. I've also made one feature-length documentary called Juice: How Electricity Explains the World, and 1 5-part docuseries, which came out 3 years ago. They're available for free on YouTube. And you can find them, juicethemovie.com and juicetheseries.com. Wait, go back. Sarah, did I say they're free? I hope I said they're free. Yeah, they're free. 6 documentaries, 6 books. This is my latest one, A Question of Power, Electricity, and the Wealth of Nations. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell everyone you know. You don't have to read it. You just have to buy it. And if you buy it on your Kindle, I make a better royalty. So I'm on Substack. I've written for a lot of publications in my career. I'm incredibly fortunate to do what I do. It's my purpose, my passion. I write on Substack now because I can write what I want, how I want. With the graphics I want, many of the ones you just saw, I publish on my Substack, so you can subscribe to me there. I'm flattered to be invited. Great to be with you today. Thank you very kindly. Time for 1 question, 2 questions, or sit down and shut up? Yes.
Just one.
1 question. Gabe says 1. Okay. Make it good.
I've read that the cost of battery storage has really come down, and that battery storage associated with solar has been used in some of these plants. Can you comment on that and whether that's a competitive factor?
Yes, it is, and batteries are playing a bigger role in ERCOT. We heard that from the last panel, and last month I was driving to Nacogdoches and it was stinking hot that day, and the wholesale power price, I think when I looked on the ERCOT app, wind wasn't blowing at all. I don't like the wind business. In fact, I hate the wind business like I hate cauliflower. Wholesale prices didn't go up. They were at $50 during peak demand time, and I think that's because of solar and batteries. So I've been a skeptic on batteries, but I'm coming around. Okay, Gabe says I'm done.
Hey, cauliflower is good for you. Let's give Robert another.
Good afternoon. Robert did a great job of laying the foundation for the next topic, which is the role of natural gas in the coming years of meeting these demands we're talking about, not just from data centers, but also from just the regular demands that we're used to, commercial, residential. My name's Jay Jimerson, and I'm a reformed or former energy lawyer. First part of my career, I practiced law, regulatory law, some litigation, both upstream, midstream, went into the gas storage business for many years, served a big 1,500 gigawatt power plant, so I'm used to trying to follow that kind of load. Then came back onto the E&P side of the business. So I love natural gas. I love this topic. I think we'll have some fun in the next 45 minutes talking about this. I have 2 great panelists here to join me. Sarah is, and I'll let her talk a little bit about herself in a second. She represents the upstream side. She's from EQT, biggest producer, I think, in the Northeast. So she comes from the producer side, the producer perspective when it comes to supplying data centers, LNG, and otherwise. Carson with Enverus represents data centers and helps them with siting, with their analysis, the analytics, everything data center, but also understands the gas business as well because he has to advise these customers and clients on available gas supply and so forth. So you'll get both perspectives on this. My style here will be a little different. I've got slides. I like pictures are worth 1,000 words to me. So I use slides. I'll show you a slide. I may say something about it, and then I'm going to ask them questions about it, and we'll see how that goes. But Sarah, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and your company?
You bet. My name is Sarah Fenton. I'm an EVP for Upstream for EQT. EQT is one of the largest natural gas producers in the U.S. Consider ourselves America's natural gas champion. We produce about 8 BCF a day. For perspective, if we're producing about 100 BCF a day in America, looks like we're going to 120 here soon by the end of the year, according to the last slide. So we produce about 8% of that. That's a significant portion of gas. We're also vertically integrated, which means we've got the upstream arm, which is the arm that I run. I'm a petroleum engineer by background, now in the leadership side where we drill and complete and produce wells. We also have a midstream arm as well. So a couple years ago, we picked up Equitrans. They're a large pipeline company. So we're able to now get our gas from Appalachia. We're a pure play basin operator developing Marcellus and Utica shales up there. We can get our gas out of the basin. Appalachia's typically been considered basin constrained, but now we have more pipeline projects that are getting gas out of the basin. One of the bigger projects that we're very proud of is the Mountain Valley Pipeline. It's MVP for short. It's also probably our most valuable player right now at EQT, and that takes about 2 BCF a day, so about 25% of the gas that we produce out of the basin down in through Data Center Alley in Virginia, down to the southern Virginia border. And then we're currently constructing MVP Southgate, which takes another half a B into the Carolinas. So bringing our gas from Appalachia down into the Southeast is one of our top priorities for EQT.
Great, thank you. Carson, what are you doing these days?
Thanks, Jay. So Carson
By the way,
Curl.
I'm sorry, we need a clicker, and here we go. Sorry to interrupt you.
No worries, Jay.
This will help when you're trying to use slides.
Yes. Carson Curl at Enverus. Enverus is kind of the leading analytics platform for like the entire energy industry, definitely in North America. I lead up our like market research and advisory team as it pertains to basically like utilities and large loads. So both on the industrial side, but also on the AI side, working with lots of developers to build projects. But if you want to think about Enverus more holistically, you could think about us as not only the place where folks like EQT come to get all of their production data looked at in a nice way, pipeline data, project tracking, all of that kind of stuff, but also we do the actual generation interconnection studies for MISO and SPP. So we kind of cover the whole scope from the oil and gas side all the way through to the electron and then the consumption of electrons.
That's why he's great to have on a panel like this. See, he's go-to for in everything I don't know. Sarah, were you, as a party, going to talk about the horizontal well you guys did, or is that coming up?
Yeah, you bet. So one of the things that
you want me to
we're
go back
real
to that?
proud of, so that was the last slide that I was talking about EQT. Key things with EQT is we are one of the biggest natural gas producers. We're also pretty proud of our operational excellence. So the next slide, my drilling team would be pretty upset at me if I didn't showcase their recent world record that they just set, where we drilled over a 29,000-foot lateral. And the Marcellus is about 8,000 feet down, so about 1.5 miles down. So you got to go 1.5 miles down and then 5.5 miles out. And
That's
so
remarkable, by the way.
World record. And then setting records is great. We love winning at EQT. In fact, we have a set of metrics we call crew metrics, like they're KPIs. You're winning or not winning yet, but we will be winning. So we love winning. So the team is real proud of this record. Setting records is great. Doing it safely is better. So we had 0 recordables. So as the lady that runs upstream operations, that's really important to me. When we have safe operations, they're efficient. When efficient operations occur, they are cost effective. EQT is one of the largest natural gas producers, of course, but we're one of the lowest costs. This is critical. We're about $2 an M. So today, if gas at Henry Hub's going for about $2.70, I think I saw this morning, we talk about basis differential, so the price deduct that you take for being up in Appalachia and being basin constrained, that's about 60 cents. So we're just below our break-even price up there. This is important for being sustainable. Sustainable means profitable. So making sure, even if you're a nonprofit company, you still need to cover your expenses. So for us, focusing on being that low-cost operator is critical for us. So that's where a lot of my attention is focused on, is being that low-cost operator. So we love backing up operational excellence with setting records, but for us, moving that needle up and thinking about operations consistently improving the average is how we get better, is how our costs stay low. So that's a key thing for the upstream operations.
How many separate fracs?
Ooh, I love that question. So how many separate fracs are, it's called stage spacing, and our stage spacing is 200 feet. So if I'm going to do that math in public is always terrible. So 30,000 feet divided by 200 is what, 1,500 stages?
Yeah, beyond.
I hope I'm doing that right. Did I do that right? Yes, math in public worked. All right, so 1,500, and that's just one well. And I was just having this conversation, a few minutes ago, and we were talking about, for a data center, we keep hearing gigawatts and the use of gigawatt. 1 gigawatt of power requires 0.15 BCF a day, or 150 million a day. This well, just this one well, that's what it produces. One well. And we do about 100 and 110 of these a year. We typically talk in lateral feet in Appalachia. We don't have the beautiful Jeffersonian grid system that Texas and Oklahoma have, where we call it DSUs, drill and spacing units. So we have a little more flexibility in Appalachia. So our wells are their own units. So when we talk about development, we don't talk about number of wells, because they all vary in lateral lengths, but we talk about lateral footage. So we develop about 2 million lateral feet a year, and that allows us to hold our production flat. So if we're flowing about 8 BCF a day gross, 6.5 net, 30% decline rate, to maintain that flat decline, we need about 2 million lateral feet a year to do that.
So this is totally off script, but we have some wells in the Anadarko Basin we need to drill. Can you guys come down and drill some of those for us? So,
we'd love to do
all
that.
right, we'll talk when we get through this. So
price?
thanks. You've heard a lot of terminology today. I know we have a diverse group here. We have doctors, we have engineers, we have lawyers, we have teachers, probably have academics, we have students, I know. And so what I want to do is roll back a little bit here and get some of the terminology down before we continue with our discussion. Like, well, what is a gigawatt? If my wife were here, she'd go, Jay, you should have started with that maybe. And like, what is 100 million a day? And all this kind of stuff. So because we have a diverse group here, I want to ask Carson a few questions because I want to put this in context. Robert did a great job of talking about scale. Is he still here? Great job talking about scale and laying the foundation here. So I want to even go maybe a little deeper than he did, or maybe a little more simple than he did. But thanks, Robert, for that segue. So Carson, my first question is, right behind you is a map of the U.S. And by the way, just for the benefit of the group and as a tribute to AI, I ask AI to generate almost all the graphs that I'm using today. I did go back and fact check and had to redo a couple of them a few times because they just were wrong. I intuitively knew they were wrong. So I apologize if some of this looks a little bit different than even what Robert talked about, but this is AI at its best. And I think it's generally accurate. What it shows, and for my purposes in this first question, is the big growth in data centers is going to come, has come, and will be coming in the Northeast, where Sarah's located, as well as down here in ERCOT, down in Texas and Louisiana and that area. That's what this depicts. The existing capacity, data load capacity per state is shown with the dark circles, and then the projected capacity is on the outer circles. You can see what stands out, Virginia, Pennsylvania, where Sarah lives, and down here in Texas. But almost every map like this I look at labels a data center by GW, by gigawatt. The first time I looked at that, I went, why in the world why don't you call them by their names or something, or something different than gigawatt? Why would you do that? And so Carson, tell us what a gigawatt is, and then we're going to put it in context to how the scale of something like that. And Robert talked a little bit about that. So, Carson?
Yeah, well, when you're talking about a gigawatt of data center capacity, you could be talking about a couple of different things, right? You could be talking about critical IT, which is going to be the maximum power consumption of just the hardware that's going inside the data center. So that's going to be your GPUs, your CPUs, your associated kind of like computation. You could also just be talking about nameplate capacity. So now that's that original value, but also multiplied by some factor for cooling, for your air chillers, for like all of the residual electricity consumption that that facility will have. So at a total value, it's just this is the most amount of power that this data center can instantaneously use. How much it actually uses in every hour is a very different value from what that nameplate number might be.
So put it into context for us. So what I'm hearing you say is that these numbers we're looking at are probably gross type numbers. They include cooling, compute power, cooling power, just all in as far as what a data center consumes in electricity. But put that in context. Like, for example, how many homes could you power with 1 gigawatt of electricity?
From a generation side, you're looking at probably like 600 to 800,000 homes.
Think about that. I think Oklahoma City we're a little over 1 million in population. So the power that one of these hyperscale type facilities, a 1 gigawatt type facility, 2 gigawatt, you heard Robert talk about larger facilities, they pretty much consume close to what we would need in Oklahoma City. And we're a decent sized city. So the scale we're talking about is just tremendous. And here's what it is. If you had a 1 gigawatt power plant, and instead of using all the power from that plant to serve all these loads you talked about, instead you could use that to power 750,000 homes, we're talking about big numbers here. So I want you, when we throw around the term gigawatt, I want you to have a mental picture of what we're talking about, how much electricity we're talking about. It's a lot, big number. So my next question, and this is one that's near and dear to my heart because I used to serve a power plant with gas and trying to follow its load. It was a big swing plant, 1,500 megawatt or 1.5 gigawatt power plant. And when I started this, I was kind of a younger lawyer, and I'd transitioned from practicing law to help run a gas storage facility. And for the life of me, I had to go take a tour of the power plant because I didn't know how they would converted natural gas into electricity to meet the needs of people in the area. And so that's what so Carson, kind of explain to us. I always hear about turbines. And by the way, you can either call it a turbine or a turbine. They're both acceptable. So I use turbine. But tell us, in these data centers, a lot of them are what we call behind the meter. So they have their own power plant right there on the grounds. But how do we take gas that we're going to be talking about, the role of natural gas, and turn it into power for these data centers?
I mean, yeah, you combust the natural gas in a process. It can be in a large turbine like the ones you're seeing on the screen right now. It can be a reciprocating engine like the ones that were mentioned earlier that are very similar to the type of engine that you have in your car. It could even be a fuel cell like what Bloom and companies like Bloom produce. From that, you're going to spin a turbine, some kind of mechanical motion to generate electricity. That electricity is going to go into the data center. As far as like how many of these things you need to actually be associated with a load, the number is generally, I would say, at the very least 1.1 times more nameplate generating capacity than you have load. But if you're using very, very large generators like the ones you have on the screen, it could be up to 1.4, 1.5 times more generation capacity than you would actually have your data center be.
Yeah, so I have here, tell me if I'm right or wrong here, but like these GE Vernova type combustion turbines, I have those need about 100 million a day. Each one of those is 500 megawatts or so. I was used to serving a 1,500 megawatt plant, and that was about 300 million a day, but its heat rate was 10,000. So we're not as good as the new stuff that's coming out. Is that reasonable as to what we're talking about what happens?
Yeah, when you're talking about these new, like brand new combined cycle generators, you'd probably be a little bit more efficient than what you have on the screen. Okay. You think like 140 to 150 million cubic feet a day for a gigawatt of generation capacity. But that's assuming that you're running it full stop 100% of the time.
Okay.
Obviously, if the average utilization factor or capacity factor on these generators in the market's like 40%, you'd only be using, a little over 40% of that on average.
Okay, so it gives you just a picture of how this is done, and these power plants, like you're looking at here, behind the meter just means they're on the ground. They're behind the utility meter, for example. They're built next to the data center, as opposed to just a regular power plant that delivers electricity into the grid, which is an issue these days, trying to get connected to the grid. So this gives you an idea of the process. This, by the way, I just want to show you a picture, a 500 megawatt gas turbine. This is the scale, the size we're talking about. Those on the right are GE Vernova turbines. It's cool to look at the inside of one of those. That's how many blades. There are thousands of blades, even in a 200 megawatt turbine. But the turbine, as Carson said, the turbine spins through the combustion. It then is tied with a shaft into a generator. It generates electricity, and a lot of it. So this gives you an idea of the scale. This is, Robert speaking of Microsoft earlier and Chevron. This is the Kilby project here in Texas. It's a huge data center that's announced, 2.7 gigawatts. So putting it in context again, for natural gas, the role of natural gas, Carson, what's a 2.7 gigawatt data center require every day?
Yeah, this would have a peak consumption of around 400, just under 400 million a day, but probably an average consumption of around 200 million a day.
Okay, so peak consumption, you got to be able to meet peak needs of 400 million a day. How many are in the gas industry here, gas business? Is that a lot of gas? That's a huge amount of gas. Huge amount of gas every day. Here you go. Oklahoma City, this is high. Oklahoma City really probably on average, and we're million plus people, what I put up there, 1.5 million people. This AI generated the 650, my fact check and just intuitive is we're more like 500 million. But think about that compared to the one facility we were just talking about. That's the magnitude, that's the scale of these things. So I'm gonna segue now into the actual role of natural gas. Now we've got the background and kind of address the scale. What's a gigawatt? How much gas are we talking about for these facilities? So this is similar, I think, to what Robert showed. This is just kind of shows the data center capacity in the country and the growth that we're seeing. This is really similar, Robert, to the slide that you used. Shows that most of the growth is going to be in ERCOT in Southeast and in PJM, which is in the Northeast where you're at. And then this I want to pause and talk about a little bit. With respect to the data center electric demand growth that we just saw and where it's going to occur, which is down here in Texas and up in the Northeast where you're at, this is what IEA projects as the energy mix to meet that demand. This pretty much, we could almost stop after this slide, but I want to do a little deeper dive because this kind of tells us what the role of natural gas will be, at least in the eyes of the IEA. So my question for each of you, and you can look at this again, refresh your memories on this, but what does this tell us about the role of natural gas over the next 5 to 10 years with respect to data center demand? And well, I'm just going to leave it at that first of all, because I got another question. But Sarah, you want to tackle that first?
Yeah, so this is a great story for natural gas. When we talk about data centers, we talk about just power gen. There's a whole nother topic on LNG I'm sure we'll get to a little bit later when we talk about natural gas. But if you go back to that slide, the first one that you showed the map on.
Whoops, I think
one more. Yep, one more up. There. Oh, maybe.
No.
Yeah, so this is a pretty powerful map. So I live in Pittsburgh, just outside of Pittsburgh, which is just north of what they call Data Center Alley. Data Center Alley is basically DC, just south of DC. So building out, and I think we saw, there was a gentleman that showed, I think it was Ken this morning, showed the map of where the data centers are going to be, and you just see a lot of them popping up just in that DC or south of DC area. So the way we think about natural gas is really around the power gen story, and it's an AI story. And so where that's going, according to the forecast, and we know all forecasts are wrong, but at least we understand what's going into the forecast, natural gas isn't going to be an important piece to data center growth. One of the things that I think the shale industry has learned, and I've been in the shale industry now over 20 years, and from the boom until through all the busts until now, is we don't grow for growth's sake. So back in the day, it was kind of like you grow, Sarah, you're an upstreamer, you're a petroleum engineer, grow, we'll build it. Like you go ahead and drill the well and they will come. And then that didn't happen. So we had cancellations, we had opposition, many things that occurred, and we saw the boom and bust of the shale industry. We saw bankruptcies, certainly see consolidations. So a key component to natural gas demand, and certainly the supply, which is the side I run, is not growing for growth's sake. So when we decide to grow and we see these growth signals, we call it durable demand, which means we'll grow when that demand shows up. And that demand means we've got a contract. We've signed a contract. It's more than just a heads of agreement or a letter of intent or a memorandum of understanding. That's great for us to come to the table and negotiate. We'll sign a contract. We've got financial backing. So you hear the term FID a lot in the space, which is just a term for making sure that the financial decision has been made, like the final investment decision's been made, and infrastructure is progressing. So this is ability to get the chips, ability to get the turbine, ability to get the fiber. All things that go into driving a data center is critical. So for us, when we think about natural gas and the role it's going to play, it's there. We know it's going to be there, but we're not going to just grow for growth's sake. It'll be an important piece.
Carson, I've got another question, but go ahead if you have something to add to that.
Yeah, I think we generally agree that the AI story is super positive for the capacity of gas-fired generation that needs to exist in the United States. And I say capacity very specifically because I don't necessarily mean consumption, like this chart illustrates. So we believe roughly that there's going to be 13 to 14 gigawatts of data center adds a year over the next 5 years out through 2030. So that's 65 gigawatts, which is actually pretty close to the number you had in your map. On average, we think that that'll consume roughly half of its nameplate capacity in electricity. So now your 65 is 32. And each year, over those same 5 years, you're going to install somewhere between 20 and 40 gigawatts of renewable energy resources. Even if you normalize that to a 25% capacity factor across wind and solar, which is totally reasonable, you would still have more renewable generation that you're adding to the grid than you would have consumption from data centers in each of those years. So the question is, from a consumption perspective, are you going to actually burn more natural gas, or do you just need more natural gas to be available to be burned when those resources aren't generating? And frankly, merchant power generation, and when I say merchant power generation, I mean I'm going to go build a power plant and I'm going to try and sell electricity into the grid. That just doesn't work anymore from an economics perspective. We saw 2 and change million a megawatt just half an hour ago. Those prices are above 3 million a megawatt for combined cycle natural gas turbines today. That brings your levelized cost of energy to $80, $90 a megawatt hour for power generated from a new CCGT. The power price in Texas is $45 a megawatt hour. You can't build merchant generation here. You can't build merchant generation anywhere in the United States, with maybe the exception of PJM and how they're kind of structuring their new capacity auction to incentivize new generation to be built. But that's true for wind, that's true for solar, that's true for natural gas. What you require to build power infrastructure is an offtake agreement from a company who says that they're going to pay you whether or not you're running or not if you're a gas plant, or we're going to pay you a fixed price for your generation when you are running if you're a renewable plant. And that's what we're seeing kind of a lot of the new generation that gets built is getting funded through either a hyperscaler agreement, a data center agreement, something like that, because you just can't build and operate on grid merchant
let me
anymore.
ask you a follow-on question to that then, because it seems like I'm seeing, and I think most of us are seeing, just a rush to power supply. The Metas, the Googles, they're all rushing as fast as they can to get developed, get these facilities completed. And I don't know the extent to which they're ignoring some of these fundamental economics up front on the cost, but what I'm hearing you say is they're getting those that are developing the plants, for example, they have a contract. It's either the same company or they have a supply contract that it sounds like the Metas and the Googles of the world are willing to pay more to get in an operating phase faster. Is that what you're seeing?
Totally. And to use maybe a term that was asked for earlier, like the watt-bit spread, or the spread between the price of the electricity and the price of the compute, is massive. If you can generate electricity for 8 cents a kilowatt hour, $80 a megawatt hour, in a data center, you can sell that unit of electricity via an H100. So that 8 cents you can sell for over $2. So that spread is insane. And they can afford to pay that spread even if it's 16 cents, $160 a megawatt hour, the price that was quoted, Vietnam having to pay if they were to build gas-fired power plants with LNG. The hyperscalers are not a price-sensitive consumer of electricity. And that's why they can build generation when no one else can.
Yeah. It's amazing to me what's being spent to accelerate the construction of these power plants. And speaking of that, we keep throwing around the term behind the meter, and I suspect that by now most of you know what that is. But that is the willingness, and Carson, either one of you can add this, but of these data center developers are having troubles connecting to the grid for a variety of reasons that have been discussed earlier today. And so what do you do when you can't connect to the grid? Go build your own power plant, which is what they're doing, and they're huge. You've seen the size of 500 megawatt, a gigawatt power plant, 2 gigawatt power plant. Robert talked about some that were even larger, but that's kind of what's going on now. But they're being moved behind the meter, and they're paying a lot, right, to do that?
Yeah, I think some of those announcements are taken a little bit out of context, though. So, like, you have the Amazon one that's in West Texas that just was announced, I think, a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago now. If you look at the size of the power generation capacity that they're looking to build, that's 7.2-ish, I think, gigawatts. If you look at the permit they've filed for buildings to construct data center buildings, it's 25 buildings. The design that they use currently is 68 megawatts a building. 25 times 68 megawatts is only 1.8 gigawatts of load. So that same 7.2 gigawatt project that everyone talks about, Amazon burning, the largest emitter in history, being associated with is the power generation capacity. It's actually only 1.8 gigawatts of load that they've currently filed applications and are planning to construct there. That's a surplus of generation that's roughly 4 to 1 of the actual consumption that they could be building at that site. So there's a little bit of context there that's super important.
Yeah, thank you for that. I want to transition a little bit here and ask a question, and that is, are we on a collision course? And by that I mean whether you're down in this area, ERCOT, or Texas, Louisiana area, where you have tremendous LNG growth, demand for natural gas to meet these gas-hungry LNG facilities. It's amazing how much that they require and can convert methane gas into liquefied natural gas. It's almost kind of mind-boggling. It eclipses the demand from these data centers. I sent you guys a report, which you all could read, done by a guy who had a model that looked at all the wells that we could drill in the future, all the demand for natural gas from data centers and the other demands, transportation capacity, processing capacity, and his conclusion was we're going to be short of natural gas in a couple of years. I thought, he's an outlier. Most of us think we got plenty of gas. We're gonna be fine. And then I found another report, and let me quote what this guy said. He said, "We are simultaneously committing to export unprecedented volumes of natural gas to global markets." That's LNG. So we're committing to export unprecedented volumes of natural gas to global markets, while domestic electricity demand, powered substantially by that same natural gas, enters an era of sustained AI-driven growth. He said these two demand trajectories are on an absolute collision course. So my question is, are we on a collision course? This whole topic we're on is the role of natural gas in the future to meet all this demand. Are we on a collision course, or are we okay?
So I'm going to say we're okay.
Okay.
As the lady that runs upstream for EQT, we have decades of inventory, decades of runway. I want to say almost a century, but of course my PR lady will not let me say that, so I have to stick with decades. When we think about these different basins that are around the world, and we heard about Permian, it's an oil basin, but it's got almost 30 Bs a day coming out of gas. That's about what Appalachia produces, by the way. And that's a gas basin with gas rigs running. And then, of course, America produces about 100 BCF a day. So the way we think about not so much the collision course, but the growth or the demand that's going to, the growth in AI and the demand that's going to be expected of us as upstreamers is how do we get prepared for that? So not just growing for growth's sake, like I had mentioned, like, yes, all the headlines are out there, but when the contracts show up, when the actual number, the actual volume they're going to need, we sign on the contract line, that's what's going to drive us to add a rig, add a frac fleet. But in the meantime, what do we have to do to get ahead of it? It's understanding where it could potentially go and how fast. So for EQT, we call that productive capacity. When we flow about 8 BCF a day gross, our productive capacity, the way we define it is where could we get to reasonably in the next, say, 5 years, what could we grow to and hold it there flat with today's technology, today's, we call them sticks, inventory, sticks on a map, with today's acreage and what we know about the stacked pay in Appalachia. For us, that's about 12 Bs. So we can get from 8 to 12, so about a 50% growth in about 5 years and hold it there for 20 years flat. So that's how we think about planning for the future and what we're going to be able to deliver. For Appalachia, we see about a 6 to 7 B a day growth. Were you going to go to that slide?
Well, I was actually going to go back to this one.
That's
after
fine.
you finish, but I can go.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So if we're anticipating at least for Appalachia 6 to 7 Bs, that's another EQT. EQT is about 150 years old. So it took us about 150 years to get to 8 Bs, I guess. I mean, there was a few other things along the way. We were a utility company at one point. But where we're at today is about 8 Bs. So if we're going to need another EQT in 5 years, can we get there? And today, with our assessments, we're pretty close. EQT should be able to get to where we need to. The other piece to all this is, I think that gentleman that put that piece out is actually from Pittsburgh. I think he was saying, hey, we're going to run out of gas. Gas is going to go to $8 to $10. And so for a lady that lives in the price times volume world, I was like, what? $8? This is nuts. What we think is going to happen is forward price, or what we call strip price, is really cost of supply. So if today it's like $2.70, that means folks that can actually produce gas for less than $2.70, EQT is about $2 an M, they're the ones that are producing. They're the ones that are going to be out there drilling. When gas price goes up to $3, $4, $5, we have a lot of other gas basins in the play in the U.S. that have break evens at around $3 or $4. So then these older basins get new life.
Yeah, I've heard that even in the Permian, some of you've probably heard this, that they tend to drill more the oilier part of the Delaware and the Permian because gas prices, particularly at Waha. Robert, I think you mentioned this. Waha is the prices have been deplorable. You guys have lived through that up in the Northeast as well. But that there are literally thousands of Tier 1 and Tier 2 wells left to be drilled in the gassier plays. And so from as far as the future role of natural gas, I think that would cause us all to be pretty optimistic, which is what I'm hearing from you, Sarah, is our ability to drill into and produce as much natural gas as they need. And Carson, I wanted to go back to this one because this is kind of up your alley. This slide tells me that for the next 5-6 years, and Sarah, you can obviously comment on this too, but that natural gas is going to be the big story. That was Robert's thesis, basically. This is AI is right now a gas story, and that's what this slide shows. Tremendous growth in natural gas supply to meet the demand. And then, though, in 5 years from now or so, it starts leveling off, and you have, I think, if you look at the colors, nuclear, solar, wind, those things you expect on the renewables to come in and start playing a key role. And I don't know if that's because in the future they expect gas to become a base load supply, or whether it's to try to meet GHG or greenhouse gas emissions and things like that, and make sure they have a balance of different types of energy resources to meet the load growth we're seeing. What are your thoughts on? What are you seeing? Carson, you deal with this every day. What do you see as far as the accuracy of this, and do you agree with it?
I mean, to me, this just looks like the human tendency to overestimate exponential trends in the near term and underestimate them in the long term.
Okay. That does not surprise me from Carson. Explain that, please.
So obviously the reason that this blue wedge of this figure is growing and growing so aggressively is because there's, I would say, a lot of hope and hype about what the power demand over the next 5 years is going to be from data center capacity. And we've only really been talking about this from like the energy supply chain point of view. We haven't really talked about it from like the silicon supply chain point of view. There's like real supply limits to like chip production, and there's how many companies that produce gas in the US? Hundreds, right? No, not many that are at your guys' scale, but there's hundreds of companies that produce gas. There's pinpoints in the supply chain on the AI side where there is only one company that produces a thing that is required by everyone else to make their final good. So it's much easier to look into that supply chain and say, hey, there's a bottleneck. How's that bottleneck going to be resolved? And I truly believe that that bottleneck is in play much more on the supply chain of hardware side in the near term than it is in the long term. And that's why you have this overestimation of what kind of energy consumption is going to be from natural gas over the next 5 years, just power in general. We think you're going to build 60 and change gigawatts of data center capacity. That's a supply chain constrained point of view in the US. Other folks think it's over 100 gigawatts of data center capacity. That difference is the chart right here. Like this does not talk, this isn't illustrating the world of 60 gigawatts of ads. It's illustrating a more aggressive world than that.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Do you agree with the mix, the future mix, without regard to what the actual load growth will be?
From a policy perspective, I like this honestly looks a little backwards in the sense that
that's why we have him here today.
like all of the power projects that are, that we're racing to meet certain construction timelines, deadlines to qualify for the tax credits that we're going to be rolling off, like they were incentivized to speed their time to power up in order to qualify for those credits, which means you're actually going to have a higher influx of those renewable projects that were able to meet those credit deadlines in the near term before then that install rate kind of tapers off as you've like flown through and kind of built all of those projects. I would expect that gas wedge to inflect, if it's going to inflect, after 27 and 28 when all of those renewable projects get finished that qualify for the ITCs and the PTCs.
Got you. Yeah, interesting. So you mentioned something just a second ago on pinch points or supply chain issues, and you said chips. I think most of the people in my world, we think of gas turbines as being the supply chain issue. Robert had a great slide on that of the backlog in gas turbines. But Robert also mentioned labor, I think, as a big issue on the electric side. We don't have enough electricians to go around. I've got my stepson is in the electric business, and they can't find enough electricians to work on these data centers in Oklahoma. I can't imagine what the problem is down here and going to be in the Northeast. Is that kind of what you're seeing? Is that the real pinch point? Yeah, we've got some issues on takeaway capacity in the Permian, takeaway capacity in the Northeast, which hopefully we'll have time to get to. But are you seeing the big issue on supply chain sounds like chips and then labor?
Yeah. Similarly to the number of gas producers that there are, there's around 38 companies, give or take a few, that produce generating equipment in some way, shape, or form that consumes natural gas. So you have your GE Vernova, you have your large kind of CCGT manufacturers, and you have your Doosan's, you have your Blooms, you have your Cats, you have your Worstillas, you have all the smaller kind of reciprocating engine companies, you have your Boom, Supersonics, you have all these guys who are using aeroderivatives. All of those together, they produce roughly, globally, about 100 gigawatts of gas-fired generation capacity a year. If you look at the quarterly sales of IT hardware across Amazon Trainium, Google TPU, NVIDIA GPU, and then the Chinese companies, your quarterly sales of hardware are just over 2 gigawatts. So 2 run rate, 2 a year
Big
for,
mismatch,
or 2 a quarter for 4 quarters is 8. You true that up to get to like actual installed capacity. You have your overhead that goes on top of the IT and everything. You're maybe 13, 14. So you have 14 gigawatts of incremental demand that can come on in the next 4 quarters against a supply chain that's doing 25 a quarter. So in our view, like there really just isn't a constraint on the generation equipment side, specifically because not only are these companies like just obviously the highest bidders because they can take 8 cents and turn it into $2, but there is no merchant power generation that's economic. So the turbines that are reserved for generation projects that were planned to go merchant, when they realize that those economics aren't going to hold, those turbines are going to come back to the market. They're going to get scooped up by the data center companies, the hyperscalers. The labor constraint, totally, I could see that being a real issue. Yeah. But I would definitely put chips at the top of the bottleneck. Okay. Yeah, and specifically, like the easiest way to look at it is there's a company called ASML. They make EUV lithography tools. Basically, they're like the most scientific printers in the world. They scan a little wafer with light, and they imprint a pattern upon it, and that pattern is what allows basically every computer you've ever used to work. And there's one company that makes these machines, and you can just look at their guidance of how many of these machines they're going to deliver, how many how much production capacity that equates to across the major fabs, and then how much incremental compute capacity is going to be produced in every year. So I think it's like when there's only one company, it's super simple to derive a supply chain constraint point of view.
Yeah, thank you. Mike, tell me, I lost track of when we start and stuff. 20 minutes ago. Oh, we did? Okay. So I'm over already? Okay, so we'll wrap up then. I could go on and on. I've made it through 1/10 of my questions. I want to close out with this then. For both of you, though, Sarah, I think you mentioned a little bit. This is just a graph that shows the LNG demand growth in the next, through 2029, basically. We're going from 2026 timeframe, 12 BCF a day up, but we're doubling that basically in this country. That's a lot of gas. That's a lot of gas demand. Most of it focused down here in the Gulf Coast. Not so much for you in the Northeast, more here. While at the same time we have these hyperscalers and all of this, definitely understand the peak demand versus normalized type demand. Looks like to me, though, just stepping back at the 10,000 foot level, we got a lot of gas that's going to be needed down here and in the Northeast, as reflected by this when you layer in LNG demand. Last question then for both of you, and really for you to get to answer this, Carson, that is, are we on a collision course with LNG down here in the South? I think, Sarah, if I understood you correctly, you say you got enough runway, enough inventory, you can handle it up there, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Including infrastructure development. We didn't talk about that.
We bought a pipeline company just for that reason.
Okay. That's an issue. That's a pinch point that we're not going to have time to get into. But Carson, I want to close out and let you tell us that we're on our topic here is the role of natural gas. Are we going to have enough of it down here between the Haynesville, the Permian, Anadarko Basin to meet all of this demand we're talking about? Because it rolls off the tongue to say, yeah, we've done this forever. We'll just keep doing it. This is just a bump in the road. And yet I see these reports going, we may have a shortfall in a couple of years. I don't think you agree with that, but I want to hear your opinion on that.
I mean, to plug Sarah and EQT, their 4 BCF a day of incremental productive capacity, as she coined it, is almost enough to cover the power side of the story from data centers by itself from one company. So you think about the 30 Bs a day of gas you have coming out of the Permian, you think about the Haynesville that basically gets unlocked at like $3.50, maybe just over $3. Yeah, there's not going to be a problem in terms of gas supply.
So gas is here to say the role of gas in the future looks actually very good. It sounds like one question was if hyperscalers, this is probably for you, Carson, if hyperscalers can outbid all others for generating capacity, how will municipalities keep up?
This is not to get like into a history lesson because it's honestly before my time. But in the 80s and 90s, and Ken loves this. I've talked to Ken about it quite a few times. There's a policy called PURPA, which is industrial policy that incentivized power generation to get built by refineries, by industrials, combined heat and power. Basically, the policy said, hey, if you need to build this for your factory, we, the grid, will buy the electricity that you generate back from you at cost so that it can be economic for you to do so. You're going to have all of these hyperscalers that are contracting and buying all of this power capacity. They're going to have to overbuild in order to meet the reliability standards. You're going to have a surplus of power generation equipment that they would all love to connect back into the grid and sell back to everyone else. So there's a real potential here, if done the right way, for you to get hundreds of gigawatts of power generation equipment paid for by private companies that utilities can then connect into their systems and sell the generation from that equipment back to consumers. And that could be a huge relief valve, positive thing for power prices if done correctly.
Great point and a great way to close out this session. Thank you, guys.
We're going to facilitate a quick transition. Thank you so much. What a great panel. Jay, thank you for your discussions there, even though you didn't seem to keep track of time very well. But we would like to make a transition. It's kind of hard for me. I'm the gas guy. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mike Stice, and spent way too many years in the oil and gas business and have been the LNG kind of advocate and gas. I did a lot of what Sarah did for a living. But since I joined academia, I got much more involved in technology and in technology-driven success, which led me to spending quite a bit of time looking at nuclear, looking at geothermal. I had the benefit to having amazing people at the University of Oklahoma, like Dr. Gassimi, who does a lot of geothermal work. And so I think it's really interesting to see the conversation we've had today so far has been all about gas. And yet, one of the things that has facilitated change, whether it's been gas or otherwise, has been the advent of new technology. And even within our field of developing new abundant supplies of natural gas, we all must admit that it was technology driven, whether it be horizontal drilling or fracking or whatever the technology is. We would not be here today if it weren't technology. And so when I think back to Ken and I first starting this series, this is the third year of our series, we developed this program because we wanted to talk both about policy, which we talked about this morning, and technology. And so today in our panel, we're going to kind of move a little away from natural gas and think about what's next, what kind of technology. So joining me here on the panel, I've asked Carson to join us. You've already had an introduction to Carson. He obviously brings a lot to the table as Enverus's utility and AI infrastructure research team. So we're going to let him kick off here in just a minute. But I've also asked Dr. Gassimi, who holds the McCaslin Chair at the Mewburn School of Petroleum and Geological Engineering, having worked with him closely, he's kind of a rock star of geothermal, okay? And so I think you guys will be really impressed with what he sees. But obviously we need to ask ourselves the question, what kind of role is geothermal going to play in meeting some of this demand? And so hopefully we'll get a good perspective there. And on the nuclear side, I've invited Victor Ibarra to join us, and he is the Senior Manager for the Advanced Nuclear Energy Program at the Clean Air Task Force. So we're going to get a perspective there as well. And so when I think of Robert's presentation, I wondered if we needed this panel, because I think he said there is no role for nuclear and there is no role for geothermal. And so I thought about canceling it altogether, and then I decided, well, you know, let's stir it up a little bit. So let's see what we have to say. But let me turn it over to Carson first, and just put the panel theme out there. Obviously, there's going to be quite a bit of demand. We can argue how much, okay? But Carson, in your view, what is the role of some of these alternative technologies, geothermal and nuclear?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think, like those two technologies, the ones we're going to talk about today, are what everyone wishes they could do, but they can't. And they can't right now, just from a technology perspective and a regulatory perspective and timelines and that kind of thing. But if you look at, whilst there's only 0.7 gigs or 700 megawatts of nuclear capacity under construction right now, if you look at the MOAs and the offtake agreements that hyperscalers have with Fervo, with Oklo, with X Energy, with different companies that are operating in the nuclear and geothermal space, there are gigawatts of offtake agreements out there. They're actively repowering 3 Mile Island, the greatest nuclear disaster in American history, which really wasn't actually that bad. It was very tame as far as nuclear disasters go. Sorry.
Do you hear what you just said? Tame nuclear disaster.
Microsoft is repowering nuclear reactor. The Palisades was repowered. Duane Arnold is going to be repowered, all in association with AI data center projects. You've seen the demand even from operating plants like the Susquehanna Talon deal with Amazon. There's a bunch of permits that were written and given to reactor developers across the country for projects that were never built. There's very quickly a handful of sites that you could begin AP1000 style construction on if you really wanted to do so. So there's definitely the room for that 700 megawatts to go to 7 gigawatts in the next 24 months of runway as far as under construction capacity goes.
Wow, that's good. So, Robert, there is a role, just so you know. And so, Victor, let me turn it over to you, and you tell me what you think. Because, the story we're telling here is we have a bunch of AI-driven power demand. Mm-hmm. Gas clearly has the front-running suit in this race, okay? But it appears, according to Carson anyway, nuclear is going to play a role. How do you see it? Obviously, as an advanced nuclear guy here at the table.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you. And thank you all for letting me be here today. Super exciting conversation. By background, just want to give this clarity because I think it would help also for any folks that want to ask us questions. Nuclear engineer by training, was a reactor engineer, fuels engineer for a few years. Have also worked in radiation safety and also was a federal employee at the Federal Energy Market Regulation, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in the Office of Energy Market Regulation. So my technical expertise is talking about energy economics, market conditions, and also tariff design in terms of trying to think about how we can bring new commercial facilities into making sure that we address the reliability and electricity growth concerns here in the United States, but also globally. All that being said, I think, Carson, you hit the head right on its mark. I think there is definitely a lot of issues in the energy market space that don't accommodate the value that we see nuclear having attributes for. First and foremost, it's a clean, firm energy source, and understanding that it's difficult in competitive energy markets to truly value that. That's what we're trying to see from a bankability standpoint, how we can help energy markets, but also the private industry have a role in trying to accommodate the future development of nuclear energy projects within the United States. So in the short term, I think there's definitely opportunity for nuclear energy development. And an interesting point that folks may have not talked too much about in the space right now, but one thing that we're doing beyond repowering nuclear power plants in the United States, understanding that it's kind of a cheaper alternative to building new nuclear construction, is expanding the capacity of existing nuclear generation within the states. So used to work at Comanche Peak, actually. What would it look like to increase the capacity there from 50 to 100 megawatts at the facility, or the South Texas project? So that could accommodate what we see in terms of growth and energy demand across ERCOT, right? But also what I spend most of my time actually thinking about and talking about from my day-to-day job is not just the opportunity for expanding existing nuclear, but really thinking about what are the policy conditions necessary to help accommodate new nuclear generation in the medium and long term, understanding that right now, nuclear might not play the biggest role, but beyond just the hyperscaler demand that we see, there still is the expected load growth across not just ERCOT, but other RTOs and ISOs and other places across the United States, where we're going to need optionality across a wide suite of technologies to meet that type of energy demand. So I'm not just talking about nuclear, I'm talking about geothermal, I'm talking about carbon utilization and sequestration, more NGCC. I don't know if we'll really build new coal, but some people are talking about it, right? And also other types of energy technologies like grid enhancing technologies and also demand response, right? These are all key technologies that are going to play a role in trying to make sure that we build and modernize our grid into the grid that we expect to see into the future. So that's kind of my quick play into where we are with nuclear and where we can be. And I'm happy to take more questions on like the specificity of the conversations I have with either EPCs, financiers, even government when it comes to talking about speed to deployment for new nuclear projects across the U.S.
Yeah, well said. And so it sounds like you all are in agreement that there will be a role to play for nuclear. One of the things that I had investigated for some time with Livermore Labs was fusion energy. If you were here last year, we actually had a panel on fusion energy. I'm curious, Victor, do you think that when we think about advanced nuclear and the part that's going to play a role here, is it the conventional fission that most of us are familiar with, or does fusion even have a role within that nuclear space?
Yeah, definitely. And I think I want to take this question with the first question that you asked, which is in terms of understanding what our opportunities are and what willingness to pay is from an off-taker that may find the attributes of different nuclear reactor designs desirable for the type of project that they're trying to, I guess, address, right? So in the sense of conventional nuclear fission reactors, the ones that we're very familiar with, the large light water reactors that we have even operating here in Texas, those are great for economies of scales. And from someone with the regulatory hat in terms of reliability, it's also a very, very beautiful thing to have within our electricity grid system, understanding that we're transitioning away from the traditional sense of baseload, but in terms of affected load carrying capability and attributes of when these type of assets can provide grid power when it's needed the most in abnormal weather conditions, this is a wonderful characteristic to have, right? Moving forward, though, there are other off-takers that are interested not just in this reliability standard, but also the opportunities of newer fission designs like high-temperature gas reactors, like sodium-fast reactors, where the opportunity at smaller scales of energy capacity can provide the opportunity of not just providing clean electricity, if they value that, but also high pressure and high temperature steam, which is why Dow is trying to move forward with the opportunity of trying to decarbonize one of their industrial facilities in Texas. All of that is market economics and willingness to pay, right? Really, this comes down to if someone is willing to put their money where their mouth is, they can work forward on trying to move forward with the development of new nuclear capacity in that sense. The last piece, or the last two pieces that I want to touch on, is that there's other market opportunities for even smaller reactor designs. That's why we've seen the development and even the placement of key nuclear players like Oklo try to, or successfully, put online a reactor here in Texas, while we have Abilene Christian University, the University of Texas, and Texas A&M University working together on a molten salt reactor design through Natura Resources, and also ALO Atomics being sited in Austin, Texas, because there is a market where they can provide the attributes that some off-takers are willing to come off for, primarily probably in the behind-the-meter generation side of things or AI infrastructure related projects. But moving forward, these are probably the closest to reaching full-scale commercializations when compared to technologies like fusion. I'm not saying fusion doesn't have a place. I'm really, beyond being a nuclear nerd, am a big believer of all technologies should have the ability to have a place in the market, and the market will then try to decide what might be the best place to perform their technology given the market conditions, but also the geographic considerations. So fusion, pending that it goes from not just research and development, but to prototype, to then demonstration, to then full commercialization, does seem appetizable for having a place in the market for addressing not just power, but also other concerns if folks are interested in other attributes of that technology.
Thanks, Victor. I forgot to mention that one of Ken and my aims in this program was to always have a diversification of panelists. I just want you to know we have an Aggie here, and so he didn't mention in his education he's nuclear engineer from Texas A&M. So we have it all covered. We have Sooners, we have Aggies, we have Longhorns, we got it all. So Dr. Qasimi, if we could transition just a minute to geothermal, you probably have some slides up there if you want to use them. It's up to you. But introduce us to geothermal and its potential role.
Right. Geothermal obviously has been around for a long time. I mean, it's not really new. It's the type of geothermal that is attracting most of the attention these days. So historically, we have used geothermal as geothermal heat pumps. We have used geothermal hot waters for fisheries, for greenhouses, for space heating, right? And so, and those resources are low quality in general. That is, the temperature is below 150 C. There are higher grade hydrothermal geothermal resources, and those are 150 and above. And the nice thing about these hydrothermal resources is that they're naturally occurring. We don't have to do anything to create a reservoir. The reservoir is already there. It has permeability, porosity, a lot of hot water or steam flow, so we can drill wells, produce steam or hot water and flash that into steam and generate electricity. And so those are the processes that we have in the geysers, Northern California, coastal geothermal field in Southern California, among others. And their capacity in the US currently is about 4 gigawatts, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's mostly hydrothermal. Now, just like conventional oil and gas, there are less of these hydrothermal resources to be explored and developed. So we are moving to what I call unconventional geothermal resources, which is the enhanced geothermal system. That's what it's known for in the literature. And so in that particular set of resources, we have the hot rocks, but we don't have the permeability, and the porosity is not there. So we have to do hydraulic fracturing. So we have to engineer our own reservoirs, essentially. And that is done typically, in the past at least, it was done with 2 vertical wells, which you try to hydraulically fracture and create a circulation system where you can inject cold water and produce steam. Now, with the advent of horizontal drilling and its success in the oil and gas, geothermal folks are now experiencing with horizontal drilling and multi-stage fracking, and are hoping to develop a lot more of these high-grade geothermal resources. Now, there is a second group of enhanced geothermal systems, and that is called the superhot. The superhot systems are rocks that have temperatures of more or less 375 and above. And they are much deeper, and so far more challenging. But there are field tests currently in Oregon that are trying to explore the possibility of producing from superhot resources. The advantage of the superhot resource, of course, is that from a conventional EGS, a two-well system would probably produce 5 megawatts of electricity. In a superhot system, from 2 wells, you can probably produce anywhere between 25 to 50 megawatts. So it helps the scaling up of the energy system and making it more viable commercially. But of course, it increases the challenges a lot more. And so there's a lot of demonstration projects. There's a lot of university-driven R&D projects trying to deal with the challenges. But the major challenge, actually there are 2 in terms of reservoir creation. One is drilling, and being able to drill in an economic fashion and drill fast, and drill horizontal wells in super hot conditions and hot conditions. The other one is hydraulic fracturing under high stress, high temperature environments, and to keep these fractures permeable for a long time. So the 5 megawatt that I mentioned for a conventional EGS requires anywhere between 30 to 50,000 barrels of essentially water to be circulated continuously every day for 365 days for about 25 years. So that's a lot. And I understand that the petroleum sector has been doing this for a long time in terms of circulating large volumes of water. But this is a slightly different problem. This is perhaps closer to the EOR operation that we are going to be needing to do in unconventional oil and gas. So it's not circulating water. The water has to go where the hot rock is, come into contact with it, capture the heat, and then bring it to the production well. So significant challenges remain to be dealt with, but there are a lot of startup companies. We have Fervo, which everybody has heard of, I'm sure. There's Quaise, there's Mazama, and there are a few other ones, Sage, and each has a particular technology, a particular design that they're trying to implement. And so the idea is that in the next 10 years, we would be able to elevate the role of geothermal in the renewable sector to about 4 or 5%, and hopefully, as we heard from Undersecretary today, to 10% of the share of the renewables. And so it's a very exciting time to be part of the geothermal community and contribute to its success.
Yeah, Kyle was pretty encouraging. I thought that was exciting to hear from our government. So, but when I think about geothermal, Dr. Qasimi, is there geographic constraints? Is this technology transferable? Can you see yourself finding sources of energy in Texas or in, as I think you called the data center corridor up in Virginia? Or do we need to be so affordable, so attractive that that data centers will actually come to where the geothermal energy is?
So I had a slide.
Yes, you were up just a while ago. Let's put it back up.
There's a map that shows.
Here it is. Go ahead.
Next.
Go forward.
Right here, right? So you can see this shows the temperatures at about 12, 13,000 feet. And so the western part of the U.S., you can see the white area. That's the highest quality rock resources for geothermal. Obviously, if you go to the eastern part of the country, you will see that the quality decreases. The basement rocks essentially are cool, right? But that's a function of depth. So the deeper you can go, the higher quality the geothermal resources. So if you go to 6K, 20,000 feet, you would see a big change, much higher temperatures on the eastern side and the central side of the country. So if drilling and stimulation issues can be resolved so that we can do drilling and stimulation at 2,000 feet, 20,000 feet, it is essentially transferable from the western part of the country to other places. In fact, DOE has recently sponsored a project to develop an EGS project in Pennsylvania, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's on the cooler side of things, one could say. And of course, in Texas, since we're in Texas, there is significant geopressure resources along the coast. And so, again, that has a viable volume and temperature. The rocks do have permeability. The challenge there is the high salinity of the resources and the fact that whatever you produce, you may have to pump back in, and so there are parasitic losses that one has to consider, and there are issues with induced seismicity that we need to also keep in mind.
So I want to circle back to something when we talked about some of the political aspects of anti-development. It seems like water always comes up, and you're going to be circulating a lot of water. Is this the kind of water that taps into our freshwater reserves, or can this be the produced water that we know so well? What kind of water arguments would be made against geothermal? What kind of opposition can we expect?
Right. If there is water available, obviously, there's no problem. And the Utah Forge, for example, it's using water that is not potable. So it's not competing with what we want to use. And so, but on the The western side of the country, obviously, water in general is not, particularly these days, Lake Mead is essentially experiencing a lot of dropping in its water level. So there's a water crisis on the horizon, it seems, if the drought is not resolved. So in general, water is a sensitive issue. But there are other creative ways to extract the energy. For example, one could use CO2. So there has been R&D that has been completed showing that CO2, in fact, does have advantages over water because of its lower viscosity and more efficient heat extraction capability. So CO2 could play a role in geothermal as well.
So Victor, back to you. Water is not invisible in the nuclear technology either. You too face that. What are the concerns or constraints that face nuclear playing a major role in generating some of this power data centers are going to need?
Yeah, definitely, and that's a great question. I like starting by asking folks, can anyone guess what major magazine first published water concern issues for nuclear power plants back in the 70s? No, good guesses though. It was a fishing magazine from the thermal discharge of nuclear power plants. So back to the point of your question, Mike. No, I think when there's a will, there's a way. I think us as humanity have become very creative in terms of trying to find very, very, very ingenious solutions about the problems that we face. And one thing that I would point to is if anyone has been out to Arizona, a lot of water issues out there, a lot of concerns for how we manage our water systems. But they also operate in Arizona, the second largest nuclear power plant in the country. They actually recycle and reuse wastewater and treat it every day to work or to be usable in a thermal power plant system like the nuclear power system that they have operating out there, which totals or close to 4 gigawatts of electricity. So in terms of understanding of how we consider moving forward, having the conversation of water use when it comes to either the direct use in nuclear power plant systems or in adjacent facilities and infrastructure where it's a nuclear power plant and infrastructure like data, AI, infrastructure and centers. I think there's a lot of opportunity to play within the realm of what existing regulations look like and understanding how we can make the economics work for either the development of new facilities, whether it comes to generation or the ultimate offtake that they're trying to power in this sense, right? So in terms of finding ingenious solutions, there's, like I said, the example of we can find economic opportunities to help like treating wastewater and then using that to cool nuclear power plant systems or other infrastructure. But also moving forward, there's technologies that are already in existence, like, direct air cooling systems that can help power nuclear power plants, help cool nuclear power plants that, like I said, are just ingenious ways that us as humanity have reached levels of engineering that can help address some of the concerns that we have either from an environmental perspective or a regulation perspective as we move forward with the development of these type of technologies.
Maybe I should add that when you mentioned treated water, the geysers in Northern California, they were experiencing pressure drop in the reservoir, so they needed to recharge it. And so now you're pipelining treated water from Santa Rosa, I believe, and replenishing the energy in the aquifer. Yeah.
So Carson, I want to come back to you because obviously this session is about what is the role of some alternative technologies to gas to meeting this demand. Obviously, Victor and Dr. Kasimi have some pretty important technology innovation that's going on at the time. But I'm curious from your perspective, you and Jay had that slide up there that showed the different parts of it. Is the role of geothermal and nuclear something that's here and now, or is it something we need to be thinking about for the future? What is your view of the timeline of that development?
That's a super good question. I probably think that the role in the immediate term, so call it the next 24 months, is likely going to be very experimental and less so commercial. You've seen kind of the reactors that were mentioned being brought online. They're test reactors. They're not scaled up to kind of what the commercially viable ones would be. But if you wanted to build the most water efficient AI campus that you possibly could in somewhere that was water constrained like the western states, you would probably use a high temperature gas reactor and a data center with a closed loop warm water cooling system. You'd effectively have zero water consumption. So depending on what the constraint is in a given market, because the constraints are going to be slightly different depending on where you're looking to build, there's definitely going to be on the kind of early 2030s time horizon, like lots of potential for, I think, nuclear and geothermal to supply energy to these sites.
It's interesting. I want to come back to one of the comments that was made in the earlier panel about either or and we especially talked about gas being exported globally as LNG, which is going to access a different price market. And when you usually see that happen, like we did in crude oil, you started to see some pressure on gas prices in the U.S., which will make those basins that you were referring to earlier, Sarah, more affordable. But I think it really comes down to is price competition. I mean, how affordable can geothermal be? How affordable can nuclear be? And so this is a question for you, Carson. I'd love you all to add on. Is there a point, maybe not in the next 24 months, but at some point, where nuclear and geothermal actually steal the thunder from gas?
I think, and we have some published content that if anyone's interested in, they can reach out after. But I think we have a view that the very best, like EGS, like Fervo style resource available is going to come in like just under $100 a megawatt hour in terms of LCOE, which gets pretty competitive with natural gas when CCGTs are going to cost you $3.5 to $1 million a megawatt in capex. So you get like pretty close to cost parity there. On the other hand, from the nuclear side, I think our view is kind of more in the low hundreds, so like the 110s to 130s, which is going to be a little bit more expensive than the geothermal resource in the near term. But if you could, like, there's like kind of two levers that you can pull on the nuclear side. Like the reason that Vodal was so expensive wasn't because it was so expensive alone. It was because it was so expensive and it took so long. So if you can compress the construction timeline via some of these more modular solutions, then you can, actually continue to spend the same amount of capex per megawatt, but have it come online 3 years faster. And that solves that problem in a different way. So there's definitely some variables on the nuclear side that you can play with to get somewhat competitive with new natural gas.
Victor, you agree with the price level he's referring to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always try to caveat my numbers that I use in panels by if I knew the exact number, wouldn't be here. I'd go make a lot of money in investing, right? But respectfully, yeah, I think the numbers that Carson listed, I think they're super exciting both on the geothermal side and also the nuclear side. And to further contextualize either the Vogel points, but more so importantly, the opportunity of understanding the cost competitive nuclear technologies moving forward, right? I think we have to categorize them and understanding, let me try to put my investment hat on, right? Like as an investor that's trying to make money off an asset that has to reach or have revenue that is certain, I try to control and mitigate my risk, right? So from a regulation perspective, from a permitting perspective, from a technology perspective, right? What do I want to deploy if I care about speed of deployment and making sure my assets are as controlled and mitigated in terms of my risk profile, right? I understand that the Vogel project did not go very well. Happy to answer all those questions if folks have those, right, of why we did so poorly. And the conversations I'm having with folks now, either at the government level, but also the private sector level, and how we're trying to mitigate and address those risks. But really it comes down to trying to figure out how can we deploy light water reactor technologies as quickly as possible, understanding that the risk profile is a little bit more understood. I think there's things that are taken in place from either EPC, engineering, procurement, construction management companies that will take place in the development of these new projects, or either owner-operators to manage these projects a little bit more diligently, and also the assets understood to be involved in terms of supply chain development, et cetera, right, to help these projects come in a little bit more smoothly from a price point. So in terms of contextualizing the prices, those type of reactor projects might be more palatable. And in the future, as we work through the technology level readiness of future technologies like high temperature gas reactors, sodium fast reactors, which if folks may not be familiar with in the room, we've actually operated before in the United States back in the 80s. So we do have engineering experience and permitting experience with these type of technologies. It was just more material science and instrumentation and control had not gone far enough where we are today to make those type of reactor plants economical. Those type of reactor plants will also have the opportunity to play a role in their specific markets. It just comes down to willingness to play of what you are trying to either do with that clean firm power, either from an electricity output standpoint or from like that steam high pressure standpoint as well. And all this goes to say, right, same for the micros, it really is trying to figure out what's the best economical way to drive down costs, which we have a theory at change of here at CTF that we like to talk about. And, not to steal the spotlight, but if anyone wants to talk about order books, we think about this in a Costco wholesale approach. If you think about ordering and having on the demand side the ability to mass order or develop either large order reactors, small modular reactors, or micro reactors, you give that certainty to your supply chain to then take into account economies of scales to build your pumps, to build your critical components, to then have that modularity that you can then build reactors on site in a economic but also an efficient and effective way, where there are lessons learned across the labor associated with those projects as well. That way, when you're building your first and second reactor, whether it's large, medium, or small, the first one's probably going to come in a little expensive. But if you have that labor and supply chain development lessons learned, then your third, fourth, fifth, sixth are probably going to come in a lot more economical, right?
So that's one of the things I wanted to touch on before we leave this nuclear subject, because, when we think about public opinion and how well received we are, regardless of what industry we're in, whether we're in the E&P industry or the nuclear or geothermal, et cetera, my perception is that obviously we had a tall hill to climb in nuclear from a safety standpoint, but now we have actually engaged in building and we're not executing well. We doubled the cost, we were late, we were all kinds of things. So how does that play out with the public opinion? I mean, if you're not able to execute even for your own shareholders, how are you going to execute for the general public is the point that I would like to hear you address.
Yeah, definitely. And that's probably the most sensitive conversation that I have at my place of employment. It's really about trying to bring these projects online in the most cost-effective, cost-efficient, and safe way possible, where we protect ratepayers, right? So it's understanding from a policy perspective who can have equity in a project in a way that helps manage a project very effectively and efficiently, where we try to mitigate these cost overruns, where we try to mitigate these disruptions in supply chain in a way where these new nuclear reactor projects are coming in on time and on budget to ensure that we protect the ratepayers, right? One things that are difficult to have conversations about in the room, right, are ensuring things like either QIP, construction work in progress, et cetera, are or are not in place, right? And one thing that I like to talk about in terms of, if hyperscalers would like to put their money where their mouth is, right, there's a lot of backlash in terms of, they're taking all our electricity from the grid or they're using our infrastructure. It would be great if they could provide some equity from a debt perspective on trying to develop these type of reactor technologies and help with the project management and the supply chain development to make sure if they want to do procure things like clean, firm power that is reliable online 24/7, investing in these types of projects would really, really help if they want to come off as, hey, guys, we're trying to make sure that we're trying to protect the ratepayers too. We're not here to take any of your existing electricity infrastructure, which is a big area of concern, right? This is why we saw the Talon LRG and the Susquehanna amended interconnection service agreement ruling where they rejected it initially, right? Because it did see an impact on even behind the meter generation on just and reasonable rates for ratepayers in PJM. So it's a very interesting conversation of how do we manage this carefully.
And last question to pick on you here a little bit on nuclear, but when people look at it globally and they say, we're building, nuclear facilities in France on time, on budget, Japan on time, on budget, is it contextual? I mean, there's something about America that means we can't, well, all of a sudden we lose our minds and can't do it?
Yeah, as a proud Mexican, but also as a proud American, I think it's, I shouldn't curse. I think it's a load of, horse manure that we can't build here in this country. We are able to do it. We are oil rigs in the Gulf of Mexico. Come on, guys. Like, we know how to build. I think we just have to have the appropriate type of skin played across all the players involved in the construction of a facility like a new power plant. So the owners, the operators, the engineering, procurement, and construction companies, the supply chain developers, all having shared skin in the game, either from an equity perspective or a debt perspective, whatever it might be, to ensure that instead of trying to play the game like was at Vogel, where the contract structure, instead of incentivizing folks to work together to resolve either supply chain issues, labor issues that ultimately led to a lot of scheduled delays, that ultimately, when you have debt associated with a $10 billion project, you're probably accumulating a lot of interest as well, where you incentivize the framework to try to have, either prizes or some sort of conditions where you're equally spreading that risk, so everyone is incentivized to help move the project forward, so no one bleeds, for lack of better words, the most. Everyone is trying to get the capital gains necessary. And that's why there's folks, in different parts of the world where they actually make money off of building new nuclear power plants, right? There are national corporations that take a stake, in developing new nuclear assets, and because they build it effectively and on time and on budget, they're actually kind of making money off of this once they sell it to someone else from a capital standpoint, right? Like, who doesn't want to make money off of something, right? And
Carson, you want some, Dad?
As soon as someone's paying the bill for the reactor that's not the ratepayers, it'll get done much closer to on time and on budget.
I hear you. So that's a structural issue, right? Something we can solve. So Dr. Qasimi, correct me if I'm wrong, but for whatever reason, I've come away with the perception that geothermal doesn't have these same headwinds. That if you say you're going to come in there and build geothermal, you don't have immediate public opinion resistance. Am I wrong, or has geothermal got like obstacles?
Well, it has its own obstacles. In California, obviously, induced seismicity is a concern, and so there have been projects that were canceled because of that. Hydraulic fracturing is involved, so in certain areas, there's opposition to that. And I guess the strongest headwind is the fact that we still do not have a commercially viable EGS online producing 400 megawatts. So as soon as we see evidence of success, commercial success, most of those headwinds will disappear. So I think we're in, the stars have lined up in a very favorable fashion for geothermal. Demand is high, right? The investment is there, technologies are there. So, and there are entrepreneurs and startups and scientists who are trying to solve the problems. So
They do get to piggyback off of the technology that just drilled a 29,000-foot lateral.
Yeah, we had to get that plug in there, didn't we? World record, is that what I heard? So, Carson, I want to give you the last word just real quickly. We've talked all day today about how important data center demand is. If you recall, last year we talked about, is AI real, and is that ultimately going to be a demand? And now it's here and there. We're dealing with it, and gas-fired is taking its rightful place at the forefront in meeting the near-term demand. But there's these other technologies, nuclear and geothermal, namely, in this panel. As we go forward, meeting this demand, I like Jay's question about the collision course between LNG and natural gas. I think the conclusion of that panel was that it's an and, not an or, and I think I totally agree with that. But Carson, how do you feel about these technologies as we go forward? And I'll just give you the last word on the role that both nuclear and geothermal will play in meeting the demand associated with these data centers.
Well, what, given the current trends, is on a collision course is the cost. If you look at the cost of building a new CCGT from 2020 through 2026. You were just over 1 million a megawatt in 2020. Now you're over 3 million a megawatt in 2026. So you've had almost a 3x in the cost of building a CCGT. If that continues, your capital cost on the prevalent technology is rising. You will have economies of scale and learning from the capital cost perspective of your new entrant technologies, your geothermal and your nuclear. And I think it's fair to draw from that conclusion that there is the potential for there to be a collision in the cost to serve energy from those three groups. Whether that happens in 2029 or 2030 or in 2035 is probably anyone's guess, as good as it is mine. But the trajectories are definitely intertwined in the sense that you have a resource that's getting more expensive as a function of supply chain constraints and what is maybe not necessarily all real demand, but perceived demand. And then you have two other groups of technologies that are fairly early on their kind of deployment learning curve, and will have plenty of opportunity to catch up.
Please join me in thanking the panel. Ken had duties to go, so he left me with the closing remarks, and I plan to be pretty brief. So if you don't mind, I'll just. No, okay, come on in. If you got it, I didn't know we had a role. That's what we needed. So you want to do the closing remarks in as well? Okay. All right. Good. So. Today's event was once again a rip-roaring success. You guys are welcome to sit down, or you can do whatever you like, because I'm going to wrap it up pretty quickly. So when I think about the framing of today, Ken did such a nice job this morning, as did Dean Antonio, trying to highlight what we were going to talk about today. And we've always prided ourselves in looking at the intersection between policy and technology. And I think we were able to cover that today, for sure. I loved Ken's economic slides, which indicate, what's behind all the decision making that's going on globally, whether it be a crisis that in Iran or Ukraine. But the implication is, from an economic standpoint, lots of things are changing, and we're having to react to that change. For those of you who aren't familiar with me, my doctorate is in change, so that I'm attracted to that really quickly. But we're experiencing a lot of exogenous change that, frankly, this industry and what we're dealing with couldn't have predicted, or frankly, had to respond to it. And I think the industry, energy industry as a whole, has responded incredibly well. In behind that has been technology in upstream, whether, the kinds of things we can do to set world records, or the kinds that we can do to have an abundance of affordable natural gas. That's why natural gas is going to be at the forefront at meeting this data center demand. And we are so blessed as a country to have the geologic resource that gives rise to that, but more importantly, to have the industry that can take advantage of it and deliver it. And so, we are entering a time of difficulties, I think, globally. And I'm a big believer, as Ken and I have talked offline, is that we'd rather have commerce than conflict, right? And so it's really important that we continue to embrace what kind of global connections we have, okay? I, for one, don't want to fight with China, okay? Much of the stuff that we do from a fabrication standpoint, we fabricate even our LNG facilities in China, and we bring them in here for modular, And so there's lots of connections. They do have this monopoly on specialty metals. We need to make sure that we have a balance for that. So there's a lot going on. I can already picture what our next year conference is going to be about. But I think that we've seen a lot of progress over the last year, and we've had to react to a lot of change, okay? And some of the changes, Connie Gersick talks about it as punctuated equilibrium. So we engage in this punctuated change that we have to experience, whether it be from an exogenous factor or something that we developed as our own technology. But then we have to achieve some kind of normalcy, some type of status quo. So before we engage in the next amount, and I think this is consistent, Carson, with your view of the world, because some of the stuff we're talking about here looks a little too punctuated, maybe like it's a little too extreme. And I appreciate you bringing us back down to reality, saying maybe not quite so much. But I do think that as an industry, we believe in ourselves. And the energy industry has an enormous amount of creative people, and we have this blessed geologic resource, and we're going to take advantage of that. And for that reason, I think this country is going to play a very important role in winning the AI race, because we're going to have affordable energy here. And it won't be $150 a ton or whatever the numbers that Robert was quoting for Vietnam and Saigon and other places. And so I want to thank everyone for their attendance today. I want to especially thank Flywheel and ConocoPhillips for their contributions they made specifically to this conference. I want to thank all the speakers, the panelists, everyone to a quality conversation today. And then I'll turn it over to you to represent Rice here and close this out. Thank you.
So I'm Michael Marr. I'm the Chief of Research Operations here at the Center for Energy Studies, and a native Oklahoman. When I was growing up, our pro football team was OU. Yeah. That was great. So I want to go back just a little and touch on data centers. We had lots of discussion about the enormous build out, all the things that are planned to do. We talked about the role of electricity, the cost of electricity. We mentioned water. We mentioned labor issues. We mentioned community issues. The one thing I've never heard discussed in any situation, what's the demand for AI? It's a field of dreams. We're going to build it and it's all going to be used. I think that is an interesting question. It's not unusual that there's overbuild, there's overhype, so that is, I think, a real question. Maybe not as much for the energy people, but for the Googles and the other. You got to. A lot of that use will be by companies where people do not know how to use AI. They don't, or they use AI and they make one improvement in an organization, but you don't have continuous. So I think the issue about AI, I mean, it's being built out everywhere in the world. China's rushing, we're rushing. Is it going to deliver the efficiency gains that everyone thinks it's going to? If you go back to computers 20 years ago, 25 years ago, the internet did not have much initial impact on efficiency gains in the industry. It took a while. Took a long while. Now, AI may move faster. I just want to raise that out there that we are building more AI than anyone is even close to using today. That's an interesting issue as we look forward. And then I want to go back to Ken's point on forecasts. Let's go back to 2000. It's 25 years ago. It is common to hear forecasts of energy out to 2050. That's 25 years. So 25 years ago, when you looked at forecasts, there was no shale oil. There was no shale gas in the forecast. Very little LNG. China, no one predicted the enormous growth in economy and energy use. Solar and wind, no one was talking about solar and wind in 2000. It was 4 or 5 times too expensive. No one was predicting 9/11. No one was predicting a war in Iraq. No one was predicting 2 invasions of Ukraine by Russia. No one was predicting an Iran war that's lasted 6 months or so, has continued to go. No one was predicting a complete collapse in Venezuela oil production. No one was talking about Guyana. No one was talking about EVs. No one was talking about Germany shutting down their nuclear. No one was talking about EU decarbonization, which has led to deindustrialization. So I think that the point is, predictions are hard, especially about the future. And a lot of what we talked about here is, in some sense, straight line. It's going to work. It's all going to come out. We're going to build all this stuff. It's all going to be improvement. While the world works in ups and downs and misplaces, and I think the main thing that I want to mention is, why are oil prices really high today? Has nothing to do with engineering, has nothing to do with the economics of oil, has nothing to do with environmental issues. It all has to do with geopolitical and political issues. That is a wild card that we always have to keep in the back of our mind, that we haven't reached the end of history, which some people said we did at the end of the Cold War. You know, the U.S. was going to be, we don't really have to worry about global conflict anymore. I think that's a major issue. And one of the reasons it's major is the U.S. is not an island. We import a whole lot. We export. We are not protected from what happens in the world. And so we have to be aware of all sorts of things that could disrupt our view of the future. So I think, and when you look at the future, tell me how much robots are going to add. Tell me how much AI is going to add. Is AI going to be a big demand increase, or is it going to make things so efficient that we're going to actually start reducing some of our energy in certain areas? There's just a lot out there to watch for. That doesn't mean you can't go forward. I'm going to give you one more example. I was the public affairs manager for the Golden Pass LNG project near Port Arthur. We had already tried, and we hadn't even bought the land, to think of one in Mobile, but we got run out because of community issues, about fears about the safety. So we went to Port Arthur. Why Port Arthur? They have refineries and chemical plants everywhere. They're used to industrial operation. So some of the things with data centers is there are going to be communities that you may be welcomed. We did a lot of reach out and talking about jobs, tax incentives, taxes for the local community, safety. We worked with so data centers did not learn from the LNG industry on how to build community support. And that's key going forward in any big industrial project. We talk about SMRs. I remember reading recently about a Texas Republican in West Texas, a state legislature, who he had heard that there may be some nuclear SMRs in his community. He said, no damn way we're going to have any nuclear in my area. So if you think data centers are going to be an issue, start talking about SMRs in communities. That doesn't mean SMRs aren't safe, or there's all sorts of things. People don't know. They think of 3 Mile Island. They think of Chernobyl. So there's a lot of community effort that's going to be needed there, over and above just the economics. So that's what I'll leave you with is what a great thing about energy. It's always changing. It's always changing.
So on behalf of Baker Institute and the University of Oklahoma's Energy Institute, we want to thank you for coming today. Please join us for the reception outside. I think our students will still be around for poster sessions. We'd love to mingle with you and answer any questions one-on-one. Thank you.